gambling until they take the
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Delegates are kindly requested to take their seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by the attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing the meeting. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the third and fourth balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. Before proceeding to the general debate, as announced in the journal, the General Assembly will hear an introduction by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization. Under agenda item 113, in accordance with the resolution 51/241 and notwithstanding of provisions in decision 77/504. We shall proceed accordingly. Now I give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in big trouble. Divides are growing deeper, inequalities are growing wider, and challenges are spreading farther. But as we come together in a world teeming with turmoil, an image of promise and hope comes to my mind. This ship is the brave commander. It sailed the Black Sea with UN flag flying high and proud. On one hand, what you see is a vessel like any other plying the seas. But look closer. At its essence, this ship is a symbol of what we can accomplish when we act together. It is loaded with Ukrainian grain destined for the people of the Horn of Africa, millions of whom are on the edge of famine. It navigated through a war zone, guided by the very parties to the conflict, as part of an unprecedented comprehensive initiative to get more food and fertilizer out of Ukraine and Russia, to bring desperately needed relief to those in need, to calm commodity markets, secure future harvests, and lower prices for consumers everywhere. Ukraine and the Russian Federation, with the support of Turkey, came together to make it happen, despite the enormous complexities, the naysayers, and even the hell of war. Some might call it a miracle on the sea. In truth, it is multilateral diplomacy in action. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has opened the pathway for the safe navigation of dozens of ships filled with much-needed food supplies. But each ship is also carrying one of today's rarest commodities, hope. Excellencies, we need hope, and more, we need action. To ease the global food crisis, we now must urgently address the global fertilizer market crunch. This year, the world has enough food. The problem is distribution. But if the fertilizer market is not stabilized, next year's problem might be food supply itself. We already have reports of farmers in West Africa and beyond cultivating fewer crops because of the price or lack of availability of fertilizers. It is essential to continue removing all remaining obstacles to the export of Russian fertilizers and their ingredients, including ammonia. These products are not subject to sanctions, and we will keep up our efforts to eliminate indirect effects. Another major concern is the impact of high gas prices on the production of nitrogen fertilizers, and these must also be addressed seriously. Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly morph into a global food shortage. Excellencies, we need action across the board. Let's have no illusions. We are in rough seas. A winter of global discontent is on the horizon. A cost of living crisis is raging, trust is crumbling, inequalities are exploding, and our planet is burning. People are hurting, with the most vulnerable suffering the most. The United Nations Charter and the ideals it represents are in jeopardy. We have a duty to act, and yet we are gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. The international community is not ready or willing to tackle the big, dramatic challenges of our age. This crisis threatens the very future of humanity and the fate of our planet. Crises like the war in Ukraine and the multiplication of conflicts around the globe, climates like the climate emergency and biodiversity loss, crises like the dire financial situation of developing countries and the fate of the Sustainable Development Goals, and crises like the lack of guardrails around promising new technologies to heal disease, connect people, and expand opportunity. In just the time since I became Secretary General, a tool has been developed to edit genes. Neurotechnology, connecting technology with the human nervous system, has progressed from idea to proof of concept. Cryptocurrencies and other blockchain technologies are widespread, but across a host of new technologies there is a forest of red flags. Social media platforms based on a business model that monetizes outrage, anger, and negativity are causing untold damage to communities and societies. Hate speech, misinformation, and abuse, targeted especially at women and vulnerable groups, are proliferating. Our data is being bought and sold to influence our behavior, while spyware and surveillance are out of control, all with no regard for privacy. Artificial intelligence can compromise the integrity of information systems, the media, and indeed democracy itself. Quantum computing could destroy cybersecurity and increase the risks of malfunctions to complex systems. We don't have the beginnings of a global architecture to deal with any of these. Excellencies, progress on these issues and more is being held hostage by geopolitical tensions. Our world is in peril and paralyzed. Geopolitical divides are undermining the work of the Security Council, undermining international law, undermining trust and people's faith in democratic institutions, undermining all forms of international cooperation. We cannot go on like this. Even the various groupings set up outside the multilateral system by some members of the international community have fallen into the trap of geopolitical divides, like in the G20. At one stage, international relations seemed to be moving towards a G2 world. Now we risk ending up with a G nothing. No cooperation, no dialogue, no collective problem solving. But the reality is that we live in a world where the logic of cooperation and dialogue is the only path forward. No power or group alone can call the shots. No major global challenge can be solved with a coalition of the willing. We need a coalition of the world. Excellences, aujourd'hui, je voudrais présenter 3 domaines dans lesquels cette coalition mondiale doit de toute urgence surmonter les divisions et agir de concert. Il s'agit en premier lieu de la mission fondamentale des Nations Unies, instaurer et maintenir la paix. Une grande partie de la planète continue d'avoir les yeux rivés sur l'invasion russe en Ukraine. La guerre a déclenché une destruction et des violations massives des droits humains et des droits humanitaires internationaux. Les dernières informations sur la découverte des sites funéraires à Izium sont extrêmement perturbantes. Des milliers de civils ont été tués, des millions de personnes ont été déplacées, des milliards d'individus dans le monde sont touchés. Nous voyons surgir la menace de divisions dangereuses entre l'Ouest et le Sud. Les risques pour la paix et la sécurité mondiale sont immenses et nous devons continuer à œuvrer pour la paix dans le respect de la Charte des Nations Unies et du droit international. Dans le même temps, les conflits et les crises humanitaires se propagent souvent loin des projecteurs. Le déficit de financement de notre appel humanitaire mondial s'élève à 32 milliards de dollars, le plus important jamais enregistré. Hélas, on ne compte plus les crises. En Afghanistan, l'économie est en ruine, plus de la moitié de la population est en proie à des niveaux de faim extrêmes, tandis que les droits humains, et en particulier les droits des femmes et des filles, sont bafoués. En République démocratique du Congo, les groupes armés de l'Est terrorisent les civils et attissent les tensions régionales. Dans la Corne de l'Afrique, une sécheresse sans précédent menace la vie et les moyens de subsistance de 22 millions de personnes. En Éthiopie, les combats ont repris, soulignant l'urgence pour les partis de cesser les hostilités et de revenir à la table des négociations sous l'égide de l'Union africaine. Haïti, les gangs détruisent les fondements même de la société. En Libye, les divisions continuent de mettre le pays en péril. En Irak, les tensions actuelles compromettent la stabilité. Et en Israël et en Palestine, les cycles de violence sous l'occupation se poursuivent. Et les perspectives de paix fondées sur une solution à 2 États ne cessent de s'éloigner. Au Myanmar, l'effroyable situation humanitaire et des droits humains ainsi que les conditions de sécurité s'aggravent de jour en jour. Au Sahel, l'insécurité et les activités terroristes atteignent des niveaux alarmants, tandis que les besoins humanitaires ne cessent de croître. En Syrie, la violence et les difficultés règnent toujours, et la liste est encore longue. Pendant ce temps, les menaces de recours aux armes nucléaires et les risques pesant sur la sécurité des centrales nucléaires ne font qu'ajouter à l'instabilité planétaire. Les partis à la conférence d'examen du traité sur la non-prolifération des armes nucléaires n'ont pas réussi à trouver de consensus et l'accord sur le nucléaire avec l'Iran semble encore lointain. Il y a toutefois quelques lueurs d'espoir. Au Yémen, la trêve nationale est fragile, mais elle tient toujours. En Colombie, le processus de paix prend racine. Et partout, nous avons besoin d'une action bien plus concertée, ancrée dans le respect du droit international et la protection des droits humains. Dans un monde qui se déchire, nous devons créer des mécanismes de dialogue et de médiation
pour
and
apaiser les
mediation
divisions.
to heal
Et c'est
divides.
pourquoi j'ai esquissé
This
les
is
éléments d'un
why
nouvel
I
agenda pour la
outlined
paix
elements of a new
dans
agenda
le
for
rapport
peace
sur notre
in my
programme
report
commun.
on our common
Nous sommes
agenda.
résolus à tirer le
We are
meilleur,
committed to make the most
le meilleur de
of
tous les
every
outils diplomatiques
diplomatic
de
tool
règlement pacifique
for the
des différends
Pacific
qui s'offrent
settlement
à
of
nous,
disputes
comme le prévoit la
as set
Charte des
out
Nations
in the
Unies.
United Nations
Négociation,
Charter.
enquête, médiation,
Negotiation,
conciliation,
inquiry,
arbitrage
mediation,
et règlement
conciliation,
judiciaire.
arbitration, and judicial settlement.
El liderazgo y la
Excellencies,
participación de las mujeres debe
women's
estar en
leadership
primer
and
plano.
participation
Y también
must be
debemos
front and
priorizar
center,
la
and
prevención
we
y la
must
consolidación de la
also
paz.
prioritize
Eso
prevention
significa
and peace
reforzar
building.
la previsión
That means
estratégica,
strengthening strategic
anticiparse a
foresight,
los focos de violencia que pueden
anticipating
estallar y
flashpoints
hacer
that could erupt
frente
into
a las nuevas
violence,
amenazas
and
que
tackling
suponen la
emerging
ciberguerra
threats
y
posed by
las armas
cyber warfare
autónomas
and
letales.
lethal autonomous
Significa
weapons.
asimismo
It
ampliar el
means
papel de
also
los grupos
expanding
regionales,
the role of regional
reforzar el
groups,
mantenimiento de la
strengthening
paz,
peacekeeping,
intensificar el
intensifying
desarme y la
disarmament
no
and
proliferación,
non-proliferation,
prevenir y combatir
preventing
el
and countering
terrorismo y
terrorism,
garantizar
and
la
ensuring
rendición de
accountability.
cuentas. Y
And
significa
it means
reconocer que los
recognizing
derechos
human
humanos son
rights
piedras de
as
toque
pivotal
de la
for
prevención.
prevention.
Mi
My
llamamiento a la
call
acción en
to
materia
action
de
on
derechos
human
humanos
rights
destaca la
highlights the
centralidad de los
centrality of
derechos
human
humanos,
rights,
así como la
refugee,
de los
and
refugiados y el
humanitarian
derecho
law.
humanitario. En todo
In
lo que
all we
hacemos,
do,
debemos
we must
reconocer que los
recognize
derechos
that human
humanos son el
rights are the
camino
path
para
to
resolver
resolving
tensiones,
tensions,
poner fin a
ending
los
conflict,
conflictos y
and
forjar una paz
forging
duradera.
lasting peace.
Excellencies, there is another battle we must end, our suicidal war against nature. The climate crisis is the defining issue of our time, and it must be the first priority of every government and multilateral organization. And yet, action is being put on the back burner, despite overwhelming public support around the world. Global greenhouse gas emissions need to be slashed by 45% by 2030 to have any hope of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. And yet, emissions are going up at record levels, on course to a 14% increase this decade. We have a rendezvous with climate disaster. I recently saw it with my own eyes in Pakistan, where 1/3 of the country is submerged by a monsoon on steroids. We see it everywhere. Planet Earth is a victim of scorched earth policies. The past year has brought us Europe's worst heat wave since the Middle Ages. Mega drought in China, the United States and beyond. Famine stalking the Horn of Africa. 1 million species at risk of extinction. No region is untouched. And we ain't seen nothing yet. The hottest summers of today may be the coolest summers of tomorrow. Once-in-a-lifetime climate shocks may soon become once-a-year events. And with every climate disaster, we know that women and girls are the most affected. The climate crisis is a case study in moral and economic injustice. The G20 emits 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions. But the poorest and most vulnerable, those who contributed least to this crisis, are bearing its most brutal impacts. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel industry is feasting on hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies and windfall profits, while households' budgets shrink and our planet burns. Excellencies, let's tell it like it is. Our world is addicted to fossil fuels, and it's time for an intervention. We need to hold fossil fuel companies and their enablers to account. And that includes the banks, private equity, asset managers, and other financial institutions that continue to invest and underwrite carbon pollution. It includes the massive public relations machine raking in billions to shield the fossil fuel industry from scrutiny. Just as they did for the tobacco industry decades before, lobbyists and spin doctors have spewed harmful misinformation. Fossil fuel interests need to spend less time averting a PR disaster and more time averting a planetary one. Of course, fossil fuels cannot be shut down overnight. A just transition means leaving no person or country behind. But it's high time to put fossil fuel producers, investors, and enablers on notice. Polluters must pay. And today I'm calling on all developed economies to tax the windfall profits of fossil fuel companies. Those funds should be redirected in two ways: to countries suffering loss and damage caused by the climate crisis, and to people struggling with rising food and energy prices. As you heard to the COP27 UN Climate Conference in Egypt, I appeal to all leaders to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. Lift your climate ambition. Listen to your people's calls for change. Invest in solutions that lead to sustainable economic growth. And let me point to three. First, renewable energy. It generates 3 times more jobs. It's already cheaper than fossil fuels, and it's the best way to energy security, stable prices, and new industries. But developing countries need help to make this shift, including through international coalitions to support just energy transitions in key emerging economies. Second, helping countries adapt to worsening climate shocks. Resilience building in developing countries is a smart investment in a reliable supply chains, regional stability, and orderly migration. Last year in Glasgow, developed countries agreed to double adaptation funding by 2025. These must be delivered in full as a starting point. At minimum, adaptation must make up half of all climate finance. And multilateral development banks must step up and deliver. Major economies are their shareholders and must make it happen. Third, addressing loss and damage for disasters. It's high time to move beyond endless discussions. Vulnerable countries need meaningful action. Loss and damage are happening now, hurting people and economies now, and must be addressed now, starting at COP27. This is a fundamental question of climate justice, international solidarity, and trust. And at the same time, we must make sure that every person, community, and nation has access to effective early warning systems within the next 5 years. And we must address the biodiversity crisis by making the December UN Biodiversity Conference a success. The world must agree on a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, one that sets ambitious targets to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, provides adequate financing, and eliminates harmful subsidies that destroy ecosystems on which we all depend. And I also urge you to intensify efforts to finalize an international legally binding agreement to conserve and sustainably use marine biological diversity. We must protect the ocean now and for the future. Excellencies, the climate crisis is coming on top of other heavy weather. A once-in-a-generation global cost of living crisis is unfolding, turbocharged by the war in Ukraine. Some 94 countries, home to 1.6 billion people, many in Africa, face a perfect storm. Economic and social fallout from the pandemic, soaring food and energy prices, crushing debt burdens, spiraling inflation, and the lack of access to finance. These cascading crises are feeding on each other, compounding inequalities, creating devastating hardship, delaying the energy transition, and threatening global financial meltdown. Social unrest is inevitable, with conflict not far behind. And it doesn't have to be this way. A world without extreme poverty, want, or hunger is not an impossible dream. It is within reach. This is the world envisaged by the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. But it is not the world we seem to have chosen. Because of our collective decisions, sustainable development everywhere is at risk. The SDGs are issuing an SOS. Even the most fundamental goals on poverty, hunger, and education are going into reverse. More people are poor, more people are hungry, more people are being denied health care and education. Gender equality is going backwards, and women's lives are getting worse, from poverty to choices around sexual and reproductive health to their personal security. Excellencies, developing countries are getting hit from all sides, and we need concerted action. Today, I'm calling for the launch of an Sdg Stimulus, led by the G20, to massively boost sustainable development for developing countries. The upcoming G20 summit in Bali is the place to start. This Sdg Stimulus has 4 components. First, multilateral development banks, the World Bank and regional counterparts must increase concessional funding to developing countries linked to investments in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the banks themselves need more finance immediately. And then they need to lift their borrowing conditions and increase their appetite for risk so the funds reach all countries in need. Developing countries, particularly small island developing states, face too many obstacles in accessing the finance they need to invest in their people and their future. Second, debt relief. The debt service suspension initiative should be extended and enhanced. But we also need an effective mechanism of debt relief for developing countries, including middle-income countries in debt distress. Creditors should consider debt reduction mechanisms, such as debt climate adaptation swaps. And this could have saved lives and livelihoods in Pakistan, which is drowning not only in floodwater, but in debt. Lending criteria should go beyond gross domestic product and include all the dimensions of vulnerability that affect developing countries. Third, an expansion of liquidity. I urge the International Monetary Fund and major central banks to expand their liquidity facilities and currency lines immediately and significantly. Special drawing rights play an important role in enabling developing countries to invest in recovery and the SDGs. But they were distributed according to existing quotas, benefiting those who need them least. We have been waiting for a reallocation for 19 months, and the amounts we hear about are minimal. A new allocation of special drawing rights must be handled differently, based on justice and solidarity with developing countries. Fourth, I call on governments to empower specialized funds like Gavi, the Global Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. G20 economies should underwrite an expansion of these funds as additional financing for the SDGs. Excellencies, let me be clear. The SDG stimulus I'm proposing is essential, but it is only an interim measure. Today's global financial system was created by rich countries to serve their interests many decades ago. It expands and entrenches inequalities. It requires deep structural reform. And my report on our common agenda proposes a new global deal to rebalance power and resources between developed and developing countries. African countries in particular are underrepresented in global institutions. I hope member states will seize the opportunity to turn these ideas into concrete solutions, including at the Summit of the Future in 2024. Excellencies, the divergence between developed and developing countries, between North and South, between the privileged and the rest, is becoming more dangerous by the day. It is at the root of geopolitical tensions and lack of trust that poison every area of global cooperation, from vaccines to sanctions to trade. But by acting as one, we can nurture fragile shoots of hope. The hope found in climate and peace activists around the world, calling out for change and demanding better of their leaders. The hope found in young people working every day for a better, more peaceful future. The hope found in women and girls leading and fighting for those still being denied their basic human rights. The hope found throughout civil society seeking ways to build more just and equal communities and countries. And the hope found in science and academia racing to stay ahead of deadly diseases and then the COVID-19 pandemic. The hope found in humanitarian heroes rushing to deliver life-saving aid around the world. The United Nations stands with them all. We know lofty ideals must be made real in people's lives, so let's develop common solutions to common problems, grounded in goodwill, trust, and the rights shared by every human being. Let's work as one, a coalition of the world, as United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, friends, the world needs solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science. Solutions because we have drafted many treaties, set excellent goals, yet have taken too little action. We need solidarity because inequalities have reached record heights. We need sustainability because we owe it to our children to leave behind a livable world. We need science because it offers us neutral evidence for our actions. My sincere gratitude goes to all member states, especially to Hungary and the Eastern European Group for giving me the mandate to turn this motto into reality. Excellencies, we gather today at the most consequential moment of the last 4 decades. Des chaleurs extrêmes aux inondations dévastatrices.
Extreme
Le changement
flooding,
climatique
extreme heat,
est un
climate change.
nos communautés.
It is
Notre
shared
consommation
by our
et
communities.
nos méthodes de production
Our
lacernent notre
consumption
planète
and our means of
de ses sols
production are tearing
ses
our
cieux.
planet apart from the earth to
Nous
the
vivons
sky.
dans un état
We
de
are
crise
living
humanitaire
in an
permanent.
ongoing state of humanitarian crisis.
أكثر من 300 مليون شخص في حاجة ماسة للمساعدات الإنسانية
100 million people
والحماية
there urgently need humanitarian
وذلك
assistance and
بزيادة
protection.
قدرها 10% منذ يناير.
And this is an increase of 10%
كما وصلت
since
أزمة
last
الجو
January.
العالمية إلى المستويات
World food
تنذر
crisis
بالخطر بسبب تغيير
has
المناخ
reached an alarming level
ونزاعات وجائحة
because of climate
كوفيد
change,
19.
conflict, and the COVID-19 pandemic.
وفي الأشهر الستة الماضية دفع تضخم أسعار الغذاء والطاقة 70 مليون
The
شخص
food
إلى
and
الأقل
the energy
إلى الفقر.
crisis have pushed at least 70 million people into poverty.
Инфляция тем временем находится
Inflation
на самом
in the
высоком за
meantime
40 лет
is at the
уровне.
highest level over the past
Четверть
40 years.
всего населения Земли
1/4 of the entire population
проживает
of
в
the
районах,
planet
охваченных
is
конфликтами,
living in conflict
боевыми
areas,
действиями
in areas where
и
armed
политической
hostilities take place
нестабильностью.
or where there is political instability.
Редко, когда насилие по всему
Violence
миру
has
бывало
rarely
столь
been
жестоким.
as harsh throughout the world before.
Who would have imagined that war would return to Europe? That the nuclear threat would be back in political discourse to settle a dispute with a neighbor? It has been 203 days since the General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the military aggression against Ukraine. Unfortunately, the bloodshed and the suffering have not stopped yet. In that time, the United Nations, as we heard, and its partners have offered food and shelter to millions of refugees from that country. A landmark agreement on commercial grain exports from the world's best breadbasket offers hope. Diplomacy is at work to release fertilizers so that the shortage we see today do not become the famines of the next year. UN nuclear inspectors are at one of Europe's key nuclear sites, preventing a possible catastrophe. Excellencies, the theme of our 77th General Debate is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. I stand in solidarity with the people of Pakistan, where devastating floods washed away hundreds of villages. You have seen the heart-wrenching scenes of devastation. This can be a window into our future. However, in tackling climate change, we have the solutions. These are rooted in the advancement we have made in science cooperation and climate diplomacy. But we have to want to put them in practice. The International Panel on Climate Change has proven an invaluable tool for supporting political decisions to combat climate change and to adapt to its consequences. We should consider replicating its success in the areas of water, energy, food, and biodiversity. This would give us a universally accepted scientific foundation for action. Once this high-level week is over, I plan to launch a series of consultations with the scientific community, asking them to help us, bringing the knowledge from microphones, from microscopes to microphones. The 77th session of the General Assembly will be key to preparing the SDG Summit in 2023 and the Summit of the Future in 2024. Next year, we will assess SDG 6 at the UN Water Conference, the first since 1977. This call could not be more urgent. Water is set to be the next major driver of conflict worldwide. The problem of water is threefold: too much, not enough, not safe. We have the chance to make a difference in the lives of 2.1 billion people who lack access to clean water. Let us cooperate to make the Water Action Agenda as transformational, practical, and actionable as possible. During this session, we will also assess the Sendai framework and come to conclusions to improve resilience against disasters. It is vital that these opportunities lead to substantive outcomes. The building blocks for transformation are at our disposal. The 2030 Agenda, the Sendai Framework, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Programme of Action, and our common agenda all point in the same direction. They describe the world we want and offer the avenues to get there. I'm encouraged that the Secretary General's proposals and the important initiatives by member states mutually support each other. The challenges are great and they are interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. Ladies and gentlemen, without universal respect to the rule of law, it is all too easy to rapidly slide into treacherous territory. As we all know, in time of crisis, human rights are the first to be compromised. When human rights are under threat, it is our smoke signal, our call to action. It would be remiss to speak of human rights without addressing a fundamental issue found to be lacking in most societies around the world. It is women's right. It is simply unacceptable that every third woman experiences violence in her lifetime. As we speak, half of humanity is all too often excluded from decision-making and leadership. But we need every man and woman to live their lives to their fullest potential. It is only by ensuring the inclusion of all, valuing the knowledge of all, that we will find solutions to the challenges we face. This afternoon's UNGA platform of women leaders, organized in collaboration with UN Women, may be an answer to this goal. Women heads of state and government will offer their solutions to society's complex problems. Data shows that crisis response is more effective when women take the lead. I encourage you to engage substantively with this issue. It has to do with equity and equality, but above all, human dignity. Excellencies, in all these issues, in all our endeavors, I look forward to working closely with the Secretary General, the Security Council, the ECOSOC, and other key relevant institutions of the United Nations. I stand ready to support Member States to identify transformative, impact-oriented, systemic, and sustainable solutions. I promise to cooperate with all stakeholders, civil society, young people, women and scientific community, to name but a few. UN agencies, funds and programs are critical to bringing our efforts out of this hole and into our communities. To deliver on the agenda requested by the Member States, I count on your constructive engagement, cooperation, and mutual respect to each other. I emphasize that the revitalization of both the United Nations and the General Assembly must continue. Our ability to competently improve our organization will determine its relevance in the eyes of people around the world. I want to advance negotiations on Security Council reform. It is high time that the Council represents the world's population more equally and that it reflects 21st century realities. This is a matter of credibility to our entire organization and our multilateral order. Ladies and gentlemen, crisis management and transformation will require our consistent efforts, way beyond one session of the General Assembly. In that spirit, let me finish with some timeless words of wisdom about chances and the risk of letting them pass us by. Things get better when we make them better. Things go wrong when we fail to seize the opportunities before us. Our opportunity is here and now. Let us act. I thank you. Distinguished delegates, before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard in a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statement at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly hall through room GA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner during the general debate of the 77th session? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Okay. Hello, that's in the English channel.
Ok.
This is the English channel.
Senhor Shabak Korosi,
Mr. Shabak Korosi,
presidente da 77ª Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Senhor
General
Antonio
Assembly of the
Guterres,
United Nations, Mr. Antonio
secretário-geral das
Guterres,
Nações Unidas,
Secretary General of the United Nations,
senhoras e senhores,
ladies
chefes de
and
Estado,
gentlemen,
de
heads of
governo
state, heads of
e de
government,
delegações.
and heads of delegation.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen at large,
começo por cumprimentá-lo,
I
embaixador
begin
Shabak
by
Korosi,
congratulating
pela
you,
eleição para
Ambassador
presidir
Shabak Korosi,
esta Assembleia
on your
Geral.
election as President of
Esteja
this
certo
General
de
Assembly.
contar com o
You
apoio
can be
do Brasil.
sure that you can
O
certainly
tema
count
escolhido
on
para este
Brazil's
debate geral
support.
gira em
The
torno de
theme chosen for this
conceito que
general
se
debate
aplica
revolves around a
perfeitamente
concept
ao
that
momento que
perfectly
vivemos,
applies to the
um
moment we
divisor
currently
de
live,
águas.
a watershed
Senhor
moment.
presidente,
Mr.
nossa
President,
responsabilidade coletiva
Our collective
nessa Assembleia Geral
responsibility at this
é
General
compreender o
Assembly
alcance dos
consists
desafios que
in
compõem
understanding
esse
the
divisor
actual
de águas.
scope
E a partir
of the
daí
challenges that
construir
make up this
respostas que
watershed
tirem
moment,
sua força
and from
dos
there
objetivos
build
que
the
são
response
comuns a
that
todos nós.
draw their strength
A
from the
tarefa não é
goals that we all
simples,
share.
mas, a rigor,
The task at hand
não
is not a
temos
simple one,
alternativa.
but strictly speaking, we have
Esse
no
esforço
alternative.
tem de começar
The
no
effort
interior de
must
cada dos
begin
nossos
within
países.
each of
Antes
our
de tudo,
countries.
é aquilo que
Domestically.
realizamos no
First of
plano
all,
interno
it is
que dá
what we
a
do at
medida
the
da
domestic level
autoridade
that
com que
gives the
agimos
measure
no plano
of the authority
internacional.
with which we act
Deixe-me
at the
falar da
international level.
perspectiva do meu país.
Therefore, allow me to
Quando
speak
o
from my
Brasil se
country's
manifesta
perspective.
sobre a agenda
When
da saúde
Brazil
pública,
voices her
fazemos
views
isso com a
on the public
autoridade
health
de
agenda,
governo
we
que,
do so with the
durante a
legitimate
pandemia da
authority of a
Covid-19,
government that during
não
the
poupou
COVID-19
esforços
pandemic
para salvar vidas
spared no efforts
e preservar
to save
empregos.
lives and preserve jobs.
Como tantos outros países,
Like so many other
concentramos
countries,
nossa atenção
we
desde a
focused
primeira
our
hora
attention
em
from the very
garantir
outset
auxílio financeiro
on
emergencial
ensuring
aos mais
emergency
necessitados.
financial aid to
O
those
nosso
most
objetivo foi
in need.
proteger a renda
Our
das
goal was
famílias
to protect
para que
families'
elas
income
conseguissem enfrentar
so
as
that
dificuldades
they could
econômicas
face up to the economic
decorrentes da
hardships
pandemia.
resulting from the pandemic.
Beneficiamos mais de 68
Therefore, we
milhões de pessoas,
managed to benefit
o
more than
equivalente a 1/3 da
68 million
nossa
people, the
população.
equivalent to 1/3
Em
of the
paralelo,
Brazilian
lançamos
population.
amplo programa
In
de
parallel, we
imunização,
launched a broad-ranging
inclusive com
vaccination
produção
program,
doméstica de
including
vacinas.
domestic production of
Somos uma
vaccines.
nação com
We
210
are a
milhões de
nation
habitantes. E
of
já
more than
temos mais de
210 million
80%
people,
da
and
população
already we have more than
vacinada
80%
contra a
of our
Covid-19.
population fully vaccinated against
Todos foram
COVID-19.
vacinados de forma
All
voluntária,
were vaccinated
respeitando a
voluntarily,
liberdade individual
in
de
due
cada um.
respect of
Da
one's
mesma
individual
forma, no
freedom.
terreno da economia, o
Likewise,
Brasil traz a
in the
autoridade
economic
de um
arena,
país
Brazil
que,
has the
em
legitimate
nome de
authority
um
of a country
crescimento
that, for the
sustentável e
sake
inclusivo,
of sustainable
vem
and
implementando
inclusive
reformas
growth,
para a
has
atração
been
de
putting in place
investimentos
reforms
e
to
melhorias
attract
das
investments
condições de
and
vida de
improve
sua população.
the standards of living of
No meu
her
governo,
population.
extirpamos a
Under my
corrupção
administration,
sistêmica
we
que existia
uprooted
no
the
país.
systemic corruption that
Somente entre
existed
o
in the
período
country.
de 2003
Between
e 2015,
2003
onde a
and
esquerda
2015
presidiu o Brasil,
alone, a
o
period in which the
endividamento
left
da
wing presided
Petrobras,
over in
por
Brazil,
má gestão,
indebtedness
loteamento
levels
político
at the oil state
e
company
em
Petrobras
desvios,
due to
chegou a casa
mismanagement
dos
and politically driven
170
appointments and
bilhões de
favors, as
dólares.
well as the diversion
O
of
responsável
funds
por isso
reached
foi
up
condenado
to
em 3
$170
instâncias,
billion.
por
The person
unanimidade.
responsible for that was
Delatores
convicted, unanimously
devolveram
convicted in
1
3
bilhão de
different
dólares
court
e
instances.
pagamos para a Bolsa
Whistleblowers
Americana outro
have
bilhão
returned $1
por
billion
perdas de
and we
seus
paid to
acionistas.
the U.S. stock
Esse é o
market
Brasil
another
do
$1
passado.
billion due to losses incurred by
Aprimoramos os
shareholders.
serviços
But that is
públicos
the Brazil
com
of the
redução de
past.
custos e
We
investimentos
have
em ciência e tecnologia.
enhanced public services by
Hoje, por
reducing
exemplo,
costs and
o Brasil
investing
é o
in
7º
science and
país
technology.
mais
Today,
digitalizado
for
do
example,
mundo.
Brazil is the
São
world's
135
seventh
milhões de
most
pessoas
digitally
que
advanced country.
acessam 4.900
Altogether,
serviços do meu governo.
135 million
O
people
Brasil foi
access
pioneiro na implantação do
4,900 services
5G na
provided
América
by my
Latina.
administration. Brazil has been a
Levamos
pioneer
adiante
in 5G
uma abrangente
deployment in
pauta de
Latin America.
privatizações
We
e
have also
concessões,
carried out a comprehensive
com
agenda
ênfase
of
na
privatization
infraestrutura.
and concession projects.
Concluímos o
with an
projeto de
emphasis on
transposição do Rio
infrastructure.
São
We have
Francisco,
also completed
levando
the
água
São
para o
Francisco
Nordeste
River
brasileiro.
Transposition Project, therefore bringing water
Adotamos
to the
novos
Brazilian
marcos
northeastern
regulatórios,
region.
como o
We
do
have also
saneamento
adopted new
básico, o das
regulatory frameworks,
ferrovias
such
e
as
o do
in
gás
basic
natural.
sanitation,
Além
railways,
disso,
and natural
melhoramos o
gas.
ambiente de negócio,
Moreover, we have
com a lei da
improved the
liberdade
business
econômica
environment
e a lei
with
de
the
startups.
economic freedom law
Como
and the
resultado,
startup
criamos
law.
oportunidades
As a
para o
result, we
jovem
now
empreender e
have
ter empregos
created
de
opportunities for
qualidade.
young people to be
Coroando todo
entrepreneurs
esse
and
esforço
have
de
quality jobs.
modernização da economia brasileira,
Crowning all of
estamos
this
avançando a
effort
passos
to modernize the
largos
Brazilian
para o
economy,
ingresso do
we
Brasil
have
como membro
made
pleno da
great strides
Organização
towards
para a
Brazil's
Cooperação
accession as a full
e
member of the
Desenvolvimento
Organization for
Econômico,
Economic
a
Cooperation
OCDE.
and Development, the
Apesar da
OECD.
crise mundial, o Brasil
Despite
chega ao final de
the
22
global crisis,
com
Brazil
uma
is getting to
economia
the
em
end of
plena
2022
recuperação.
with an
Temos
economy at
emprego em
full
alta e
recovery.
inflação em
We have
baixa.
high
A
employment rates
economia
and
voltou
a
a
low
crescer.
inflation rate.
A
The
pobreza
economy is
aumentou em
back
todo o
on the
mundo
path of
sob o
track,
impacto da
on the path
pandemia.
of growth.
No Brasil, ela já
Poverty has
começou a
increased
cair de
across the
forma
world under the
acentuada.
impact of the pandemic.
Os
In
números
Brazil,
falam por si só.
it began to
A
fall
estimativa
sharply.
é de que, no
The
final de
figures
22,
speak for themselves.
4%
It is
das
estimated that by the
famílias
end of
brasileiras
2022,
estejam vivendo
4% of
abaixo
Brazilian
da linha
families
da
will be
pobreza
living
extrema.
below
Em 2019,
the
eram
extreme poverty level.
5,1%.
In 2019,
Isso
it was
representa uma queda de
5.1%.
mais de 20%.
This reflects a
O
drop of
Auxílio
more
Brasil,
than 20%.
programa de renda mínima
The
criado
Brazil
no meu
Aid
governo
Program, a minimum
durante a
income
pandemia,
country
que
designed and
atende
established
20
by my
milhões de famílias,
administration during the
faz
pandemic,
pagamentos de quase
currently meets the needs
$4
of
por
20
dia
million
às mesmas.
families and pays out
O
$4
desemprego
a day
caiu
to the
5
poorest
pontos
families in the
percentuais,
country.
chegando a
Employment fell by
9%.
5 percentage
Taxa
points,
que não
reaching
se via há
9.1%,
7 anos.
a rate not seen
Reduzimos a
in 7
inflação
years.
com
We
estimativa
have
de 6%
lowered
no
inflation
corrente ano.
with an estimate of less than
Tenho a satisfação
7%
de anunciar
for
que
2022.
tivemos
I am
deflação
pleased to announce
inédita
that we have
no
had
Brasil nos
unprecedented
meses de julho e
deflation in
agosto.
Brazil in the months of July
Desde
and
junho,
August
o
this
preço
year.
da gasolina
Since
caiu mais de
June, the
30%.
price of gasoline
Hoje,
has dropped by
litro no
more than
Brasil custa
30%.
cerca de
Today, 1
90
liter of
centavos
gasoline
de
in Brazil
dólar.
costs about
O preço da
0.90
energia
cents
elétrica
of
também teve
$1.
uma queda de mais de
The price
15%.
of electricity
Quero
has
ressaltar
also
que o
dropped
custo
by
da
more than
energia não caiu por
15%.
causa de
Let me
tabelamento de
emphasize that the cost of energy
preços
has
ou
not
qualquer
dropped because
outro
of
tipo
price
de
fixing
intervenção federal.
or any other type of
Foi resultado
state
de uma política de
intervention. Rather, it was the
racionalização dos
result of a
impostos
tax
formulada e
rationalization
implementada com
policy
apoio do
designed
Congresso
and
Nacional.
implemented with support
Em
by the
2021,
National
o Brasil
Congress.
foi o quarto maior destino de
In
investimentos
2021, Brazil was the
estrangeiros
fourth largest
direto no
destination
mundo.
country for foreign
Nosso
comércio
direct
exterior
investment in the
alcançou a
world.
marca histórica
Our
de
foreign trade
39%
reached
do
the
PIB,
historic milestone
diminuindo ou
of
zerando
39% of the
impostos de
GDP,
milhares de
even after
produtos.
reducing taxes
No plano interno,
or
também
lowering
estamos
taxes down to
batendo
zero
recordes em
on
3
thousands
áreas.
of products.
Arrecadação
Domestically,
fiscal,
we also have
lucro
record
das
breakers
empresas
in 3 areas:
estatais e
tax
relação entre
collection,
dívida pública e
state-owned
PIB.
company profit
Aliás,
levels,
em
and the
21
public debt
tivemos
to
superávit
GDP
no resultado
ratio. In
consolidado de
fact,
contas
in
públicas.
2021, we had
O
a
PIB
surplus
brasileiro
in the
aumentou
consolidated
1,2%
results or
no
figures
segundo semestre.
for national
A
accounts.
projeção de
Brazilian
crescimento
GDP
para
increased by
22
1.2%
chega a
in the second quarter,
3%.
and the forecast is for up to
Temos a
3%
tranquilidade de
in
quem está no bom
2022.
caminho. O caminho
We
de uma
enjoy the
prosperidade
peace of mind of those who are working on
compartilhada
the right
entre os
path, the
brasileiros
path
e,
to
mais
shared
além,
prosperity
compartilhada
among
com
Brazilians,
nossos
and beyond
vizinhos
that,
e outros
prosperity
parceiros mundo afora.
shared with our neighbors and other
É
partners
isso que vemos, por
worldwide.
exemplo, na produção de alimentos.
This is precisely
Há
what we
4
see, for
décadas,
example,
o
in
Brasil
food
importava
production.
alimentos.
4 decades
Hoje,
ago, Brazil
somos
used to be a food importer.
mundiais.
Today, we are
Isso
one of
só
the
foi
world's
possível
largest food
graças
exporters.
apesar de
And this has
investimentos
only been
em
possible thanks
ciência
to
e
heavy
inovação,
investments
com
in
vistas à
science and
produtividade
innovation
e à
with a view to boosting
sustentabilidade.
productivity, yield
Faço
levels,
aqui
and
tributo à pessoa de
sustainability.
Alisson
May
Paulinelli,
I here pay a
candidato
tribute to Mr.
brasileiro
Alisson
ao Prêmio
Paulinelli,
Nobel da Paz,
the Brazilian
por
candidate
seu
for the
papel na
Nobel
expansão
Peace
da fronteira
Prize,
agrícola
for his
brasileira
role in
com o uso de
expanding the
novas
Brazilian agricultural
tecnologias.
frontier with the use of
Este
new
ano, o Brasil já
technologies.
começou a colheita
This
da
year,
maior
Brazil
safra
has
de
already
grãos da
started the
nossa história.
harvest, or the largest
Estima-se
grain
pelo menos
harvest in our history.
270
We
milhões de
estimate it
toneladas.
to be at
O
least
Brasil também, em
270
poucos anos,
million
passará de
tons. In
importador
a few
a
years, Brazil
exportador de
will
trigo.
also make the transition
Para
from
o
net
período
importer of
de
wheat
22
to a net
23,
export of
a
wheat.
previsão é que
For the
a produção
2022-2023
total
period,
ultrapasse
the
os
forecast is
300
that our
milhões de
total
toneladas.
production will exceed
Como
300
afirmou a
million
diretora-geral
tons.
da Organização Mundial
As
do Comércio,
stated by
em recente
Director General
visita
of
aqui
the
no
World
CES.
Trade
Se não
Organization
fosse
in
o
a recent
agronegócio
visit to
brasileiro,
Brazil,
o
she
planeta
stated that if
passaria
it were
fome,
not for
pois
Brazilian agribusiness,
alimentamos
the
mais de
planet
1
would go
bilhão de
hungry,
pessoas
since we
ao
feed
redor do
more
mundo.
than 1 billion people worldwide.
O nosso agronegócio é
Our
orgulho nacional.
agribusiness is a source of national
Senhor
pride.
Presidente,
Mr.
quero lembrar
President,
que
I also wish to
também
call
na
to
área do
mind here that
desenvolvimento
also in the
sustentável,
field of
o
sustainable
patrimônio
development,
de realizações do Brasil
Brazil's track
é fonte de
record of
credibilidade
achievements
para a
is a
ação
source of
internacional do
credibility
nosso país.
for our country's
Em
international
matéria de meio
action.
ambiente e
As regards the
desenvolvimento
environment
sustentável,
and sustainable
o Brasil é
development,
parte da
Brazil
solução
is
e
part of
referência
the
para o
solution
mundo.
and stands as a
2/3
reference
de
to the
todo o
world.
território brasileiro
2/3
permanece
of all of the
com
Brazilian
vegetação
territory
nativa,
remain
que se
untouched,
encontra
covered by native
exatamente como
vegetation,
estava
precisely
quando o Brasil
as
foi
it were
descoberto
when Brazil
em
was first
1500.
discovered in the 1500s.
Na Amazônia brasileira,
In the Brazilian Amazon
área
region,
equivalente à Europa
an area
Ocidental,
as big as
mais de
Western Europe,
80% da
more
floresta
than
continua
80%
ao contrário
of
do
the
que é
rainforest
divulgado pela
remains
grande mídia
untouched and pristine,
nacional e internacional.
contrary to what is often reported by the
fundamental
mainstream national
que,
and
ao
international
cuidarmos do meio
media.
ambiente,
It is
não
absolutely key
esqueçamos
in the
das
sense
pessoas.
that when taking
A
care of the
região
environment,
amazônica
we do
abriga
not
mais de
overlook
20
people.
milhões
The
de
Amazon
habitantes,
region is home to more
entre
than
eles
20 million people,
indígenas e
including
ribeirinhos,
indigenous people and
cuja
riverside
subsistência
dwellers,
depende de
whose
algum aproveitamento
livelihood depends on
econômico da floresta.
some form of
Levamos
economic use
internet
of the
a mais de
forest.
11 mil escolas
We have
rurais
made, or we
e a
have brought
mais de
internet
500
connectivity to more than
comunidades indígenas.
100,000 rural
O Brasil
schools and more than
começou sua
500
transição
indigenous
energética há
communities.
quase meio século.
Brazil began its
Em
energy
reação
transition
às
almost
crises
half a
do
century ago
petróleo daquela
in
época.
response to the oil
Hoje
crises
temos
of
uma
that
indústria de
time.
biocombustíveis
Today, we
moderna
have a
e
modern
sustentável.
and sustainable biofuel
Indústria que
industry,
contribui
an industry that
para a
currently
matriz
contributes,
energética mais
positively
limpa
contributes
entre
to
os países do
the
G20.
cleanest energy
Cerca de
mix among G20
84% da
countries.
nossa matriz
About
elétrica
84% of our
atualmente é
electricity
renovável.
or energy mix is currently
E esse
renewable,
é o objetivo
and
que muitos
this
países
is a goal
desenvolvidos
that many
esperam
developed
alcançar
countries
somente
hope
depois de
to
2040
achieve
ou
only after
2050.
2040 or
No ano
2050.
passado, o Brasil foi escolhido
Last year, Brazil
pelas Nações
was
Unidas
chosen
como
or
país campeão da
declared by the
transição
United Nations
energética.
as
Temos
a
capacidade
global
para ser
transition for
grande
energy
exportador
transition.
mundial de energia
We
limpa.
have the potential to become a
Contamos com
major global
excedente já em
exporter of clean
construção,
energy.
que pode
We
chegar
have a
a mais de
surplus
100
already being built
gigawatts
up,
entre
which can
biomassa,
reach more
eólica,
than 100
terrestre e
gigawatts
solar,
between
além
biomass,
da
onshore wind
oportunidade
projects and
ainda
solar
não
projects, in
explorada de
addition to the
eólicas marítimas
untapped
de
opportunity
700 gigawatts.
of 700
Para
com
gigawatt
dos
offshore wind
menores custos de
farms
produção do mundo.
with one of the
Essas fontes
lowest
produzirão
production costs
hidrogênio verde
in the
para
world.
exportação.
These sources will
Parte
produce
dessa
green
energia
hydrogen
100%
for
limpa
export.
abre a
Part part of this
possibilidade de sermos
100% clean
fornecedores de
energy
produtos
opens
industriais
the possibility for us to
altamente
become suppliers
competitivos,
of highly competitive
especialmente no
industrial
Nordeste
projects,
brasileiro,
especially in the
com uma
Brazilian
das menores
Northeast,
pegadas de carbono do
with
mundo.
one of the
A
smallest
agenda do
carbon
desenvolvimento
footprints in the
sustentável
world.
é afetada de várias maneiras.
The
pelas
Sustainable
ameaças à
Development
paz e
Agenda
à
is
segurança
impacted in many
internacional.
ways by threats to international
Erguemos
peace
as
and
Nações Unidas
security.
em meio aos
We all
escombros da
built the
Segunda
United
Guerra Mundial.
Nations from the ruins of the
nos
Second World
motivava
War in the
naquele
last century.
momento
What
era a
motivated us back
determinação de
then
evitar
was
que se
the
repetisse
determination to
o
avoid a
ciclo de
repetition
destruição
of
que marcou a
the
primeira
cycle of
metade do
destruction
século
that
XX.
marked the first half
Até
of the
certo
20th
ponto,
century.
podemos dizer
To a
que
certain
fomos
extent, in
bem-sucedidos.
hindsight, we
Mas
can say
hoje,
that we were
o
successful.
conflito na Ucrânia
But
serve de
today,
alerta.
the conflict
Uma
in
reforma
Ukraine
da ONU é
serves as a
essencial para
warning.
encontrarmos
A
a paz
reform
mundial.
of the UN system is
No caso específico
essential
do Conselho de
for us to
Segurança,
find world
após
peace.
25
In
anos
the
de
specific
debates,
case of this
está claro
Security
que
Council,
precisamos
after
buscar
25
soluções
years of debate,
inovadoras.
it is clear that
O
we
Brasil
must
fala desse assunto
look
com
for
base em
innovative
uma
solutions.
experiência que
Brazil
remonta aos
addresses this
primórdios da
topic
ONU.
based on an experience
É
that
pela
goes way back and
11ª
dates back
vez
to the very
que
beginnings of
ocupamos
the United
assento
Nations.
não permanente
It is now
no
the
Conselho.
11th time that we
Temos
hold
buscado
a
dar o melhor de
non-permanent seat
nós
at
para a
the
solução
UN Security
pacífica
Council.
e negociada
We
dos
have sought
conflitos
to
internacionais.
offer our very best
Sempre
to
guiados
achieve peaceful
pela
and
Carta da
negotiated
ONU
solutions
e
to
pelo
international
direito
conflicts,
internacional.
always guided by
O
the
Brasil
UN
também
Charter
tem
and
longo
international
histórico
law.
de participação em missões de
Brazil
paz
also
da ONU.
has an extensive history
De
of
Suez a Angola,
participation in
do
UN
Haiti ao
peacekeeping
Líbano.
operations. From
Sempre
Suez
tivemos
to
ao
Angola,
lado da
from Haiti
manutenção
to
da
Lebanon,
paz.
we have always
Também contribuímos para a paz
supported
ao abrirmos nossas
peacekeeping.
fronteiras
We have also
para aqueles
contributed
que
to
buscam uma
peace
chance
by
de
opening up our
reconstruir suas
borders to
vidas
those
em
seeking a
nosso
chance
país.
to restart their
Desde
lives
2018,
in our country.
mais de 100
Since
milhões,
2018,
mais de 6 milhões
over
de
6
irmãos
million
venezuelanos
Venezuelan
foram obrigados
brothers
a deixar seu
have
país.
been forced to
Muitos deles
leave
vieram
their
para o
country.
Brasil.
Many of them came
Nossa
to Brazil.
resposta a esse desafio
Our
foi a Operação
response
Acolhida,
to this
que
challenge
se
was
tornou
Operation
referência
Welcome,
internacional.
which has become an
Já
international
são mais de
benchmark reference.
350 mil
More
venezuelanos
than
que encontraram em
350,000
território brasileiro
Venezuelan nationals have
assistência
found in
emergencial,
Brazilian territory
proteção,
emergency assistance,
documentação
protection,
e a possibilidade de
documentation,
recomeço.
and the possibility of a fresh
Todos têm
start.
acesso ao mercado de
All of them
trabalho,
have had
a
access to the
serviços
labor market,
públicos
to
e a
public
benefícios
services
sociais.
and to social benefits.
Nos últimos
In
meses,
recent
chegam
months,
por dia ao Brasil até
Around
cerca de
600
venezuelanos,
Venezuelans have
a
arrived
grande
in Brazil
maioria
every day on
dos
foot,
quais
the vast majority
mulheres
of
e
which
crianças,
are women and
pesando em
children,
média 15
weighing
quilos a menos
on
do que
average
tinham antes.
15
Fugem da
kilos
violência
less
e
than
da fome.
before, and running away from
A
violence and
política
hunger.
brasileira de acolhimento
The
humanitário vai
Brazilian
além da Venezuela.
humanitarian reception
Temos
policy
também
goes
recebido
beyond
haitianos,
Venezuela. We
sírios,
have also
afegãos
welcomed
e ucranianos.
Haitians, Syrians,
Senhor
Afghans,
presidente,
and
o
Ukrainians.
conflito na
Mr.
Ucrânia
President,
já se estende por
The
7
conflict
meses
in Ukraine
e
has been
gera
going on
apreensão
for 7
não apenas
months
na
already,
Europa,
and
mas
it is
em
a
todo
source
o
of
mundo.
great concern,
Quero, em
not
primeiro
only
lugar,
Europe, but throughout the
renovar o
world.
agradecimento do Brasil aos
First of all, I
países que
would like to
ajudaram
reiterate
na evacuação de
Brazil's
brasileiros
gratitude to the
que se
countries that
encontravam
helped
na Ucrânia
with the
quando
evacuation of
começou o
Brazilian
conflito.
nationals who were in Ukraine when
Refiro-me
the conflict
especialmente a
first
Eslováquia,
started,
Hungria,
especially
Polônia,
Slovakia,
Romênia
Hungary,
e
Poland,
República
Romania,
Tcheca.
and the Czech Republic.
A
Thank you very
operação
much.
foi exitosa.
The evacuation
Não
operation was
deixamos ninguém para
successful.
trás,
We left
nem
no one
mesmo seus
behind,
animais
not
de
even their
estimação.
pets.
Diante do conflito em si,
Regarding the
o
conflict
Brasil
in itself,
tem se pautado
Brazil
pelos
has
princípios do direito
been
internacional
guided
e da
by
Carta da ONU.
the principles of
Princípios que
international
estão
law and the
consagrados
UN
também em
Charter,
nossa
principles
Constituição.
that are also enshrined in
Defendemos
our national
cessar-fogo
constitution.
imediato,
We advocate
a
an
proteção de
immediate
civis e
ceasefire,
não combater,
the protection of
a
civilians and
preservação da
non-combatants,
infraestrutura
the
crítica
preservation of
para
critical
assistência à
infrastructure
população
to
e a
assist
manutenção
the
de todos
population
os canais de
and the
diálogo entre
maintenance
as
of
partes
all
em
channels of
conflito.
dialogue between the parties at
Esses são os
conflict.
primeiros passos para alcançarmos uma
These are the
solução
first
que
steps
seja
towards
duradoura
achieving a
e
solution that will be
sustentável.
long-lasting
Temos
and
trabalhado
sustainable.
nessa direção.
And we have
Nas
been working
Nações
in that
Unidas e em
direction.
outros fóruns,
At the United
temos
Nations and
tentado
also
evitar o
elsewhere,
bloqueio dos canais de
we
diálogo,
have tried to avoid
causado pela
hampering
polarização em
the
torno do
channels of
conflito.
dialogue as a result of
É nesse
polarization
sentido que somos
around the
contra o
conflict.
isolamento diplomático e
Accordingly, we
econômico.
are against
As
diplomatic and
consequências do
economic
conflito já se faz
isolation.
sentir nos
The
preços mundiais de
effects of the
alimentos,
conflict
de
can already be
combustíveis
felt in
e
the
de outros
world
insumos.
prices of
Esses
foodstuffs,
impactos nos colocam colocam
fuel
a
and
todos
other
na
raw
contramão
materials.
dos
All of this
objetivos
impact
do
drives
desenvolvimento
us all
sustentável.
away from the
Países que
sustainable
se
development
apresentavam como
goals.
líderes da
Countries
economia de
that
baixo
once
carbono
presented themselves as
agora
leaders
passaram a
of the
usar
low
fontes
carbon
sujas
economy
de energia.
have now turned to
Isso
dirty sources
configura
of energy.
grave
This
retrocesso
is a
para o meio
serious
ambiente.
setback for the environment.
Apoiamos todos os
We
esforços para
support all
reduzir os
efforts to
impactos
reduce the
econômicos
economic
dessa
impacts
crise.
of this crisis.
Mas não
But
acreditamos
we do not believe that the best way is to adopt one-sided or unilateral and selective sanctions that are inconsistent with international law. These measures have harmed economic recovery and have threatened the human rights of vulnerable populations, including in European countries. The solution to the conflict in Ukraine will only be achieved through negotiation and dialogue. I make a plea to the parties as well as to the entire international community. Let us not miss any opportunity to end the conflict and ensure peace. The stability, security, and prosperity of humankind are at serious risk if the conflict continues. Mr. President, I have been an unconditional supporter of freedom of speech. Moreover, under my administration, Brazil has made an effort to bring the right to freedom of religion to the very core of the international human rights agenda. It is essential to ensure that everyone has the right to freely worship and practice their religious orientation without any discrimination whatsoever. I would like to inform here that Brazil is ready, stands ready to welcome the Catholic priests and nuns who have suffered persecution by the dictatorial regime in Nicaragua. Brazil repudiates religious persecution wherever it may occur in the world. Other fundamental values for Brazilian society with implications to the human rights agenda include the defense of family values, the right to life since conception, the right to self-defense, and the repudiation of gender ideology. I would also like to underscore the priority we have attached to women's rights and protection. Our efforts to sanction over 70 legal norms on the subject since the very beginning of my administration in 2019 is thorough evidence of this commitment. We fight violence against women very strictly. It is part and parcel of our broader priority to ensure public security and safety for all Brazilians. The results are visible in our government figures. A 7.7% drop in the number of murders of women and a decrease in the general number of deaths by murder. In 2017, there were 30 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. Now there are only 17. Violence in rural areas has also plummeted at the same time as land tenure by the most in need has increased. Under my administration, we have delivered 400,000 rural property land title deeds, 80% of which given to women. In Brazil, we work to ensure that we have strong, independent women so that they can get wherever they wish. First Lady Michelle Bolsonaro has given a new meaning to volunteer work since 2019, with special attention to people with disabilities and rare diseases. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, last September 7th, Brazil celebrated 200 years of history as an independent nation. Millions of Brazilians took to the streets, called upon by their government, and wearing the colors of their flag, our flag. It was the largest civic demonstration in the history of our country, a people that believes in God, the homeland, family, and freedom. Thank you all very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear the address by His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée
Mr.
Générale,
President of the General Assembly,
chers collègues,
dear colleagues,
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
Secretary
Mesdames,
General,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
distingués délégués,
distinguished delegates,
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
au nom de
on
l'Union
behalf
africaine,
of the African Union,
je remercie votre
I would
prédécesseur
like to express my thanks
et
to
vous
your
adresse
predecessor
tous nos vœux de succès
and wish you every
à la
success
présidence de
in
notre
the
session.
discharge of your duties.
Je renouvelle au secrétaire général Antonio
Reiterate our
Guterres
support to the Secretary
notre
General
soutien
Antonio Guterres
dans
as
l'exercice
he
de sa
carries
délicate
out
mission
his delicate
au
mission
service des États
in the
membres.
service of member states.
Depuis notre dernière session,
Since our last
le
session,
monde est
the
devenu plus
world has
dangereux
become more
et
dangerous
plus incertain
and more uncertain
sous l'emprise
under
combinée
the combined
du
grip
réchauffement climatique,
of global warming,
des périls sécuritaires
security
et
and
sanitaires,
health perils,
ainsi que de la guerre en
and
Ukraine.
the war in Ukraine.
Le thème de cette
The
session
theme
montre
of
à
this
quel point
session
il urge d'agir
reflects the
ensemble
urgent need to
pour
act together
apaiser
to
les
ease
tensions,
tensions,
soigner notre
to
planète,
heal our planet,
réduire les inégalités
reduce persistent
persistantes nord-sud
north-south
et
inequalities,
redonner sens au multilatéralisme.
and reinstate the
Le
importance
Conseil
of
de sécurité est
multilateralism.
interpellé
The Security
au
Council
premier chef
is called upon
afin qu'il traite de la même
to
manière
address this
toutes les menaces à la paix et à la
first and
sécurité
foremost, to make
internationale,
sure that all threats
y
to
compris
international peace and
en
security,
Afrique.
including in Africa,
Le terrorisme qui gagne du
are
terrain sur
handled
le
in the
continent
same way.
n'est pas
Terrorism,
qu'une
which is
affaire
gaining
africaine.
ground on the continent, is
C'est
not
une
just an
menace
African
globale
matter. It is a global
qui
threat
relève de la
that
responsabilité
falls under the
première
primary responsibility
Conseil,
of the Council,
garant du
as
mécanisme de
it is the
sécurité
guarantor
collective
of the
en
collective
vertu de la
security
charte de
mechanism
l'organisation.
under the charter of our organization.
Ainsi, invitons-nous le
We
Conseil
therefore
à mieux
urge the
s'engager avec
Council
nous
to engage
dans
more
la
with
lutte
us
contre le terrorisme
in the
en
fight
Afrique
against terrorism in
avec
Africa,
des mandats
and to
plus
do this
adaptés
with more
et
appropriate
des moyens
mandates
plus conséquents.
and more substantial resources.
En outre, l'Union africaine
Furthermore,
appelle
the African
une fois de
Union
plus
once again
à la levée des
calls
sanctions
for the
étrangères
lifting
contre le
of foreign
Zimbabwe.
sanctions against Zimbabwe.
Ces mesures sévères
These harsh
continuent de
measures
nourrir un sentiment
continue to fuel
d'injustice
a sense of
contre
injustice
tout un peuple
against an
et d'aggraver
entire
ses
people,
souffrances
and to
en ces temps
aggravate
de
their
crise
suffering
profonde.
in these times of deep
Au
crisis.
Proche-Orient. Nous
In the Middle
réitérons
East,
le droit du peuple
we
palestinien
reiterate the right
à
of the
un État
Palestinian
viable,
people to
coexistant
a viable
pacifiquement
state
avec
living
l'État d'Israël.
side by side in
Chacun
peace with the
à
state of
l'intérieur de
Israel,
frontières sûres
each within
et
secure
internationalement
and
reconnues.
internationally recognized borders.
Nous appelons
We call
à la désescalade
for a
et à la
de-escalation
cessation des
and a
hostilités
cessation of
en Ukraine
hostilities in Ukraine,
pour une solution négociée
as well as for a
afin
negotiated solution
d'éviter
to
le risque
avoid the
catastrophique
catastrophic
d'un
risk
conflit
of a
potentiellement
potentially
mondial.
global conflict.
La négociation
The
et la discussion sont les meilleures armes dont nous disposons.
negotiations and discussions
pour
are the
promouvoir
best
la paix.
tools we have to promote
Je lance
peace.
un appel
I launch an
pour la mise
appeal
en place
to
d'une mission de médiation de
together
haut niveau
a high-level mediation
à
mission
laquelle l'Union africaine est prête à apporter sa
to
contribution.
which the African Union stands ready
Près de
to contribute.
80 ans après la naissance du système
Nearly
des
80
Nations
years
Unies
after the birth
et des
of the
institutions de
United
Bretton Woods,
Nations system and the
il
Bretton
est
Woods
temps
institutions,
d'instaurer
it
une
is
gouvernance
time
mondiale
for
plus juste,
a fairer,
plus
more
inclusive
inclusive global
et
governance
plus adaptée
that
aux
is more
réalités de
adapted
notre temps.
to the realities of our time.
Il est temps de
It
vaincre
is
les
time to
réticences
overcome
et de construire
the
narratifs
reticence and to deconstruct
persistent
the
à
narratives
confiner
that
l'Afrique
persist
à la
in
marge des
confining
cercles
Africa
décisionnels.
to the margins of decision-making
Il est
circles.
temps
It is
de faire
time
droit à la juste et
to
légitime revendication
heed Africa's
africaine
just and
sur la réforme du
legitimate
Conseil
demand
de
for Security
sécurité
Council reform
telle que
as
reflétée dans le
reflected in
consensus
the
d'Iselweni.
Ezelwini consensus.
Dans le même
In
esprit,
the same vein,
je rappelle notre demande
I
d'octroi d'un siège à
reaffirm
l'Union
our
africaine
request for the African
au
Union to
sein
be
du
granted a
G20
seat in the
pour que
G20
l'Afrique
so
puisse
that
enfin
Africa can finally
se faire représenter
be represented
là où se prennent
where
les
decisions
décisions qui engagent
affect
1,4 milliard d'Africains.
1,4 Africans are being taken.
Je remercie chaleureusement
I
les
would like to
partenaires
extend my
qui nous ont
warmest
déjà
thanks to the
exprimé leur
partners
soutien
who have already
et
expressed their
invite les
support
autres
and invite
à
others
considérer favorablement
to give
notre
favorable
candidature.
consideration to our candidacy.
Au titre de la gouvernance économique et financière,
With respect to economic and financial
j'attire
governance, I
l'attention
draw
de l'Assemblée
the
générale
attention of the General
sur le
Assembly
rapport 2022
to the
sur le financement du développement durable
2022 Financing for
réalisé par
Sustainable
une
Development
soixantaine
report,
d'institutions
produced by some
multilatérales dont
60
le Fonds monétaire
multilateral
international,
institutions, including
la
the
Banque mondiale,
IMF, the
le
World
Comité
Bank,
de Bâle,
the Basel
sur la
Committee on
supervision
Banking
bancaire,
Supervision,
l'Association
the
internationale
International
des
Association
régulateurs de
of
l'assurance
Insurance
et le
Regulators,
Conseil de
and
stabilité
the
financière.
Financial Stability Board.
Ce rapport
This report
relève les insuffisances
highlights
dans les procédés
shortcomings
d'évaluation
in the
des
assessment
agences
processes
de notation
of credit rating
et
agencies
souligne
and
l'importance
underlines
d'appliquer
the
des
importance
méthodologies
of
transparentes
transparent methodologies
afin de ne pas
so
miner la
as
confiance
not to
dans les
undermine
notations.
confidence in ratings.
Nous sommes préoccupés
We are
par le
concerned
fait
by the fact
que la perception
that the
du risque en
perception
Afrique
of risk
continue
in
d'être
Africa
plus élevée que le
continues
risque
to be
réel,
higher than the
ce qui
actual
renchérit les
risk,
primes d'assurance
which increases the
et
cost of
pénalise la
insurance premiums
compétitivité
and
de nos
undermines
économies.
the competitiveness of our
C'est
economies.
pourquoi
And this is why
l'Afrique renouvelle
Africa
sa
is
proposition
renewing its
au
proposal
groupe de réponse à la
to
crise
the
mondiale sur
Global Crisis
l'alimentation,
Response Group
l'énergie et
on
les
food,
finances,
energy and finance
afin qu'il engage,
to engage
en rapport avec le
in
G20,
conjunction with the
le FMI
G20,
et la
the
Banque mondiale,
IMF and the World
un
Bank
dialogue
in a
constructif
constructive dialogue
avec les agences de
with the
notation
ratings agencies
sur l'amélioration
on
de leurs
improving
méthodes
their
de
working
travail et d'évaluation.
and assessment methods.
Dans le même esprit,
In the same spirit,
face à l'ampleur inédite de la
given
crise
the
économique
unprecedented
mondiale,
scale of the global
l'Union
economic
africaine
crisis,
réitère son
the
appel
African Union
pour la
reiterates its
réallocation
call
partielle
for the
des droits
partial
de tirage
reallocation
spéciaux,
of special drawing
si
rights
nécessaire pour les pays en développement dans un
So
premier temps,
needed for
et
the
la mise en
developing
œuvre de
countries first
l'initiative du
and
G20
foremost, and the implementation
de suspension
of the
du service de la
G20
dette.
debt service suspension
Ce choc,
initiative.
mesdames et messieurs, sans précédent,
Ladies and gentlemen, the
fragilise
unprecedented
davantage les
shock
économies les plus
further
faibles
destabilizes the
et
weakest
rend encore
economies
plus pressant
and makes
leurs
their
besoins
need
en liquidité
for liquidity ever
pour
more
atténuer
pressing,
les effets
so as to
de
mitigate
l'inflation
the effects
généralisée
of widespread
et
inflation
soutenir les ménages
and support
et les couches
the
sociales
most
les plus vulnérables,
vulnerable households
notamment
and social
les
strata,
jeunes et les
especially
femmes.
the young people and women.
S'y ajoute
In
la
addition to
prise en
that,
charge des
there is
urgences
the need
sanitaires
to
nouvelles ou
address
anciennes,
new and old
dont
health
le
emergencies,
cancer.
including cancer,
le cancer, un tueur
the
silencieux
silent killer
qui continue de
that
faire des
continues
millions
to
de
claim
victimes
millions
à
of
travers le monde.
lives across the world.
J'appelle à la
I call
mobilisation
For
en faveur de
a
la
general
campagne
mobilization
Race of Hope
in favor
de l'Agence
of the
internationale de l'énergie atomique
International Atomic
pour le
Energy
renforcement
Agency's
des
Ray of
capacités
Hope campaign
des pays
to
membres
strengthen the capacities of
africains en
member countries,
particulier dans la
particularly
lutte
in Africa,
contre le cancer
in the fight against
grâce aux
cancer,
technologies
using
nucléaires
nuclear
telles que
technologies
l'imagerie
such
médicale,
as medical
la
imaging,
médecine nucléaire et
nuclear
la
medicine,
radiothérapie.
and radiotherapy.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr.
Mesdames et
President,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
à quelques semaines de la COP27 de
with the
Sharm el-Sheikh,
COP27
en
in
Égypte,
Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, only
l'Afrique
a few
renouvelle son
weeks away,
attachement
Africa
à
reiterates
l'accord de
its
Paris sur le
commitment
climat.
to the Paris Climate Agreement.
En même temps,
At the
nous
same
souhaitons
time,
parvenir
We wish
à un consensus
to reach a
pour une
consensus
transition énergétique
for a
juste et
fair
équitable,
and equitable
comme
energy
ce fut le
transition,
cas
as
au sommet
was
Afrique-Europe
called for at the
de
Africa
février
Europe
dernier,
Summit last February,
à la session
at
élargie du
the
sommet du
enlarged
G7
session of the
en juin et récemment
G7 Summit in
au Forum
June,
de
and
Rotterdam sur le
recently
financement
at the
de
Africa
l'adaptation en
Adaptation
Afrique.
Finance Forum in Rotterdam.
Il est légitime et
It
juste
is legitimate,
et équitable
fair,
que
and
l'Afrique,
equitable that Africa,
continent le plus
the
en
continent
retard sur le
that
processus d'industrialisation, continent le moins pollueur,
pollutes the least and
il est
lags
donc juste que
furthest
l'Afrique exploite ses
behind
ressources
in the industrialization
disponibles
process,
pour
should
disposer
exploit
d'une
its
énergie de
available
base
resources to provide
afin
basic
d'améliorer la
energy
compétitivité
so as to
de son
improve the
économie
competitiveness of its
et
economy
réaliser l'accès
and
universel
achieve
à
universal
l'électricité.
access to electricity.
Je rappelle
I will recall
qu'à ce jour,
that today,
plus de 600 millions
more than
d'Africains
600 million
vivent encore
Africans
sans électricité.
still live without electricity.
Travaillons également
Let us
à la
also
réalisation de
work
l'objectif
towards the goal
de 100 milliards de
of
dollars par
mobilizing
an
$100
en
billion
appui
per
aux
year
efforts
to
d'adaptation
support
des pays en
developing
développement
countries' adaptation
et au
efforts
financement
and
du
to
programme
finance
d'accélération
the
de
African
l'adaptation en
Adaptation
Afrique
Acceleration Program
sous l'égide de la
under
Banque
the
africaine de
auspices
développement
of the African
et du
Development Bank
Centre mondial
and
pour
the Global
l'adaptation.
Center for Adaptation.
Au demeurant, nous considérons le
Moreover,
financement
we
de
see adaptation
l'adaptation
funding not as
non comme de
aid,
l'aide, mais comme une
but rather
contribution des pays
as a
industrialisés
contribution
à un
by
partenariat
industrialized
mondial
countries to a global
solidaire
partnership of
en
solidarity
contrepartie
in return
des efforts
for
que
efforts
fournissent les pays en
made
développement
by developing
pour
countries
éviter les
to
schémas pollueurs
avoid the polluting
qui ont
patterns
plongé la
that
planète
have
dans
plunged
l'état
the planet
d'urgence
into
climatique
the current
actuel.
climate emergency.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
au-delà des urgences
over and
conjoncturelles,
above the current
je suis
emergencies,
venu
I
porter
have come
le message
to
d'un
convey the
continent
message of a continent
déterminé à travailler
determined
avec
to work
tous ses
with
partenaires
all of its partners
dans une éthique
in a
relationnelle de
relational
dialogue
ethic
confiant
of a
et de respect
dialogue
réciproque.
of confidence and trust and
Je suis
mutual
venu dire
respect.
que l'Afrique
I have come to say
assez
that
subi
Africa has
le
suffered
fardeau de l'histoire,
enough of the burden
qu'elle
of
ne veut
history,
pas être le
that
foyer
it
d'une
does
nouvelle
not
guerre froide,
want to be the place
mais
of a
plutôt
new
un
Cold
pôle
War,
de
but
stabilité
rather a pole of
et
stability
d'opportunité
and
ouvert
opportunity
à tous ses
open to
partenaires
all of its partners
sur une base
on
mutuellement
a mutually
bénéfique.
beneficial basis.
Je suis venu
I
dire
have come
que
to
nous
say
n'ignorons
that
pas
we do not
l'Afrique des
ignore
problèmes
that Africa,
qu'il faut pacifier
faced with
et
challenges
stabiliser.
which need to be
Mais je suis également venu
pacified and
dire
stabilized.
que nous avons
But I have also come
aussi
to say
l'Afrique des
that we also
solutions
have Africa
avec ses
as a
30
provider
millions de
of
kilomètres
solutions
carrés,
with an
ses
area
ressources
of
humaines,
30 million square
plus de
kilometers,
60%
its
des
human
terres arables
resources,
du monde,
with its more than
ses
60% of
richesses
the world's
minières,
arable
forestières,
land, its mineral,
hydriques et
forest,
énergétiques.
water, and energy resources.
Oui, l'Afrique,
Yes,
oui, nous avons
we have
l'Afrique des solutions,
the Africa of solutions,
avec des gouvernements
with
à la tâche,
governments
au
on the
quotidien,
job, on
une jeunesse
a daily
vibrante,
basis. We have
qui
vibrant
innove,
and creative young
entreprend
people
et
who
réussit.
innovate, who are
Des millions
entrepreneurial
d'hommes
and
et de
who
femmes qui
succeed.
travaillent
We have
dur
millions of men
pour
and
nourrir,
women who work hard
éduquer,
to
soigner
feed,
leurs familles,
educate, and care for their
qui
families,
investissent,
who invest,
créent
who create
de la
wealth,
richesse et génèrent des
and who
emplois.
generate jobs.
Cette Afrique des
This
solutions
Africa of
souhaite
solutions
engager
wants
avec
to
tous ses partenaires
engage with all
des
of its
rapports
partners
réinventés
in a reinvented
qui
relationship
transcendent le
that
préjugé
transcends the
selon
prejudice
lequel
that
qui n'est pas avec moi
whoever is not
est
with me
contre moi.
is against me.
Nous voulons un
We want a
multilatéralisme ouvert
multilateralism that is open
et respectueux
and
de
respectful
nos
of our
différences,
differences,
parce que le système
because
des
the
Nations
United
Unies,
Nations system,
né sur les cendres de
born
la
out
guerre,
of the ashes of war,
ne peut emporter
can
l'adhésion
only
de
win
tous
the support
que
of
sur la
one
base
and all
d'idéaux
on the
partagés
basis of shared
et
ideals
non de valeurs
and
locales
not local values
érigées
erected
en normes
as
universelles.
universal norms.
C'est en collaborant dans le
It is
respect
by
de
working
nos différences
together,
que
respecting our
nous
differences,
redonnerons force
that
et
we will
vitalité
restore the strength
à la
and
raison d'être des
vitality
Nations
of the
Unies,
United Nations raison
c'est-à-dire
d'être,
préserver
which is to
les
save
générations
present
actuelles et
and
futures
future generations
du fléau de la
from the
guerre,
scourge of war,
promouvoir
to
la cohabitation
advance
pacifique
the peaceful
des peuples
coexistence of peoples,
et favoriser
and to
le
foster
progrès
progress
en instaurant
by
de meilleures
creating
conditions de vie
better living
pour tous.
conditions for all.
Je souhaite plein
I
succès
wish the
aux
77th
travaux de la
session of the
77e
General
session
Assembly
de l'Assemblée
every
générale. Je vous
success.
remercie de votre
I
aimable
thank you
attention.
for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you very
señor
much.
presidente, señor secretario
President,
general,
Secretary General,
estimadas y estimados jefes y jefas de
distinguished
Estado
heads
y de
of
gobierno,
state and government,
a todos los distinguidos invitados del día de hoy.
guests.
Es para mí un honor poder
For me,
estar con
it is
ustedes
an
en esta
honor
Asamblea
to be
General
able to
por
be
primera
with
vez.
you at this General Assembly for the first time
Vengo de
today. I come from
Es un
Chile,
hermoso país
beautiful
situado en el
country,
sur, en el extremo sur
located
de América,
in the extreme south
entre
of
la
the
cordillera de los
Americas,
Andes, que es la columna de nuestro
between
continente,
the Andes
y el
mountain
majestuoso
range,
e imponente
the
Océano
backbone of the
Pacífico.
continent, and the
Un
majestic,
país
breathtaking
que
Pacific
tiene una
Ocean.
geografía
A
diversa,
country with a
y paisajes
diverse
conmovedores,
geography and
en
stunning
donde conviven
landscapes,
juntos
where
los cielos
side
más
by
claros
side we have
con los mares
the
más
clearest
tempestuosos,
skies and the
el
stormiest
desierto
seas,
más seco,
the driest
con
desert
ciudades hechas de lluvia.
alongside
El
cities made
pueblo
of
chileno,
rain.
como quizás algunos de ustedes conocen,
The people of
es
Chile,
trabajador
as
y
you may
solidario.
know, is hardworking
Gracias a su
and
esfuerzo,
caring.
hemos
Thanks
pasado
to
en algo más de
our
2 siglos
efforts, in just
de
over
ser la
2
colonia más pobre de
centuries,
España en
we
América
have gone
a
from
ser
being
un país
the coldest,
independiente, libre,
poorest
soberano
rather,
y pujante.
colony of Spain on the
Un
continent
país
to a
con
thriving,
tremendas oportunidades
independent,
que hoy
free,
está
sovereign
a
country.
las puertas de un
A
desarrollo
country with
integral
enormous
y que
opportunities
estamos trabajando
today
que
at the
sea para
gates of
todos y
comprehensive
no para unos
development.
pocos.
And we are working for this
Un país
development to be
que
for
tiene
all,
cobre y
not just
litio.
for a few.
Para la electromovilidad. Un país con hidrógeno verde en
Country
desarrollo
that has
para proveer
lithium
de
for
energías limpias al mundo.
energy, the means
Un
of
país con
providing
largas
clean
costas
energies
y
to the
áreas
world,
marinas
a
protegidas
country with long
para cuidar
coasts
al medio
and
ambiente.
protected marine areas
También con
to
universidades
care
de
for the
primer nivel
environment,
para
with
crear
the
y
top-level
compartir
universities to
conocimiento.
create and share
Vengo a
knowledge.
decirles, estimados
I
colegas,
have come to tell you,
que
dear colleagues,
Chile necesita al
that
mundo
Chile
y
needs
el
the
mundo
world.
también necesita a Chile.
The world needs Chile too.
Pero como ustedes saben, y ha
But as
quedado
you are
claro en los
aware,
discursos que nos han
and
antecedido,
as has been clear in
vivimos en una
the
época de
speeches
profundas
that went
incertidumbres y
before my
sobresaltos,
own, we
en la que es
live
claro
in
que no
an era
existen
of
naciones, estando
uncertainty
todas aquí
and
representadas,
shocks.
que
It
sean
is clear
aisladas
that
o inmunes
no
a
country here
los sobresaltos.
is
a
isolated
lo que
from
acontece a
or
nivel global.
immune to global
Y en
shocks
esto nuestro
or
país, por
events.
cierto, no es la excepción.
And Chile is no exception.
Así,
Thus,
la guerra de agresión, la
Russia's
injusta guerra
war,
de agresión
Russia's unfair
desatada por
war
Rusia en
of
Ucrania,
aggression on Ukraine,
pueblo al que le expresamos
a
nuestra
nation
solidaridad,
to which we express our
empujó
solidarity,
al alza el precio de los
pushed up
combustibles
fuel
y
prices
causó
and led to
desabastecimiento de granos y
shortages of grain and
fertilizantes,
fertilizer,
causando
with a
un
strong
fuerte
impact
impacto en nuestra economía
on
y de seguro,
our
también
economy,
en las de muchos de ustedes.
and certainly
También,
of many of your
Y
countries
aunque
as well.
esto cueste a veces hablarlo, la guerra comercial entre Estados Unidos y China, desatada en 2018 bajo la administración anterior de Trump, como también la pandemia, desestabilizaron la economía global y afectaron también la nuestra, como seguro también la de ustedes. En otra dimensión, la crisis humanitaria en Venezuela,
On another
producto de
level,
ya
the
su
humanitarian
prolongada
crisis
crisis
in
política,
Venezuela, which
ha generado un flujo
is a
migratorio que
product
es
of its
inédito en
extended
nuestra
political
región y en
crisis,
nuestro país,
has
poniendo una
generated
presión
an
tremenda
unprecedented flow
sobre
of
nuestras
migration
instituciones
in our
y
region
nuestra
and in
sociedad.
our country, putting enormous
Por
pressure
último,
on our society and
como
institutions.
seguramente muchos de
Lastly,
ustedes están viviendo,
as many of you
la crisis
are
climática afecta con
experiencing,
particular
the
fuerza
climate
a nuestro
crisis
continente americano,
is particularly
a nuestro
affecting
continente americano y también
our
en particular al
continent, the
Caribe
Americas, especially the
y a los
Caribbean.
sistemas de vida de nuestra
It
gente.
also affects
En
the
Chile, de hecho,
life
cumplimos con
systems of
7
our
de los
people.
9 criterios de
Chile
vulnerabilidad
meets
establecidos por las
7
Naciones
of
Unidas,
the
por
9
nosotros mismos.
United Nations
Áreas de borde costero
vulnerability
de baja
criteria.
altura, zonas áridas y
low
semiáridas,
level coasts,
zonas de bosque,
arid and semi-arid
propensión a los
areas,
desastres naturales,
forests,
sequía y
propension to
desertificación,
natural
zonas urbanas con
disasters,
contaminación
drought,
atmosférica y
floods.
ecosistemas montañosos. Sin
Mountain
embargo, nuestro país,
ecosystems,
como seguramente
and
muchos de
urban
los de
areas.
ustedes,
But our
muchos de los del
country,
sur global,
as many of yours,
produce
many
y
of
es
the global
responsable
south,
de una parte de las
of
emisiones globales del
greenhouse
efecto
gas
invernadero.
emissions. In our case, it's
Mientras
only
los países de las economías más grandes del G20, como nos recordaba el
24%, while the
secretario
largest
general,
economies of the
produce el
G20,
80%
as the Secretary
de los
General
gases
has
con
just
efecto
mentioned,
invernadero.
produce 80% of greenhouse gases.
Como resulta evidente,
It is
en
clear
estos días ningún país, sea grande, pequeño,
nowadays that
humilde
no
o poderoso,
country,
puede
large or
pretender
small,
salvarse solo.
humble or powerful, can
Mientras
save
preparaba en mi
itself
país este discurso,
on its own.
pensaba cómo en medio
As I was
de
preparing
tantos
this
discursos de
speech, I was
seguro
thinking
muy interesantes contando la realidad específica
how,
de cada país,
the
podía
many
aportar
interesting
con un
speeches
pequeño
telling
grano de
about the
arena
reality of each
a la
country
construcción de un
could be
mundo más justo
contributed
posible.
to from Chile with its
Y
small part
consciente
in
de que
building
no soy
the
quien
best possible world.
para dar lecciones
And
sobre
with the
cada uno de los
awareness
problemas
that
que
it is
vive
not
el
my
mundo
place
convulso en el que
to
habitamos,
teach anybody
pensé
about the
que
problems in
contarles
the
nuestra
world,
experiencia
I
reciente como
thought
país
that telling you about
puede
our
servir
recent
a quien quiera
experience
escuchar
as a country could be
para
useful
sacar vuestros propios
to
aprendizajes.
those who are interested to
Chile vive actualmente un intenso proceso
derive
político.
their own lessons.
Hace casi 3 años
Chile
debimos
is
hacer frente
currently
a una grave crisis
experiencing
política y
an
social.
intense political process.
Durante aquellos días,
Almost 3
una
years
gran
ago, we
mayoría de
faced
chilenas
a
y
major
chilenos
political and
manifestó
social
su malestar
crisis.
frente a la
During those
desigualdad y los
days,
abusos.
a great majority of
Su
Chilean
indignación
people
frente a las largas esperas para
peacefully
recibir atención en la salud
expressed their
pública.
discontent with
Su
inequality
hastío
and
frente a las
abuse,
millonarias
their
deudas por
pain
estudiar.
at the long waits to receive
Su
public
rechazo
health care,
a las
their
pensiones de
frustration
miseria
at
después de largos años de
the
trabajo.
million-dollar debts
Es
incurred
quizás
as students,
una historia
their
conocida
refusal to
para muchos de
accept
ustedes.
miserly pensions, pensions
Dentro de
that are
pocos
a
meses
mere pittance after long years of work.
se cumplirán 50 años
In a few months,
desde
we will
que el
celebrate
presidente Salvador
50
Allende,
years
desde esta misma
since
testera que
President
tengo el
Salvador
honor
Allende,
estar hoy día,
who spoke to this
diera
very
cuenta de los
assembly
importantes cambios
from
sociales y
this
políticos que
very
vivía nuestro
podium
país.
about the major
Porque somos un país
social
que
and
lleva largo
political
tiempo
changes
buscando su
that
camino
Chile was
propio hacia
going
la
through
dignidad.
at a time. Chile is a
bien
country
durante los
that
gobiernos
has
democráticos
for a long time
de los
sought the
últimos
path
30 años
towards dignity.
se redujo
And
notablemente la
although
pobreza y hubo
during
importantes
the
avances en materia
democratic governments of
social,
the past 30
resulta
years, there was a
indesmentible
remarkable
que el
decrease in
modelo de
poverty
desarrollo que adoptamos en Chile
and
ha
progress
mantenido
on
una
the
alta
social front.
concentración de la
It is
riqueza,
undeniable
llevándonos a ser uno,
that
y
the
esto nos
Chilean
duele,
development model
nos duele, colegas,
has
uno de los
kept
países
a
más
high
desiguales del mundo.
concentration of wealth, leading us to be, and this is
Esta
painful,
desigualdad,
one of the most
como de
unequal
seguro también
countries
pasa
in the
en
world.
muchas de las naciones en vías de
This
desarrollo,
inequality,
ha
as is
obstaculizado
the case in many developing
nuestro camino al
nations,
desarrollo,
has obstructed
pero no
our
solo
path
eso,
towards development.
es una amenaza latente para
Not
la
only
democracia,
that, it is an inherent
pues
threat
fractura
to
la
democracy
sociedad misma,
because
destruye la cohesión
it,
social y por lo tanto
breaks
termina
society
siendo un
apart. It
impedimento para
destroys
entendernos
social
y construir
cohesion,
juntos y
and
juntas
it therefore
un devenir
hampers
que sea más libre y
understanding
más justo.
and building a freer,
El
more
estallido
fair
social
future
que
together.
viviera Chile
The
en
social
2019
upheaval Chile
dejó perplejos a muchos
experienced in
observadores, algunos de
2019
ustedes, que
left
preguntaban qué
many
está pasando
observers
en este país,
puzzled,
y también
wondering what was
algunos actores de la vida
happening in
nacional.
our country.
Y es que a muchos
And it,
les llamó la atención
it
que un país que ha
even
logrado
left many observers
índices
and
importantes de crecimiento
stakeholders of
económico y de
Chilean
desarrollo
life,
humano que dan cuenta de
astonished.
importantes mejoras en la calidad de vida de su
And
población,
the fact is that
se haya
many
visto
were
enfrentado a la
struck
vez
by the
a una
fact
crisis tan profunda.
that a country that
Desgraciadamente,
had such high indices
lo que ocurrió en mi
of
patria no fue
economic
casual,
growth and human
no fue casualidad,
development, showing
sino la consecuencia de
major improvements
innumerables
in the quality of
historias
life
de
of this
dolor y
population should have
postergación
faced such a
que se
deep
fueron
crisis.
incubando y afectando el
But
corazón
what
mismo de
happened
nuestra sociedad.
to my country is no coincidence.
Y
It
quiero
was the
decirles
result
que
of
aquello,
innumerable episodes of pain and
aunque
postponement,
no se
which
espere,
simmered and
puede
then
pasar
struck
en sus
at the
países
very
también.
heart of our society.
Por eso los quiero invitar
And I want to
a
point out that this
anticiparse,
can
a
happen in your
anticiparnos
countries as
todos
well.
juntos
That is why
en la búsqueda de una
I
mayor
invite you
justicia
to
social,
plan ahead in the search for
distribuir de
greater
mejor manera la
social
riqueza y el
justice,
poder
to better
debe ir de la mano
distribute
con un
wealth
crecimiento
and power.
sostenible. Y
This should
tengo la
go
profunda
hand in
convicción
hand
que
with
espero que sea
sustainable growth.
compartida
And
de
I
que
am
aquello
deeply
es
convinced that
posible.
it can be
Y es
shared and it
urgente.
is possible. Indeed, it is urgent.
Desgraciadamente, debo decirlo porque acá uno no puede
I
solamente
have
venir
to
a hablar
say
de las
this
cosas
because we cannot only
buenas.
come to talk about
Este
the good
descontento
things that
se
are
manifestó
happening.
también
This discontent
en
also
graves episodios de
expressed
violencia,
itself through
como la
major
inaceptable
episodes
quema de estaciones de
of
metro
violence, such as
y
the
la
unacceptable
vandalización de centros
burning
cívicos.
of subway
Y por otro lado,
stations and vandalizing
fuimos testigos de
civic
una represión
buildings.
descontrolada
And we also
que terminó con
witnessed an
muertes,
uncontrolled
heridos
level of
y más de
repression, which led to
400
deaths,
personas víctimas de
injuries,
trauma ocular
and over
producto de la
400
acción del
people
Estado, lo que
were
constituye,
victims of eye
desde el punto de vista de
injuries,
nuestro
which was
gobierno
the
y de
result of state
organismos
action,
internacionales
which
de derechos
is, from
humanos,
the point of view of our
en
government,
una grave
and,
violación a los derechos
other-
humanos
and
que
of,
debe ser
international
reparada y así lo será.
organizations, a severe violation of human rights,
Fue,
which must
estimados
be
colegas, una larga historia de
repaired.
injusticias la que se expresó en nuestro país en diciembre
It must be made up for.
en
This
octubre
long
del
history
2019.
of injustice
Pero también, y esto es lo lindo,
found
de
its
cómo las
voice in
historias
October
son
of
más largas que
2019.
nosotros mismos,
But also,
quienes
and
hoy
this
día
is a
ocupamos
good
estos
thing
puestos,
about it, the
también
long
fue la historia
history
larga de la movilización
of
ciudadana y las luchas sociales. Esa que
civil
permitió
mobilization
el retorno
and
a la
social
democracia, el
struggle, which
reencuentro de
made
los
it
demócratas,
possible
como dijera el
to
presidente Elwin
return
a fines del
to
siglo pasado,
democracy
o la que en los
and,
albores del siglo
the
XX
return of
permitió avanzar en
Democrats, as
derechos para
President
los
Elwin
trabajadores y
said at the end of the
trabajadoras.
past century,
En las manifestaciones del
was the
2019
same struggle
también
which made it
estaban las
possible
mujeres del siglo pasado
at the
que
beginning of the
avanzaron,
20th
pese a
century,
todo,
to
hacia el
make
derecho a
progress
voto
in rights
femenino.
for workers.
Nos acompañaron el recuerdo de los obreros que lograron el derecho al
Present
descanso
at the
y los
peaceful
cobradores
demonstrations of
que lucharon y
2019
siguen
were the
luchando
women of
por
the
una
previous
vivienda
century
digna.
who made
Son todas
progress
esas memorias
in
y
gaining
luchas
the right
sociales
to vote, the
las que estuvieron
workers
presentes.
who
Y
earned
los valores
the
detrás de
right
este profundo
to
malestar, la igualdad, la justicia,
leave,
la libertad,
and
no
the
son ajenos a un
settlers
reclamo que
who
cada vez
fought
con más frecuencia vemos
for
en el mundo
decent
y
housing.
en esta
All
tercera.
of these memories and social
La
struggles
protección y
manifested
promoción de los
themselves
derechos
there.
humanos en
The
cualquier parte y
protection
por cualquier
of
régimen,
human rights anywhere
trabajo
by any
decente,
regime,
la protección social
decent
universal,
work,
la lucha contra la crisis
social
climática
protection, and the
son
struggle
demandas
against
universales
climate
que son el
change
foco de nuestra
are
agenda en
universal
común,
demands which are the
liderada
focus of our
por nuestro
common
secretario
agenda,
general
led by the Secretary
Antonio
General of
Guterres
this
y de
organization,
los objetivos del
Antonio
desarrollo
Guterres,
sostenible.
and of the Sustainable Development
Estimados
Goals.
líderes del mundo,
These are the values behind this
la
deep
salida
unrest.
para caminar
equality,
en la solución
justice,
pacífica y
and
democrática de la crisis que vive nuestro país
Distinguished leaders of the
fue
world,
un acuerdo importante entre las
the way
principales fuerzas
forward
políticas
to
que
the
permitió la elaboración de una ruta
peaceful,
hacia la redacción de una nueva
democratic
constitución,
resolution of the crisis
una que fuera
our
capaz
country
de sentar las
experienced was
bases
an
de un nuevo
agreement
contrato social.
between the
Esta ruta,
major political forces which
impulsada
made
por
it
la
possible
sociedad
to draw
chilena
up
desde la
a
protesta y la lucha
roadmap
social
towards drafting a
y
new
encauzada
constitution,
políticamente
one
por
which made it
diversas
possible to
instituciones,
establish the basis of a new
fue refrendada
social
por un
contract,
plebiscito de entrada
making
en
a
donde
democratic
un
response
80%,
possible
un 80%
to the
de los
demands
votantes se
of
manifestó
the
a favor de una
citizens.
nueva constitución
This
escrita por un
road
órgano especialmente
opened
electo
by
para
Chilean
aquello.
society
Y el
through
desafío
protest and
no es
social
menor.
struggle, and
Consiste en
then
lograr, como
politically
nunca antes
channeled
en
by the
nuestra
various
historia, una
institutions,
constitución
was
democrática, escrita con participación ciudadana,
expressed through
con participación de los
plebiscite
pueblos
in
indígenas
October
y
2019,
con
where 80%
paridad
of
entre
voters
hombres y
spoke in
mujeres.
favor of a new written
Una
constitution
constitución para
by a
todos y
specially
todas,
elected
pero
body
también
to do so.
hecha por
This is a
todos y
major
todas.
challenge. It consists of
Hace algunas
achieving,
semanas, sin
as never
embargo,
before in history,
el trabajo
a
realizado por
democratic
la Convención
constitution written
Constitucional
with citizen
entre
participation
2021
of
y
indigenous
2022
and gender parity, a
fue
constitution
sometido a
for
consulta
everybody,
ciudadana a través de un
written
plebiscito
by everybody.
en que los
A
chilenos
few
y
weeks
chilenas
ago,
participaron de
the
nuevo
work of the
masivamente, un
Constitutional Convention was
85% de participación.
subjected to
Y
consultation
en este
through
evento
plebiscite,
electoral,
in which there
los
was a
ciudadanos
massive
rechazaron
participation,
de manera clara
85%.
la propuesta.
But
por un 62
this
contra un
led to a
38%.
clear rejection of the
Por lo que hoy
proposal,
como país estamos
62
buscando
against
nuevas fórmulas
38%.
para construir
Thus,
ese lugar
today
de
we are
encuentro
seeking new
entre
formulas
todos los
to
chilenos y
build
chilenas.
the meeting place for
Mi
all
opción
Chileans.
personal en
My
ese
personal
plebiscito
option
fue de aprobar
in
la
this
propuesta que nos hacía la
plebiscite
convención,
was to approve
pero el
the
resultado fue el
proposal
contrario.
for a new constitution, but
Algunos
the result was the
Han
opposite.
querido ver el resultado del
Some
plebiscito como una
Want
derrota
to
del
see the
gobierno.
result of the plebiscite
Y
as a
con
defeat
toda
for the
humildad
government.
quiero hoy día decirles
And
a
with
estas
great
Naciones Unidas
humility, I wish to tell
que
you
nunca un
today
gobierno puede
that
sentirse
a
derrotado cuando el
government
pueblo se
can
pronuncia.
never feel defeated
En
when the
democracia,
people speak.
la palabra
In
popular
a
es soberana
democracy,
y la
the
guía para todo
word
momento.
popular is
Pero ¿por qué
sovereign
les
and is
hablo de
a
esto?
guide for any
Porque a
government.
diferencia del pasado,
Why am I telling you
en
about
que las
this?
diferencias en Chile
Because
fueron
unlike in
resueltas
the
a sangre y
past,
fuego,
when
hoy
differences in Chile were
las chilenas y los chilenos
settled
acordamos
through blood and
enfrentar
fire,
de manera democrática
today
nuestros desafíos.
Chileans have agreed to
Y se los
face our
cuento
challenges
porque estoy
in a
seguro que uno de
democratic
los
fashion.
principales
And I'm
desafíos de la
telling you
humanidad
about
hoy
this
día
because I'm certain
es el de
that one
construir
of the major
democracias que de
challenges
verdad le
for
hablen y le
humanity
escuchen a la
today
gente
is that
y
of
que acepten
building
los resultados cuando no
democracies
son los
that
esperados.
really talk to and listen
Quienes
to
asistimos
citizens.
a esta asamblea tenemos el deber
Those who are
de
here at this
mejorar
assembly
nuestras
have the
democracias.
duty of improving our democracies.
Durante las multitudinarias jornadas de movilización,
During the long
la palabra
days
dignidad
of
se hizo
citizen
presente.
mobilization, the word
Pues
dignity
bien, este mismo
was
pueblo
often heard.
se acaba de expresar dándonos una
The
lección de
Chilean
democracia
people
que
have
tomamos.
just expressed giving us a lesson in
Chile le ha
democracy,
exigido a su
which we are
democracia y a
learning.
sus actores
Chile has
políticos
called
estar
on
a la
its
altura de sus
democracy and
demandas y el
political actors
desafío de hoy,
to
que
rise
queremos
to
nosotros
the
estar también
challenges that we
a
have
la altura de
today.
ellas.
And we must
Como gobierno,
meet their
hemos recogido los
expectations.
resultados del
As a
reciente
government,
plebiscito
we
con los
have
ojos y el
received the
corazón
results of
bien
the
abiertos.
recent plebiscite with
Queremos
open
escuchar
eyes
lo
and
que el pueblo nos
hearts.
está
We
diciendo,
want to hear what
porque
the people
confiamos en
is
su
telling
criterio
us.
y
We
confiamos en
trust
su voluntad.
their
Y hay
opinions,
cosas que hemos
we
entendido muy
trust
claramente y que
their
quiero
will,
brevemente compartir con
and
ustedes.
there are things I want to share very
resultados
quickly with you.
Son la expresión de
The
una ciudadanía
results
que demanda cambios
are
sin poner en
the
riesgo sus
expression
logros
of a
presentes.
citizenry that
Y quiere un
calls for
mejor
change
futuro,
without putting its
construido con
current
seriedad y sin
achievements at
caer en nuevas
risk.
inseguridades.
Citizens who
Un
want a
futuro de
better
cambio
future
con estabilidad.
built without
Y
creating
hemos
new
entendido también,
insecurities,
y
a
esto como
future of
joven,
change with
que hace
stability.
pocos años estaba en la calle en
As a
las
young
protestas,
person who was on
que
the street
representar el
protesting
malestar
not very long
es
ago,
mucho más sencillo que
I can
producir
tell
las
you
soluciones
that
para esto.
representing unrest is a lot
Y
easier
quienes
than
nos
producing
dedicamos a la
solutions.
exigente tarea de la
Those of
política,
us devoted to the
muchas veces
demanding work
confundimos
of
con
politics
facilidad
easily
los éxitos
confuse
que
our
podemos tener
success
como voceros de la
as
molestia ciudadana
spokespeople
con nuestra
for
real capacidad de ser
citizenries
constructores
with
de
our
mejores
real
futuros.
ability to build a better
Y el
future.
resultado del plebiscito en nuestro
The
país
plebiscite
nos ha
results in
enseñado
Chile have
a
taught
ser
us
más
to be
humildes. La
humble.
democracia debe ser humilde
Democracy
y
must be
asumir que la
humble.
construcción del Chile que
They
soñamos
made us
no está
realize
en las recetas de ningún
that
sector en particular,
building the
sino
Chile
en la
we
síntesis
dream of,
que podamos hacer combinando lo
in
mejor
building the
que
Chile
cada
we
uno
dream
puede
of,
aportar.
no given sector has a recipe. Rather, it
Así
is
se
a dish
gobierna en el
made
siglo
up of the
XXI,
best each one of us has to
movilizando las
contribute.
capacidades y la
This is how we
sabiduría
govern in the
de nuestras
21st
sociedades
century,
y no
mobilizing
pretendiendo sustituirlos.
capacity and skill in our
Como
societies,
presidente de
not
Chile,
trying to substitute
estoy
them.
convencido
As a
de que en el
president
corto
of
plazo
Chile, I am
Chile
convinced
tendrá una
that very
constitución que
soon
nos satisfaga
Chile will
y nos
have a
enorgullezca.
constitution that
Una
will
construida en
satisfy us and
democracia
make
que
us
recoja el
proud.
aporte de
One
todos
built
los
in
sectores de la
democracy
sociedad
that
y que sea capaz de
brings
reflejar
together the
los anhelos de
contributions of
justicia y
all
libertad.
sectors of society, able to
Estimadas
reflect
y
our
estimados delegados,
aspirations of justice
desde
and
la humilde
liberty.
historia de mi patria,
Distinguished
puedo
delegates,
decirles con mucha
based
convicción
on
que el
the
camino para
humble
enfrentar
history
los
of my
problemas que
country,
aquejan a
I
nuestras
can tell you with
sociedades
deep conviction that
se
the path to
pavimenta con
face
más democracia
the
y no con
problems
menos,
affecting our societies is paved
incentivando la
with more
participación y
democracy,
no
not less,
restringiéndola,
with
fomentando el
incentives
diálogo y
for
jamás
participation,
censurándola,
not restrictions,
y por sobre todo
with
respetando
dialogue
a quien
and not
piensa distinto,
censorship, and above all,
incorporando
with
sus puntos de
respect
vista
for those
y
who think differently,
entendiendo que el
with
tener opiniones
inclusion
diversas
of their
no
points
nos
of view,
vuelve
and
enemigos.
understanding
Me
that
revelo
having
frente al
diverse
abismo que algunos
opinions
pretenden
does not
cavar
make us enemies.
ante la
I
legítima
reject
diversidad de
the
opiniones
abyss
y desde
that
Chile
some try to
declaramos nuestra
open
voluntad de ser
when
constructores
facing
de
the
puentes
legitimate
ante estas
diversity
diversity of opinion. And from Chile, we declare our will of building bridges across those gaps y el aprendizaje que desde nuestro pequeño país queremos compartir con las naciones del mundo. Profundizar la democracia es un ejercicio permanente en el cual solo cabe perseverar y aprender cada uno de las experiencias del otro. Por eso, ya terminando, los invito a trabajar en conjunto para fortalecer la democracia en todos los espacios, en cada país, en la relación entre nosotros. Necesitamos una voz unida de América Latina, necesitamos más trabajo conjunto desde el sur global, necesitamos unas Naciones Unidas modernizadas, en donde todos nos pongamos mismos objetivos, a comprometernos desde el multilateralismo con la justicia y la paz en todo momento y en todo lugar, a realizar las acciones que sean necesarias y no solo declaraciones, para detener la injusta guerra de Rusia contra Ucrania y poner fin a todos los abusos de los poderosos en cualquier lugar del mundo, a movilizar nuestros esfuerzos para detener la violencia contra las mujeres, sea en Irán, en memoria de Mahsa Amini, muerta en manos de la policía esta semana, o en cualquier lugar del globo, a no naturalizar las permanentes violaciones a los derechos humanos contra el pueblo palestino, haciendo valer el derecho internacional y las resoluciones que año tras año esta misma Asamblea establece que conduzcan a su derecho inalienable a establecer su propio Estado libre y soberano, como también a garantizar el legítimo derecho de Israel a vivir dentro de fronteras seguras e internacionalmente reconocidas, a seguir trabajando para contribuir a la liberación de los presos políticos en Nicaragua y trabajar para que en ningún lugar del mundo tener distintas ideas del gobierno de turno pueda terminar en persecución o en vulneración de los derechos humanos. Estimados miembros de esta Asamblea, el mundo entero demanda cambios y quienes somos parte de las nuevas generaciones, aprendiendo de quienes nos antecedieron, tenemos el derecho y la responsabilidad de pensar y actuar para un futuro distinto. Los ciudadanos que más sufren las consecuencias de sociedades construidas desde la segregación y el abuso reclaman derechos, reclaman seguridad para vivir. Ese mundo de mayor bienestar solo lo podremos lograr con mayor democracia. Y ese es el llamado al que todos y todas debemos hoy día atender, y desde Chile estamos disponibles para colaborar en cada lugar del mundo en aquello. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, we meet today in this General Assembly as the alarm bells ring all around us. Numerous crises batter our world, crises that are increasingly interlocked. Regional conflicts with international impact, devastating climate change, pandemic disruptions, extremist violence, spiraling inflation, looming recession, and for all too many around the world, the growing reality of hunger. Developing countries have been hardest hit. Is this the future we will leave to the generations yet to come? We must deliver a different world, a world of expanded horizons, a more equitable world, sustainable economic growth, exciting new opportunities, and more and better jobs, and the inclusive peace for prosperity in which all people can thrive. To reach these goals, our countries must unite behind effective collaborative action. The question now is, will we have the vision and determination to get the job done? Consider the climate crisis. No country can heal our injured Earth alone. We need global partnerships that can create real change. And Jordan is part of these efforts. We have been building strong partnerships to manage and sustain vital water resources. And we see more opportunities to work with partners to preserve precious World Heritage sites and natural wonders. The unique Dead Sea, the sacred Jordan River, and the resilient coral reefs of the Gulf of Aqaba, which are all threatened by climate change. Food security is another global priority. Hundreds of millions of people go to bed hungry, and the numbers are rising. How can parents raise healthy children? How can students learn? How can workers do their best when they are hungry and hopeless? Since the beginning of the pandemic, and now with the crisis in Ukraine, global supply chains have been disrupted. Many well-off countries experienced empty food shelves for the first time in living memory. They are discovering a truth that people in developing countries have known for a long time. For countries to thrive, affordable food must get to every family's table. On a global level, this demands collective measures to ensure fair access to affordable food and speed the movement of staples to countries in need. My friends, sustainable, inclusive economic growth has too often been a victim of global crises. But it can also be a defense that strengthens us to endure the storms. In my region, we are looking to build integrated partnerships that tap the capabilities and resources of each of our countries for the benefit of all. We see regional resilience pacts coming together to stimulate fresh opportunities and growth. Jordan has established multilateral partnerships with Egypt, Iraq, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and others in the region to capitalize on these opportunities. Our country is a bridge for regional partnerships and cooperation, international crisis response, and humanitarian action. Jordan has always been a source of regional stability, as well as a refuge for those in need. In this context, let me say a word about refugees and the communities which host them. In 2012, I came before the 67th General Assembly and spoke for the first time about the Syrian refugee flow and its pressure on Jordan's scarce resources. At that point, 200,000 Syrians had sought refuge in our small country. Today, 10 years later, we host more than 1.3 million. Meeting the needs of these and other refugees is an international responsibility, and host countries look to the international community to honor its commitments. My friends, for decades, the Middle East has been synonymous with conflict and crisis. But we are hopeful that a newfound spirit of collaboration can and make our region an exemplar of resilience and integration. Though politics may sometimes fail our world, one absolute remains: always put people first. To keep hope alive for all peoples means rising above politics to ensure every individual's prosperity. Such efforts will be fruitless if they are exclusionary. Inclusion of the Palestinian people in regional economic projects should be an integral part of our efforts. In the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, peace continues to be elusive. Neither war nor diplomacy has held the answer to this historic tragedy. It is the people themselves, not politics and politicians, who will have to come together and push their leaders to resolve this. What would our world look like now if the conflict had been settled long ago? If walls had never gone up and people had been allowed to build bridges of cooperation instead? What if extremists had never been able to exploit the injustices of occupation? How many generations of youth could have grown up in the optimism of peace and progress? As we continue our efforts to achieve peace, we must not abandon refugees. This year, the General Assembly will vote on renewing UNRWA's mandate. The international community should send a strong message of support for the rights of Palestinian refugees, ensuring that Palestinian refugee children have schools to go to and access to appropriate medical care. My dear friends, a founding UN principle is the right to self-determination for all peoples. The Palestinian people, with their resilient national identity, cannot be denied this right. And the road forward is the two-state solution, in accordance with UN resolutions, a sovereign, viable, and independent Palestinian state on the 4th of June 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security and prosperity. Today, the future of Jerusalem is an urgent concern. The city is holy to billions of Muslims, Christians, and Jews around the world. Undermining Jerusalem's legal and historical status quo triggers global tensions and deepens religious divides. The holy city must not be a place for hatred and division. As custodians of Jerusalem's Muslim and Christian holy sites, we are committed to protecting their historical and legal status quo and to their safety and future. And as a Muslim leader, let me say clearly that we are committed to defending the rights, the precious heritage, and the historic identity of the Christian people of our region. Nowhere is that more important than in Jerusalem. Today, Christianity in the Holy City is under fire. The rights of churches in Jerusalem are threatened. This cannot continue. Christianity is vital to the past and present of our region and the Holy Land. It must remain an integral part of our future. Distinguished delegates, we can weather the most serious crises if we join together. Let us here in this General Assembly honor our shared interests in a brighter future, a future of dignity and hope that brings new opportunities for all our peoples. And let us not ignore the alarm bells ringing around us. We must act. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Presidente de la Asamblea General de la Organización de Naciones Unidas, Chava Urochi, Secretario General de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres, excelentísimos señores, jefes de Estado y jefes de misiones acreditados ante la versión número 77 de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, Vicesecretaria General de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, Amina Mohamed, a todas y todos. Vengo de uno de los 3 países más bellos de la Tierra. Allí hay una explosión de vida, miles de especies multicolores en los mares, en los cielos, en las tierras. Vengo de la tierra de las mariposas amarillas y de la magia. Allí en las montañas y valles de todos los verdes, no solo bajan las aguas abundantes,
not only are there abundant waters, there are also floods of
Vengo de
blood.
un país de belleza
I come from a
ensangrentada.
country of blood-stained
Mi país
beauty.
no solo es bello,
My country,
allí también hay
Colombia, is
violencia.
not only beautiful, it is also violent.
No, ¿cómo puede conjugarse la
How
violencia con la
can
muerte?
violence
¿Cómo puede
and
erupcionar
beauty
la
exist
biodiversidad
side by
de la
side?
vida
How can
con
the
las danzas de la
biodiversity
muerte
of
y el horror?
life intertwine
¿Quién es el
with the dances
culpable
of
de
death
romper
and horror?
el encanto
Who is
con el
responsible
terror?
for breaking the
¿A
charming
quién
spell
o qué
with
es el
terror?
responsable de
Who
ahogar
or
la vida
what
en las
is
decisiones
responsible
rutinarias
for
de
suffocating
la
life
riqueza y
in
del
the routine
interés?
decisions of wealth and
¿Quién nos
interest?
lleva a la destrucción como nación
Who is leading us
y
to
como pueblo?
destruction as a nation and
Mi
as a
país es
people?
bello porque tiene la selva
My country is
amazónica,
beautiful
la
because
del
it has
Chocó,
the Amazon
las
jungle,
aguas, las
the
cordilleras
Chocó
de los
jungle,
Andes
the
y los
waters,
océanos.
the
Allí
Andes
en esas
mountain
selvas
range
se
and
emana
the
oxígeno
oceans.
planetario
There
y
in
se
those
absorbe el
jungles,
CO2
the oxygen
atmosférico.
of the planet,
Una de esas plantas que
emanates,
absorbe el
and,
CO2
the CO2
entre
in the
millones de
atmosphere
especies
is absorbed.
es una de
One
las
of
más
those plants
perseguidas de la
absorbing
Tierra.
carbon dioxide
A como dé lugar,
amongst millions
se busca su
of
destrucción.
species
Es
is
una
one of the most
planta
persecuted
amazónica.
on earth.
Es la planta de
Wherever
la
it
coca,
grows,
planta
they seek to
sagrada
destroy
de los
it.
incas.
It's a plant of the Amazon, the coca plant,
Como en un cruce
a
de
plant
caminos
sacred to the
paradójico,
Incas.
la selva que se
As if,
intenta salvar
At a
es al mismo
paradoxical
tiempo
crossroads,
destruida.
the jungle
Para
we
destruir la
we
planta
try
de
to
coca
save is
arrojan
being
venenos,
destroyed at the same time.
glifosato en masa
To
que corre por
destroy
las
coca,
aguas,
they spread
detienen
poison,
a los sus
glyphosate,
cultivadores y los
massive
encarcelan.
amounts that run in the
Por
waters.
destruir
They
o
arrest
poseer
those
la
who
hoja de la
cultivate
coca,
coca
mueren
and
1
imprison
millón
them.
de latinoamericanos
To
asesinados
destroy
y encarcelan a 2
have
millones de
possession
afros
of coca
en la América del
plants,
Norte.
a million
Destruir
Latin
la
Americans,
planta que
die,
mata, gritan
and
desde el norte.
2
Destruirla.
million
Pero la planta
African
no es sino una
Americans are
planta.
imprisoned in North America.
Más de las
Destroy the
billones de
killer
especies
plant
que
is a cry
aparecen
from the
cuando
north.
desatan
But the
el
plant
fuego
is just
sobre la
one
selva.
among many of the
Destruir la
millions
selva, el
that
Amazonas,
perish
se
when
convirtió en la consigna que siguen
fire breaks out
estados
in the
y
jungle.
negociantes.
Destroying the
No
jungle,
importa el
destroying the
grito de los
Amazon has
científicos,
become the
bautizando la
catchword
selva
which
como uno de los
states and
grandes
business
pilares
people follow.
climáticos.
They
Para
ignore
las
the
relaciones
call
del
of
poder del
scientists
mundo,
who baptize
selva y sus
the jungle
habitantes
as one of the
son
major
los
climate
culpables de la
pillars.
plaga que las
For power
azota.
relations in the
A
world,
las
the
relaciones
jungle
de
and its
poder
inhabitants
las
are those
azota
responsible
la
for the
adicción al
plague
dinero,
that afflicts them.
a perpetuarse,
The relations
al
of
petróleo,
power are
a la
plagued
cocaína y
by
a las
the
drogas
addiction
más
to
duras
money,
para
to
poder
perpetuate themselves,
anestesiarse más.
addiction to oil,
Nada más
to
hipócrita
cocaine and
que
harder
el discurso
drugs
para salvar la
that
selva.
can serve
La selva se quema,
to
señores, mientras ustedes hacen la guerra y juegan con ella.
anesthetize them.
La selva,
There
el
is
pilar
nothing more
climático del
hypocritical
mundo,
than the discourse of
desaparece
saving
con
the jungle.
toda su vida. La gran esponja que absorbe el CO2 planetario se evapora. La selva salvadora es vista en mi país como el enemigo a derrotar, como la maleza a extinguir. El espacio de la coca y de los campesinos que la cultivan, porque no tienen más que cultivar, es demonizado. Para ustedes, mi país no les interesa, sino para arrojarle venenos a sus selvas, llevarse a sus hombres a la cárcel y arrojar a sus mujeres a la exclusión. No les interesa la educación del niño, sino matarle su selva y extraer el carbón y el petróleo de sus entrañas. La esponja que absorbe los venenos no sirve. Prefieren arrojarle más venenos a la atmósfera. Nosotros les servimos para excusar los vacíos y las soledades de su propia sociedad, que la llevan a vivir en medio de las burbujas de las drogas. Les ocultamos sus problemas que se niegan a reformar. Mejor es declararle la guerra a la selva, a sus plantas, a sus gentes, mientras dejan quemar la selva, mientras hipócritas persiguen las plantas con venenos para ocultar los desastres de su propia sociedad. Nos piden más y más carbón, más y más petróleo para calmar la otra adicción, la del consumo, la del poder, la del dinero. ¿Qué es más venenoso para el ser humano? ¿La cocaína o el carbón o el petróleo? El dictamen del poder ha ordenado que la cocaína es el veneno y debe ser perseguida. Así ella solo cause mínimas muertes por sobredosis y más por las mezclas que provoca su clandestinidad dictaminada. Pero en cambio el carbón y el petróleo deben ser protegidos, así su uso pueda extinguir a toda la humanidad. Estas son las cosas del poder mundial, cosas de la injusticia, cosas de la irracionalidad, porque el poder mundial se ha vuelto irracional. Ven en la exuberancia de la selva, en su vitalidad, lo lujurioso, lo pecaminoso, el origen culpable de la tristeza de sus sociedades, imbuidas en la profunda compulsión ilimitada de tener y de consumir. ¿Cómo ocultar la soledad del corazón? En su sequedad en medio de sociedades sin afectos, competitivas hasta encarcelar el alma en la soledad, si no es echando la culpa a la planta, al hombre que la cultiva, a los secretos libertarios de la selva. Según el poder irracional del mundo, la culpa no es del mercado que recorta la existencia. La culpa es de la selva. Las cuentas bancarias se han vuelto ilimitadas. Los dineros guardados de los más poderosos de la tierra ya no podrán siquiera gastarse en el tiempo de los siglos. La tristeza de la existencia que produce esa artificial convocatoria a la competencia la llenan con ruido y con drogas. La adicción al dinero y al tener tiene otra cara. La adicción a las drogas en las personas que pierden la competencia de la carrera artificial en la que han transformado a la humanidad. La enfermedad de la soledad no se cura con el glifosato sobre las selvas. No es la selva la culpable. La culpable es su sociedad educada en el consumo sin fin, en la confusión estúpida entre consumo y felicidad que permite, eso sí, que los bolsillos del poder se llenen de dinero. La culpable de la adicción a las drogas no es la selva, es la
stupid confusion between
irracionalidad de su
consumption
poder
and
mundial.
happiness is
Denle
what
un
makes it
golpe
possible for
de luz,
the pockets of
de
the
razón a su
rich
poder.
to be filled.
Prendan de nuevo las luces del
Those
siglo.
responsible for
40 años ha durado la
are
guerra
not
contra
the
las
forest.
drogas. Si no
It is
corregimos
the
el rumbo
lack
y
of
esta se
rationality
prolonga
of world power.
otros 40 años, Estados
Let us
Unidos verá
illuminate
morir
power
de
with
sobredosis
reason. Let us
a
put on the lights of the
2.800.000
century.
jóvenes
The war
por
against drugs has
fentanilo
lasted for 40
que no se
years.
produce en
If
nuestra
we do
América
not
Latina.
correct our course,
Verá
and it
millones
goes
de
on for
afros
another 40 years,
norteamericanos
the United
ser
States will
apresados
see
en sus cárceles
over
privadas. El afro preso se
200,
convertirá
or rather
en
2
negocio de
million
empresas
8,000
carceleras.
more
Morirán
overdoses,
asesinados
of
1
fentanyl.
millón de
This has not
latinoamericanos
happened in
más.
Latin America.
Nos
There will be
llenarán de
millions
sangre
of
nuestras aguas
African Americans
y nuestros
who will
campos
be
verdes.
imprisoned in
Verán
private
morir
jails.
el sueño de la
They
democracia,
will become
tanto en mi
the
América
pawns
como en la
of
América
the
anglosajona.
prison business.
La democracia
Another
morirá
million
allí
Latin
donde nació,
Americans will be
en la gran
killed.
Atenas
Our
occidental europea.
waters and our green fields
Por ocultar la
will
verdad,
be filled
verán morir la selva y las
with
democracias.
blood.
La
You
guerra
will see
contra
the
las
death
drogas ha
of
fracasado.
democracy, the dream
La
of
lucha contra la
democracy
crisis
die,
climática
both in
ha
my
fracasado.
America and in
Han
English-speaking
aumentado los
America.
consumos mortales
Democracy will die
de drogas
where
suaves, han pasado a las
it
más
was
duras.
born, in
Se ha producido
the
un
great
genocidio en mi
West
continente
European Athens.
y en mi país han
To hide the
condenado a las
truth,
cárceles
you'll
a
see
millones de
the jungle
personas
and democracy
para ocultar
die.
sus
The
propias
war
culpas
against drugs has
sociales.
failed.
Le han
The
echado
war
la
against
culpa a la
climate
selva y
change
sus
has
plantas.
failed.
Han llenado de sinrazón los discursos y las políticas. Yo les demando desde aquí, desde mi Latinoamérica
From soft
herida,
drugs, we move to hard
acabar
drugs.
con la
There's been a
irracional guerra
genocide in
contra
my
las drogas.
continent and in my country.
Disminuir el
It
consumo
has
de
led
drogas
millions of people
no necesita
to
de
prison
guerras, de
to hide
armas.
their own, social
Necesita
flaws.
que todos
They have blamed the
construyamos
jungle
una
and its
mejor
plants.
sociedad,
They have
una
filled
sociedad
discourse
más
and
solidaria,
politics
más
with
afectuosa,
irrationality.
donde la
I
intensidad de la vida
here
salve de las
from my
adicciones y de
wounded
las
Latin
nuevas
America to an end
esclavitudes.
to the irrational war against drugs.
Quieren menos
Decreasing
drogas.
drug consumption
Piensen
does
en
not
menos
need
ganancias
wars.
y en más
It needs for
amor.
all of us to build a better
Piensen
society
en un
with more
ejercicio
solidarity,
racional
with more
del
affection,
poder.
where the intensity
No
of life
toquen
will
con
save
sus
people from
venenos
addiction and new slavery.
la belleza de mi
Do you want
patria.
fewer drugs?
Ayúdennos
Think
sin
of fewer
hipocresías
profits and more
a
love.
salvar la
Think
selva
of a
amazónica
rational exercise
para
of
salvar
power.
la vida
Do
de
not
la
affect the
humanidad
beauty
en
of
el
my
planeta.
country with your poison.
Ustedes
Help
reunieron
us
los
without
científicos
hypocrisy
y ellos
to save the
hablaron
Amazon
con la
jungle,
razón,
to save the life of
con
humanity on
matemáticas
Earth.
y modelos
You brought together the
climatológicos.
scientists, and they
Dijeron
spoke
que se
recently.
acercaba el fin de la especie
With
humana,
mathematics and climate
que su
models,
tiempo
they
ya
said
no es de
that
milenios,
the end of the
ni
human
siquiera de
species
siglos.
was upon
La
us.
ciencia prendió
That
la alarma y dejamos de escucharla.
The time left to
La guerra
us
nos
is
sirvió de
not
excusa
even millennia,
para no
not
tomar
even
las
centuries.
medidas necesarias.
Science, sounded the
Cuando
alarm,
más se
and we stopped
necesitaban las
listening.
acciones,
The war served
cuando
as an
los
excuse
discursos ya
to
no
not take the
servían,
necessary measures.
cuando era indispensable
When action was
depositar
most
los
needed,
dineros en los
when
fondos
discourse was
para
no
salvar la
longer
humanidad,
useful,
cuando había
when it
que
was
alejarse cuanto
indispensable
antes
to put the money in the
del
funds
carbón y
to
del
save
petróleo,
humanity,
se
when we
inventaron
had
una
to draw
guerra
away
y otra
from
y otra.
coal
Invadieron
and oil
Ucrania,
as
pero
quickly as
también
possible,
Irak
they
y
invented
Libia y
one
Siria.
war after
Invadieron
another,
en
after
nombre
another.
del
They invaded
petróleo y
Ukraine,
del gas.
but also Iraq,
Descubrieron en
Libya,
el siglo
Syria. They invaded
XXI la
in the
peor
name
de
of
sus
oil and
adicciones,
gas.
la adicción al
In the
dinero
21st
y al
century, they
petróleo.
discovered the worst of their
Las
addictions,
guerras
the
les
addiction
han
to money
servido
and
de
to oil.
excusa para no actuar contra la
Wars have
crisis
served as an
climática.
excuse
Las
to
guerras
not
les han mostrado
counter climate
cuán
change.
dependientes son
Wars
de lo
have
que
shown them
acabará
how dependent
con
they
la
are
especie humana.
on what will
Si observan
put an
que los
end
pueblos
to
se
the
llenan de
human
hambre y
race.
de sed y emigran
If you
por millones
observe
hacia el
that
norte,
people,
hacia donde
that
está el
the
agua,
peoples of the world
entonces
suffer
ustedes
from
los
hunger and
encierran,
thirst and
construyen
emigrate
muros,
in their millions
despliegan
towards the north, where the
ametralladoras,
water is,
les
then
disparan.
you
los expulsan como si no fueran seres humanos, quintuplican la mentalidad de quien creó políticamente las cámaras de gas y los campos de concentración, reproducen a escala planetaria 1933, el día del gran triunfo del asalto a la razón. ¿Acaso no ven que la solución al gran éxodo desatado sobre sus países del norte es volver a que el agua llene los ríos y los campos se llenen de nutrientes? El desastre climático nos llena de virus que pululan, arrasándonos. Pero ustedes hacen negocios con las medicinas y convierten las vacunas en mercancías. Proponen que el mercado nos salvará de lo que el mismo mercado ha creado. El Frankenstein de la humanidad está en dejar actuar el mercado y la codicia sin planificar, rindiendo el cerebro y la razón, arrodillando la racionalidad humana a la codicia. ¿Para qué la guerra si lo que necesitamos es salvar la especie humana? ¿Para qué sirve la OTAN y los imperios si lo que viene es el fin de la inteligencia? El desastre climático matará centenares de millones de personas y oigan bien, no lo produce el planeta, lo produce el capital. La causa del desastre climático es el capital. La lógica de relacionarnos para consumir cada vez más, para producir cada vez más y para que algunos pocos ganen cada vez más. Es eso lo que produce el desastre climático. Le articularon a la lógica de la acumulación ampliada del capital los motores energéticos del carbón y del petróleo y desataron el huracán, el cambio químico de la atmósfera, cada vez más profundo y mortífero. Ahora, en un mundo paralelo, la acumulación ampliada del capital es una acumulación ampliada de la muerte. Desde las tierras de la selva y la belleza, allí donde decidieron hacer de una planta selvática amazónica un enemigo, extraditar y encarcelar a sus cultivadores, les invito a detener la guerra y a detener el desastre climático. Aquí en esta selva amazónica hay un fracaso de la humanidad. Tras las hogueras que la queman, tras su envenenamiento, hay un fracaso integral, civilizatorio de la humanidad. Detrás de la adicción a la cocaína y a las drogas, detrás de la adicción al petróleo y al carbón, está la verdadera adicción de esta fase de la historia humana. La adicción al poder irracional, a la ganancia y al dinero. He aquí la enorme maquinaria mortal que puede extinguir la humanidad. Les propongo como presidente de uno de los países más hermosos de la tierra y de los más ensangrentados y violentados, acabar la guerra contra las drogas y todas las guerras y permitir que nuestro pueblo pueda vivir en paz. Convoco a toda América Latina en este propósito. Convoco la voz de Latinoamérica a unirse para derrotar lo irracional que martiriza nuestro cuerpo. Los convoco a salvar la selva amazónica integralmente con los recursos que puedan destinarse mundialmente a la vida. Si no tienen la capacidad para financiar el fondo de la revitalización de la selva, si pesa más destinar el dinero a las armas que a la vida, entonces reduzcan la deuda externa para liberar nuestros propios espacios presupuestales y con ellos realizar la tarea de salvar la humanidad y la vida en el planeta. Lo podemos hacer
state
nosotros, si
budgets
ustedes los
so we
del
can
norte
carry
no
out the
quieren.
task of saving humanity
Solo
and life on the
cambien
planet.
deuda por vida.
We can do it if you
Solo
don't want to.
cambien deuda por
All we
naturaleza.
have to do is
Les
exchange
propongo
debt
y
for
los
life,
convoco en
debt for
América
nature.
Latina para ello.
I propose this and I
Dialogar para
call
acabar
for
la
Latin
guerra.
America to do
No nos
this.
presionen para
Let us
linderarnos
dialogue to put an
en
end
los
to war.
campos de la guerra.
Do
Es
not
la hora de la paz.
put pressure on
Que
us
los pueblos eslavos
to
hablen
go
entre sí.
to war.
Que
It
lo
is time
hagan
for
los
peace.
pueblos del mundo.
Let the Slavic
La guerra es
people
solo una
talk to each
trampa que
other.
acerca el
Let
fin de
peoples
los
of the world talk
tiempos
to each other.
en la gran
War
orgía
is
de la
only a trap
irracionalidad.
which
Desde
draws
América
us
Latina
closer
convocamos
to
a
the
Ucrania y
time
Rusia a hacer la
of-
paz.
to the end of time and the
Solo en
great
paz
orgy of irrationality.
podremos salvar la vida
From
en
Latin
esta
America,
nuestra
we
tierra
call
común.
on Ukraine and Russia to make
No hay
peace.
paz total
Only in peace can
sin
we save
justicia
life on this
social,
earth. There is
económica
no
y
peace
ambiental.
without social, economic, and
Estamos
environmental
en guerra
justice.
también con el planeta.
We are at war with the planet
Sin
too.
paz con el planeta
Without
no
peace
habrá
with the
paz
planet,
entre las
there will be
naciones.
no peace between
Sin
nations.
justicia
With no
no hay
social
paz
justice,
social.
there is no
Gracias, muy
social
amable por
peace.
escuchar.
Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan, değerli devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Mr. Chairman,
Sayın
distinguished heads
Genel
of states
Sekreter,
and governments, distinguished
kıymetli
Secretary
delegeler,
General,
sizleri
distinguished
şahsım
delegates, I would like
ve
to
milletim
wholeheartedly
adına
salute you all on
en
behalf of
kalbi
myself
duygularla,
and on behalf of my
saygıyla selamlıyorum.
nation.
Birleşmiş
I
Milletler
hope and pray that the
77. Genel
77th
Kurulu'nun
General Assembly of the United
ülkelerimiz
Nations will
ve
yield
tüm
the
insanlık
most
için
auspicious
hayırlara
results
vesile olmasını
for our
diliyorum.
countries and for the entire human
Genel
race.
Kurul Başkanlığı
I
görevini
also would
üstlenen
like to congratulate
Sayın
Mr.
Kısaba
Kasaba
Körosi'yi
for
tebrik
having
ediyorum.
assumed the
Genel Kurul
chairmanship of the General
toplantımız için
Assembly.
belirlenen
And
iç içe
the
geçmiş
theme of the General
sınamalara
Assembly, which is
dönüştürücü
turning point
çözümler
for
için
transformative solutions
dönüm
to
noktası temasını
intertwined
son
challenges
derece
appears to
isabetli
be
buluyorum.
very accurate.
Zira toplantımızı dünyamızın birden
This is the
fazla
time when
tehditle
we are holding this
eş
meeting
zamanlı olarak baş
at the
etmeye
exact time
çalıştığı
when we're
kritik
trying
bir
to
dönemde
sort out many
gerçekleştiriyoruz.
challenges on a global scale.
Koronavirüs salgınıyla mücadelede aldığımız derslerin
One of the
en
biggest
başta
lessons we have
geleni
learned out of the
küresel
pandemic
sorunların
was
çözümünde
to establish
uluslararası
international
dayanışmanın
solidarity
önemiydi.
in the
Türkiye
resolution
olarak
of global
salgın
threats.
sürecinde
As Turkey,
hiçbir
during
ayrım
the pandemic,
gözetmeden
without any discrimination, we have managed
161
to
ülke
provide
ve 12
humanitarian aid
uluslararası
to more than
kuruluşa
161
destek
countries
sağladık.
and 12
Yerli ve
international
milli
organizations.
aşımız
And
Türk
we have
Havak'ı tüm insanlığın
provided
hizmetine
Turkovac,
sundu.
which is our national
İklim
and
değişikliğiyle mücadeleye verdiğimiz önemin
local
göstergesi
vaccine
olarak
to the
Paris
service of the entire
Anlaşması'nı
human race.
geçtiğimiz yıl
And last year we
onayladık.
have ratified the Paris
Ulusal
Agreement
beyanımızla
in order to
2053
showcase
yılı için
how
net sıfır
resolved we
emisyon
are to
hedefimizi
fight climate
ve
change.
yeşil kalkınma
In the year
devrimimizi
2053,
ilan
we
ettik.
are aiming to become
Birleşmiş Milletler
a zero emission
Biyolojik
country.
Çeşitliliğin
And
Korunması
we had
Sözleşmesi'nin
held the 16th
16.
Conference of
Taraflar
Parties in
Konferansı'na
Istanbul
ev
for the
sahipliği
UN
yaparak
Convention for the
bu
Protection
alanda
of
da
Biodiversity.
öncü rol
And we
oynamayı
have shown
sürdüreceğiz.
much we were
Salgının
willing to become
tedarik
pioneers in
zincirlerinde
fighting
yol
against
açtığı
climate
aksaklıklar
change.
sebebiyle
Because of the
ağır
problems
darbe alan
created by the
küresel
pandemic in
ekonominin
the supply chain, the global
Rusya-Ukrayna
economy was
savaşıyla
impacted
birlikte
heavily. And
yeni
with the
bir
addition
şok
of
dalgasına daha maruz
Russian-Ukrainian
kaldığını
crisis,
görüyoruz.
we are experiencing a new
Artan
wave
enerji,
of shock.
gıda ve ham
The
madde
prices for
fiyatlarının
energy, the food
oluşturduğu
and raw
enflasyon
material
baskısı
is increasing,
dünya
thus
çapında
creating an
tüm
enormous
ekonomileri
pressure
ve
of inflation,
sosyal
and
refahı
it is having
menfi
a
yönde
significant
etkilemektedir.
ramification upon the global economies
Gelişmeler
and social welfare.
enerji arz
These
güvenliğinin
developments
önemini
have
de
proven once
çarpıcı
again
bir
as to how
şekilde
important energy
yeniden
supply
gündeme
security
taşımıştır.
is.
Türkiye olarak
And as Turkey,
öteden beri
ever since the
enerji
beginning,
konusuna
we
bir
have
rekabet
been
değil,
focusing on energy
işbirliği
not
alanı
as an
olarak
issue
baktık.
of competition, but
Kendi
an
ihtiyacımız
area
yanında
for cooperation.
bölgesel
Right
ve
next to our
küresel
need,
enerji
we
güvenliğini
have
destekleyen
revived
pek çok
many
projeyi
projects which would
hayata
support
geçirdik.
energy security
Bu
not only in
adımların
our region,
isabeti
but
ve
also
önemi
on a global
son
scale.
gelişmelerle
And
bir
with the
kez
recent
daha
developments, our
anlaşılmıştır.
stance had been
Yaşanan
confirmed.
süreç gıda
The
güvenliğini
process that we're
de
going through
riske
has
atmıştır.
also risked
Maddi ve
food
teknolojik
supply
imkanların
security.
en üst
This is the
seviyeye ulaştığı 21.
21st
yüzyılda
century, and we
dünya
have reached the
nüfusunun
highest
halen
extent of
1/5'inin
financial
açlığın
and technological
ve yoksulluğun
opportunities.
pençesinde
However, in this day and age,
kıvranmasının
still
izahı
1/5 of the
mümkün
world
değildir.
is crippled in the
Dünya
hands of
son
poverty
gelişmelerle
and hunger. With the
2030'da
recent developments,
sıfır açlık
the
seviyesine
world
ulaşmayı
was
amaçlayan
aiming to reach
sürdürülebilir
zero,
kalkınma
poverty
hedeflerinden
and
de
hunger in the year
uzaklaşmaya
2023 as a
başlamıştır.
part of the Sustainable Development
İnsanlığın
Goals.
karşı
But it
karşıya
seems like
kaldığı
we are
bu karanlık
getting away
tabloyu
from our
umudun ışığıyla
perspective
aydınlatabilmenin
achievements.
yegane yolu
This is the day and age
uluslararası
where we
işbirliği
need to shed a light on
ve
our
dayanışmayı
path, and that can only be possible through
hakkaniyetli
international
ve
cooperation
adaletli bir
and
yaklaşımla
solidarity, and we need to
güçlendirmektir.
assume a just and
Ortak
fair
kaderimizi etkileyen
approach
karşı
towards one another.
ortak gündemle harekete
Against the
geçmemiz
challenges that
gereken bir
identify
döneme
our common fate, we
Türkiye
need to
olarak
move together.
bu
As
iradeyi
Turkey, we are willing to
salgın
showcase
ve
this will,
iklim
as we have done
değişikliği
during the
süreçleri yanında
pandemic and
Rusya,
during the crisis of
Ukrayna
climate change.
Savaşı'nın meydana
Also,
getirdiği sarsıntılarla mücadelede de
proven our
ortaya
stance
koyuyoruz.
while we were fighting against the
Ukrayna'da
crisis created as a
7.
result
ayını
of the
dolduran
Russian-Ukrainian
ihtilafın
conflict.
ilk
The
gününden bu
Ukrainian
yana
conflict is
savaşın kazananı
exceeding the 7th
adil
month
bir
threshold.
barışın ise kaybedeni olmayacağı
And
düşüncesiyle
we think that
hareket
the
ettik.
war will never have a
Bugün de
triumph
yaşanan
and
krizin
a
çözümünde
fair
diyalog
peace
ve
process
diplomasinin
will not
anahtar
have
rolüne
a loser.
vurgu yapıyoruz.
This is
Bu
important because
anlayışta
we are always
oynadığımız
underlining the
kolaylaştırıcı
significance of
rol
diplomacy
sayesinde
in the settlement of the
tarafları
disputes
önce
through dialogue
Antalya
once and for all.
Diplomasi Forumu'nda,
That's why we got
sonra
together the parties in
İstanbul'da
Antalya
bir
Diplomacy
araya
Forum
getirdik.
and then in Istanbul to become facilitators in a reconciliation process.
Sayın Genel Sekreterle birlikte yürüttüğümüz
As a result
yoğun
of the
çabalar
heavy,
neticesinde
efforts that we
Ukrayna
had
tahılının
invested together with
Karadeniz
the
üzerinden
Secretary General,
dünyaya
we've managed to
ulaşmasını
export
temin ettik.
Ukrainian grain through
Bu
the Black
gelişmeyi
Sea.
sağlayan İstanbul Mutabakatı'nın ikinci ayı dolarken sevkiyatın her geçen gün ivme kazanmasını memnuniyetle izliyoruz. Tahıl arzının sürdürülmesinin sağlanmasında kritik öneme sahip bu mutabakat, Birleşmiş Milletler'in son yıllarda imza attığı en büyük başarılardan biridir. Dünyanın dört bir yanında uluslararası camiadan medet umanların Birleşmiş Milletler'e besledikleri güven bu başarıyla yeniden tazelenmiştir. İstanbul Mutabakatı, taraflar açısından hayati önem arz eden meselelerde müzakerelerin sonuç verdiğini de ispatlamıştır. Benzer bir yaklaşım, yine tüm insanlığın güvenliğini ilgilendiren Zaporijya nükleer santralindeki kriz konusunda da sergilenebilir. Son günlerde yeniden alevlenen savaşın Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğü ve bağımsızlığı temelinde sonlandırılmasına yönelik gayretlerimizi artırarak sürdüreceğiz. Buradan uluslararası kuruluşları ve tüm ülkeleri Türkiye'nin kalıcı barışın tesisine yönelik çabalarına samimi destek vermeye çağırıyorum. Her iki tarafa da krizden onurlu çıkış imkanı verecek, makul, adil ve uygulanabilir bir diplomatik çözümü beraberce bulmamız gerekiyor. Diğer yandan milyonlarca insanı mağdur eden tüm bu felaketler etkin çok taraflılığın Birleşmiş Milletler'de de vücut bulması için daha fazla çaba gösterme sorumluluğumuzu hepimize bir kez daha hatırlatmıştır. Birleşmiş Milletler'i kapsayıcı vasfına yakışan daha adil bir dünya düzeni için çözümler üretebilen, tüm insanlık adına ortak iradenin vücuda getirildiği bir teşkilat olarak yeniden yapılandırmamız şarttır. Bilhassa Güvenlik Konseyi'nin daha etkin, demokratik, şeffaf ve hesap verebilir bir yapı ve işleyişe kavuşturulması tüm insanlığın barış, adalet ve refah arayışında önemli bir dönüm noktası teşkil edecektir. Bu yöndeki ortak vazifemizi unutturmamak için dünya 5'ten büyüktür ve daha adil bir dünya mümkündür. Gerçeğinin altını her platformda en kuvvetli şekilde çizmeye devam edeceğiz. İnanç ve azimle yürüttüğümüz bu mücadeleye tüm üye ülkelerden destek beklediğimizi burada bir kez daha ifade etmek istiyorum. Kıymetli delegeler, Türkiye'nin dış politikadaki vizyonu daima barış odaklı olmuştur. Bölgemizden başlayarak tüm dünyada sulh sükunun hakim kılınması için var gücümüzle çalışıyoruz. Birleşmiş Milletler bünyesinde yürüttüğümüz barış için arabuluculuk girişimimizle çatışmaların çözümü konusunda çaba harcıyoruz. Avrupa'dan Latin Amerika'ya ve Afrika'ya kadar farklı coğrafyalarda vuku bulan anlaşmazlıkların giderilmesinde yeri geldiğinde arabulucu, yeri geldiğinde kolaylaştırıcı olarak yapıcı rol üstleniyoruz. Çatışma ve ihtilafların çevrelediği bölgenin tam kalbinde özellikle yer alan bir ülke sıfatıyla sorunların değil, çözümlerin bir parçası olmamızı sağlayacak inisiyatifler alıyoruz. Bu çerçevede Suriye krizine Güvenlik Konseyi'nin 2254 sayılı kararı temelinde halkın meşru beklentileri doğrultusunda kalıcı bir çözümün bulunmasının önemini tekrar vurguluyoruz. Çözümsüzlüğün sürmesi hem bölgemizin güvenlik ve istikrarını hem de Suriye'nin toprak bütünlüğünü giderek daha fazla tehdit etmektedir. Suriye'nin kuzeyindeki 4 milyonu aşkın sivil ülkemizin sağladığı güvenlik şemsiyesi ve uluslararası yardımlar sayesinde hayata tutunmaktadır. Kuzeybatı Suriye'deki yardım mekanizmasının temelini oluşturan kararın uzatılması için Güvenlik Konseyi mesuliyetini yerine getirmelidir. Ülkemize, güvenlik güçlerimize ve sivillere terör saldırıları gerçekleştiren bölücü gündemiyle Suriye'nin toprak bütünlüğünü tehdit eden PKK ve türevlerine karşı Türkiye'nin kayıtsız kalması beklenemez. Bu terör örgütünü isim değişiklikleri gibi ucuz kurnazlıklarla meşrulaştırmaya çalışanları bir an önce teröristleri silahlandırmaktan ve desteklemekten vazgeçmeye, hatalarından dönmeye davet ediyoruz. Terörizme karşı her türlü tedbir almaya muktedir olduğumuzu, terör örgütlerine karşı gerekeni yapmaktan asla çekinmeyeceğimizi tekrar kuvvetle belirtiyoruz. Suriyeli kardeşlerimizin ülkelerine gönüllü, güvenli ve onurlu şekilde dönmelerini temin etmek için gerekli şartları oluşturma konusunda da üzerimize düşeni samimiyetle yapıyoruz. Savaştan kaçan sivillerin insani şartlarda hayatlarını sürdürebilmeleri için Suriye'nin çeşitli bölgelerinde 100.000 biriket ev inşa ediyor. Bunların önemli bir bölümünü tamamlayıp teslim ettik. Ayrıca yaklaşık 1 milyon Suriyelinin topraklarına dönmesini sağlayacak 200.000 konut inşası içinde hazırlıklara
And we
başladık.
have started our preparations in order
Güvenli
to build an
bölgelerdeki
additional
13 aile
200,000
merkezde
housing units
ve
so that 1
kırsallarında
million Syrians will be
inşa
able to go back
edilecek
to their
bu projenin
homelands.
hayata geçmesi
In
için
secure
uluslararası
zones, in safe
toplumun
zones, in
desteğine
a
ihtiyaç
total
var.
of 13 different centers, and
Suriye'de
in rural
hayata
areas, these projects
geçireceğimiz
will be completed,
yerleşim
and
yerleri
we need the
projesi
international
konusunda
support in order for that to be
herkesin
possible.
gerekli çabayı göstermesini,
Within this project, we
dayanışma
need everybody to
sergilemesini
show
bekliyoruz.
serious and a committed
Mülteci
solidarity
krizi
and commitment.
kendilerine
The
daha iyi bir
irregular
gelecek
migration,
aramak için yola
the
çıkan
refugee
masumların
crisis
botlarını batırıp
is
onları ölüme
not
terk
to be
etmekle,
solved through
sınırlara
leaving them to demise,
duvarlar örmekle, insanları toplama kamplarına
through building
doldurmakla
walls on the
çözülemez.
borders, and
Bu krizin
through
çözümü
collecting them in refugee
insanı
camps.
ve insan hayatını
We can
merkeze
only
alan
solve this
gayretlerden
problem through
geçmektedir.
efforts
Hal
that put
böyleyken
the humans and the
Yunanistan'ın
human life at the
Ege
core.
Denizi
When that
ve
is the
Doğu
situation,
Akdeniz'de göçmenlere
clearly
yönelik
see that the
zulümlerinin
Greeks
giderek
are
arttığını
becoming much more
görüyoruz.
tyrant towards the refugees
Türkiye olarak
around the Aegean
biz
Sea and Eastern
yeni
Mediterranean.
aylan
As
bebeklerin
Turkey, we don't want to see
cesetleri
the bodies of
kıyılara vurmasın diye
babies such as
çırpınırken
Aylan to be washed
Yunanistan
ashore.
hukuksuz,
But at the same time, Greece
pervasız
is
geri
unfortunately
itmeleriyle
pushing
Ege'yi
back these refugees
bir
in an
mülteci
illegal
mezarlığına
fashion, in a very tyrant
çevirmektedir.
fashion, turning the Aegean into a graveyard for
Geçen hafta
refugees. Last week,
9 aylık
a
Asım
9-month
bebek
old, a baby
ve
called
4
Asım,
yaşında
and
Abdülvahap
a 4-year-old
aileleriyle
Abdul
birlikte
Wahab
Yunan sahil güvenlik güçlerinin
have
botlarını batırması
lost their
sonucu
lives
vefat
because
etmiştir.
that the Greek Coast
Avrupa'nın
Guard
ve Birleşmiş
forces
Milletler kurumlarının
sank their boats.
insanlığa karşı suç teşkil eden bu
And I think it's
acımasızlıklara
night time for
artık
Europe
bir
and
dur
for United
demesinin
Nations
vakti
and other international
çoktan
organizations
gelmiştir.
to say stop
Diğer bir
enough
komşu
to such
ülkemiz
crimes which are
Irak'ta da
crimes against humanity.
huzurun ve istikrarın
Another neighbor of us,
hakim
which is Iraq,
kılınması için
we are trying
her
to
türlü
invest
çabayı
tremendous
sergiliyoruz.
efforts in order to make sure that peace and
Ülkede
prosperity can be established
Iraklılık
there as
kimliği
well.
temelinde siyasi
We
birliğin
want a
ve
political
uzlaşının
reconciliation
sağlanmasını
to be
arzu
established
ediyoruz.
and a unity to be
Irak'ta refahın
formed within the
sürdürülebilir
framework
şekilde
of an
artırılması
Iraqi identity.
ve terör örgütlerinin
For
istismarlarının
prosperity
önlenmesi
to be
ancak
sustainably
bu
established in
şekilde
Iraq
mümkün.
and to stop terrorist
Tabii bu arada
organizations'
Irak'taki
abuses in Iraq,
istikrarsız
we have to
ortamı
move
istismar
together.
eden
But
terör
of course there are
örgütlerinin
terrorist organizations which
ülkemizi
are
hedef alan
abusing the
eylemlerine
instability
de
in Iraq,
asla
and we will
müsaade
never
etmiyoruz.
stop fighting
Bu
against
kürsüden
the actions of the terrorist organizations
daha
against
önce de
Turkey
defalarca
deriving
vurguladığım
from
gibi
Iraq.
terörizm
As I have
belasıyla
said
mücadeleyi
over this platform multiple
terör
times,
örgütleri
we are
arasında
going to fight against
ayrımı
terrorism
reddeden
without any discrimination.
samimi
We are
ve
going to
etkin
be
bir
able
uluslararası
to
işbirliğiyle kazanabiliriz.
get triumphant through a
Hangi isim
committed,
altında
a
olursa
sincere
olsun
solidarity.
tüm terör örgütleriyle
Regardless of their
mücadelesini
names,
yıllardır
we are
devam
going to fight
ettiren
back
Türkiye'nin
terrorism in all forms and in all
müttefiklerinden
shapes.
ve
And we want our
dostlarından
allies, we
bu
want
konuda
our friends
samimi
to
bir
provide us
işbirliği
with the
ve
solidarity
dayanışma
and the
beklemek
commitment that
en
we
tabii
need. And it's a
hakkımızdır.
natural right for us to
Terör
expect that.
örgütleri ve zalim
The
rejimler
terrorist
yerine
organizations and tyrant
ülkemizde
regimes,
işbirliği
instead
yaparak
of them, we
bölgenin
want you
güvenliğine,
to cooperate with us. We
istikrarına,
want to forge a
huzuruna,
solidarity with us in order to
refahına
contribute
katkıda
to the
bulunmak
stability,
isteyecek
to the peace, and
herkesle
to the
çalışmaya
welfare of our
hazırız.
entire region and the
Kıymetli
entire
delegeler,
world. And we are ready to
dünyanın
work with
güvenliği
you.
bakımından
Distinguished delegates,
üzerinde
from the point of view of the
ısrarla
security of the
durulması
world,
gereken
there's something
yerlerden
that we
biri de
need to
Kuzey
focus
Afrika
on,
ve Doğu
which is
Akdeniz'dir.
the Northern Africa and Eastern Mediterranean.
Bu çerçevede
And within that
Libya'nın
framework,
istikrar ve refahı başta komşuları
it
olmak
is
üzere
critical to
tüm
establish
bölge için
stability and
kritik
welfare
önemlidir.
in Libya, not only for the
Türkiye
world
olarak
but also for the entire
Birleşmiş
region.
Milletler'in
And as
bu
Turkey,
yöndeki
we are very
çabalarını
supportive of the efforts of the
destekliyoruz.
United Nations in that direction.
Amacımız
We want
Libya
to
halkının
protect
egemenliğini,
the
birliğini,
sovereignty of the
bütünlüğünü
Libyan people,
koruyarak
the unity,
hak ettiği
the
refah
integrity,
düzeyine erişmesini
making sure that they
sağlamak.
reach the much desired
Libya'da
level of
adil
prosperity.
ve muteber bir seçimin
A
yapılarak
fair and
meşruiyetini
prevalent
halktan
election
alan
period will have to
güçlü
be
bir
conducted in
hükümetin
Libya.
iş başına
And a strong
gelmesi
government will have to be
hepimizin
established there,
katkıda bulunacağı
gaining
temel
legitimacy
hedef
from the will
olmalı.
of the people. And this
Orta
is
Doğu
something that we all
coğrafyasında
have to
kalıcı
contribute
barış
to.
ve
For
istikrarın
a
tesisi
prevalent
açısından
peace and
sona
prosperity in
erdirilmesini
the Middle Eastern
gerekli
geography,
gördüğümüz
we need to finalize
İsrail-Filistin
the
ihtilafında
Israeli-Palestinian
iki devletli
conflict
çözüm
once and for all
vizyonuna
through the
güçlü destek
establishment of a
veriyoruz.
two-state solution.
Kudüs'ün
This is
tarihi
something that we strongly
ve
support.
kültürel kimliğiyle
We have to
Harem-i Şerif'in
preserve the
kutsiyetine
historical and
saygı
cultural identity
gösterilmesi,
of Jerusalem,
işgal
and we have
altındaki
to respect
topraklardaki
Harem-i Şerif,
yasa dışı yerleşim
and
faaliyetlerinin
we have to
durdurulması,
stop the illegal
Filistinlilerin can ve
settlements
mal
in
güvenliğinin
the occupied
sağlanması
regions
şart.
through establishing a
Bölgedeki sorunun
security
adil,
for the lives
kalıcı
and the
ve
commodities of the
kapsamlı bir çözüme
Palestinians. We have to
kavuşturulması için
establish a permanent
başkenti
and
Doğu
a fair
Kudüs olan
solution for the
bağımsız
region,
ve
with
egemen
Eastern
Filistin
Jerusalem
devletinin
becoming
kurulması
a
dışında
capital,
bir ihtimal
and through
yok.
establishing a free
Türkiye olarak
and sovereign Palestinian
İsrail ile
state. There are
ilişkilerimizi
no other solutions
hem
whatsoever than
kendimizin
this.
hem bu ülkenin hem Filistin halkının
This is going to
hem
be
de bölgenin
for the
huzuru,
best interests of the
istikrarı,
world, for the
geleceği
Palestinian
için
people, for the
birleştirmeyi
Israeli people,
sürdürmekte
and for the
kararlıyız.
region. And we are
Bu
going to
süreçte
contribute our
Birleşmiş
efforts in
Milletler
order for that to be
Filistinli
possible.
mültecilere yardım ajansının kurumsal ve mali
And it is
kapasitesini
our international
geliştirilerek
community's
Filistinli
responsibility to
mazlumlara
help
sahip
the
çıkılması
Palestinian Refugee
uluslararası
Assistance
toplumun
Agency of the United
sorumluluğudur.
Nations to
Türkiye,
have an
İran'la
increased
yürütülen
financial capacity.
kapsamlı ortak eylem planının
At the same time,
küresel ve
we are
bölgesel istikrar için
closely concerned
taşıdığı
about the
önemi
problems
daima vurgulamış bir ülke.
deriving from Iran. We
İran'ın
have always supported
nükleer
the
programına ilişkin
JPAC.
hususların diplomasi ve diyalog yoluyla çözümüne yönelik
need
görüşmelerin en kısa
Diplomacy
sürede
and dialogue in order to settle
sonuçlandırılarak
the disputes about the
uygulamaya
nuclear program of
geçirilmesini
Iran once and for all.
bekliyoruz.
And we want solutions
Azerbaycan'ın
to be created
işgal
once and for all.
altındaki topraklarını kurtarması, Güney
And
Kafkasya'da
Azerbaijan has to
kalıcı barışın
free
ve
the occupied
istikrarın
lands
temini
once and for
konusunda
all. And
tarihi bir fırsat
we
penceresi
have a
açılmış.
historical opportunity to make
Türkiye
sure
olarak
that a permanent peace
Azerbaycan
and
ile
stability can be
Ermenistan
established
arasında
in
yürütülen
southern
süreçleri
Caucasia.
destekleyerek
As Turkey,
bu
we have been
fırsatın
very supportive of the
değerlendirilmesi
process
için
going on between
çok önemli
Azerbaijan and
adımlar
Armenistan,
attık.
and we have taken
Son günlerde
significant steps
yaşanan
forward in
çatışmalar
order to make the
güzel
utmost use
iklime
of this
gölge
opportunity that
düşürmüş olsa
avails
da
itself.
iki ülke
Recent conflicts had shed
arasında
a
en kısa zamanda
obscure
kapsamlı
shadow
bir barış
upon these
anlaşması
positive developments,
imzalanmasının
but
mümkün
we
olduğuna
believe
inanıyoruz.
still that a permanent peace
Azerbaycanlı
can be
kardeşlerimizin haklarını ve
established
geleceklerini
between these two
inşa
countries.
konusunda
We
verdikleri
will always be by
mücadelede
the side of
daima
our
yanlarında
Azerbaijani brothers
olmayı
and sisters so that they can
sürdüreceğiz.
build their
Ülkemizi
homes,
de yakından
build their
ilgilendiren
future in a
bölgedeki
legitimate and a
ulaştırma
justified fashion.
bağlantılarının en kısa
The
sürede
transportation
açılması
connections
ise
in our
herkesin
region is a
refahına
concern of
katkı
us
sağlayacak
as well.
bir
And
gelişme
if we
olacak.
were to open those connections once
Neredeyse
again, it will contribute
yarım
tremendously
asırdır
to the welfare of the
işgal,
entire region.
çatışma, terörizm,
At the same time, almost
sefalet
for
gibi
the last
sorunlarla boğuşan
50 years,
Afganistan
Afghanistan
yine bir
has been
sınamadan
fighting against
geçmektedir.
conflict,
Ülkedeki
terrorism,
geçici
and poverty.
hükümetin
And
temel
still
insan
Afghanistan
haklarının
is going through a
korunması
significant and
doğrultusunda
a challenging
atacağı
time.
adımlar umut verici
The
gelişmelerin
intermediary
önünü
government will have to take
açabilir.
necessary steps forward in order to
Türkiye
ensure
bu zor
fundamental rights and
günlerinde
liberties for the
Afgan
human beings.
kardeşlerini
And
desteklemeyi
we
sürdürecek.
believe that there might be
Hindistan
certain
ve
promising
Pakistan'ın
developments there. And we will keep
bağımsızlıklarını
on
kazanmalarının üzerinden
supporting
geçen
our Afghani brothers and sisters
75
during this
yıla rağmen
process.
aralarında hala
India and
güçlü bir
Pakistan,
barış
after having
ve
established
işbirliği
their
tesis
sovereignty and
edilememiş
independence
olmasından üzüntü duyuyoruz.
75 years ago, they
Dileğimiz
still haven't established peace
Keşmir'de
and solidarity
adil ve kalıcı barış
between one another.
ve huzura
And this is
ulaşılmasıdır.
much
Yakın
unfortunate.
tarihte
We hope
yaşanan
and pray
bir
that a
sel
fair
felaketi
and a
sebebiyle
permanent peace and
son derece
prosperity will be
sıkıntılı günler
established in
geçiren
Kashmir.
Pakistan halkına
And we would like to extend
tekrar
our condolences
geçmiş olsun
sincerely to
diyoruz.
the people of Pakistan
Afetin
because of
ardından
the disaster
başlattığımız
floods that they
insani
had
yardım
experienced quite recently.
çalışmalarımızı
And after the flood,
aralıksız
we have launched
sürdürüyoruz.
humanitarian aid
Uluslararası
campaigns which are
toplumunda
still
Pakistan
sustained.
halkına
And we
içinden
would like to
geçtikleri
call out to the
usancılı
international
dönemde
community to
destek
help the
vermesini
people of
bekliyoruz.
Pakistan as they are going through
Rohingya
this most
Müslümanlarının
unfortunate
ana
and painful
vatanlarına
time.
güvenli,
The Rohingya
gönüllü,
Muslims
onurlu
will have
ve
to go
kalıcı
back to their
şekilde geri
motherlands in
dönüşleri
a
için
safe, secure, and a
desteğimiz
voluntary and a
devam
dignified
ediyor.
fashion. And we are supporting that in
Çin'in
every extent
toprak
possible.
bütünlüğüne, tek Çin anlayışına
And we are very sensitive towards the protection of the fundamental rights and the liberties of the Muslim Uyghur Turks in such a way that will never threaten the territorial integrity and sovereignty of China. In the Balkans, we are investing tremendous efforts in order for peace and prosperity to be strengthened and for the disputes to be settled once and for all through dialogue in multiple platforms. And at the beginning of September, we have launched an official visit, including to Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Croatia.
İlerleme sağlanması bölgenin
been,
istikrarına katkı
positively
verecek.
finalized in Bosnia and
Türkiye
Herzegovina,
olarak
I think it is going to
Ege
contribute
Denizi'nde
tremendously
ve
to
Doğu
the dialogue
Akdeniz'deki
process between
tüm
Belgrade
meselelerin
and
iyi
Pristina,
komşuluk
and it will
ilişkileri
contribute
çerçevesinde
tremendously to the
ve
stability of the
uluslararası
region.
hukuka
As
uygun
Turkey,
olarak
in
çözülmesini
the
istiyoruz.
Aegean Sea and in the
Bölgede
Eastern Mediterranean, we
ülkemizde
want all
asla
the
denk
problems to be
olmayan
settled once and for all
siyasi
within
ve
the
askeri
framework of
seviyesine rağmen
good neighborly
güç
relations
gösterisi
and in
peşinde
compliance
koşanlar
with the international
kendilerini
law.
komik duruma
I think those
düşürmektedir.
countries who are going after
Doğu
adventures
Akdeniz'de
in our region
barış
are
ve
making
istikrarın
themselves feel
sürmesi,
funny, which are no
tüm
equivalent
tarafların
to us
hak ve
at all.
hukukuna saygı
In
gösterilmesine
the Eastern
bağlı.
Mediterranean, peace
Yunanistan'dan
and stability
gerginlik
depends on
ve tahrik
respecting the rights
siyasetini
of all the
bir
parties
kenara
involved.
bırakarak
We expect
işbirliği ve
Greece
dayanışma
to leave
çağrılarımıza
escalation
kulak
and
vermesini
provocation
bekliyoruz.
policies to one side and
Daha önce
respond
önerdiğimiz
to our calls for
Doğu Akdeniz
cooperation and
Konferansı'nın
solidarity.
bu amaca hizmet
We believe
edeceğini
that the
düşünüyoruz.
Eastern Mediterranean Conference that we
Muhataplarımızın
had recommended
şimdiye kadar
previously will serve
bu
this
konuda
very purpose.
en ufak
Our
bir adım dahi
interlocutors unfortunately
atamaması
had never taken a
kimin
positive
barış
step forward
ve
in order to
diyalogtan,
respond to this
kimin de
call.
gerilimden
And it
yana
clearly
olduğunu
states who
göstermektedir.
supports
Türkiye,
provocation and
Ege
conflict
ve
and
Doğu
who supports
Akdeniz'deki
peace and
haklarını
stability.
sonuna kadar savunurken,
We will
kendi
always
siyasi
defend our
hesapları
rights
uğruna
in the Aegean
gerginlik
and Eastern
stratejisi
Mediterranean at
izleyenlerin oyunlarına
the
da
farthest
asla
extent, and we
gelmeyecek.
will never yield
Kıbrıs
to the
meselesinde de
escalation strategies
adil,
led by other
kalıcı
countries.
ve
Even in the
sürdürülebilir bir
Cyprus issue,
çözüme
we want
ulaşılabilmesi için
to
Kuzey
reach
Kıbrıs
a
Türk
settlement once and for
Cumhuriyeti
all
ile
in a
birlikte
fair,
hep
permanent, and
iyi
a just
niyetli
and a
ve
sustainable
yapıcı çaba
way.
sergiledi.
And we have always been
Esasen
working together with
gerçekleri
the
görmek isteyen
Northern
herkes
Republic of
bugün adada
Turkish Republic
iki
of
ayrı
Northern
devlet,
Cyprus.
iki ayrı
in order for
halk
that to be
olduğunu
possible.
bilmektedir.
On this island, there are
Kıbrıs
two
Türk
states
halkının
and there are two
egemen
different
eşitlik
nations,
ve
and this
eşit
should be
uluslararası
accepted
statü
by all.
haklarının tescil edilmesi
It is the
adadaki
key
çözümün
for a solution of the
anahtarıdır.
problems in the
Uluslararası
island
toplumu,
of Cyprus to
Birleşmiş
accept
Milletler
that
prensipleriyle
the
çelişir
Turkish
şekilde
Cypriots have equal
ambargolarla
and sovereign rights,
dünyadan koparılmaya
and that their
çalışılan
international
Kıbrıs
statuses
Türklerine yönelik
to be
zulme son
accepted.
vermeye, bir an önce Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk
We would like
Cumhuriyeti'ni
to ask the
resmen
international community to
tanımaya davet
stop
ediyoruz.
imposing sanctions upon the
Avrupa Birliği
Turkish
üyesi
Cypriots
Yunanistan,
and to eliminate all forms of
Ege
embargo
Denizi'ndeki
and stop this tyranny
düzensiz
once
göçmenlere
and
uyguladığı
for all.
insanlık dışı geri itmeler yanında Müslüman
Greece
Türk
is
azınlığa
a
karşı
member
da
of the European
hukuki
Union,
yükümlülüklerini
and they are
ihlal
pushing
eden
back the refugees in
ayrımcı
the Aegean
ve baskıcı politikalar
Sea in a very
izlemektedir.
inhumane fashion.
Temennimiz
And they are also
Yunanistan'ın
imposing certain policies
tüm bu
upon the
sorunlu
Turkish minorities
faaliyetlerine
which
son
are
vermesi,
of Muslim
Avrupa
descent,
Birliği başta olmak üzere
neglecting all their
uluslararası
legal
kuruluşlarında yapılan
responsibilities.
insanlık
So
dışı
what we want to
ve
see
hukuksuz
is to
uygulamalara
see
sırtını
Greece
dönmeyi
finalizing these
bırakmasıdır.
efforts and
Kıymetli
ask
delegeler,
the European Union to
küresel ve bölgesel planda
be more
ortaya çıkan
considerate instead
her
of
yeni
turning
meydan
a
okuma,
blind eye towards these
Türkiye'nin
violations.
Avrupa Birliği
Distinguished
ile
guests, ladies
işbirliğinin
and gentlemen,
değerini
every
bir kez
challenge
daha
that we experience on
açıkça
a global
ortaya
and a
koymaktadır.
regional fashion, we
Bu
see
yıl
that
NATO'ya katılımının
solidarity between Turkey and
70.
the
yıl
EU
dönemine
is
ulaşan
very much
güçlü bir
significant.
müttefik
Turkey is
olarak
celebrating the
gerek
70th
diplomasi
anniversary of
hamlelerimiz,
joining NATO.
gerekse
We are a very
askeri
strong ally of NATO.
kabiliyetlerimizle
We have
Avrupa
diplomatic
Atlantik
initiatives
bölgesinin
and we have military
güvenliğine
capabilities
katkı sağlıyoruz.
that are contributing to the
Avrupalı
security of the
kimliğimizle
Europe
kıtanın
and the
güvenlik,
Atlantic.
istikrar ve refahına katkılarımız sürerken en batıdaki
We are trying to
Asyalı
provide to
olarak
the
da
security and
yeniden
stability and the welfare of the
Asya
European
girişimiyle
continent
bu
in every
kıtada
extent possible.
aynı amaçla
And we are the
çalışıyoruz.
Asian on the western coast of Europe. And we are leading certain initiatives such as Asia, again, in order to become much more proactive. We are trying to establish closer contacts and solidarity with the African countries as a result of the recent global initiatives that we have taken up. Within that framework, between 16th and 18th of December 2021, with the large participation of our African friends, we have managed to hold the third partnership, Turkey and Africa Partnership Summit in Istanbul. Turkey is always showcasing its commitment to the African journey for stability, for development, and for welfare as an equal partner. And our cooperation with Latin America is getting stronger based on mutual respect. And we are going to be institutionally investing in our efforts to become much more proactive in Latin America. We are being shaken by several challenges that we encounter. And we believe that the biggest threat we have at hand is the loss of will to coexist together. And that's something that I would like to underline. We are deeply concerned of the skyrocketing levels of xenophobia, of discrimination, of Islamophobia, and of racism. And we had launched an appeal over this platform to call that March 15th will be called a day for Fight Against Islamophobia Day as a result of the attack that took place against the Muslims in New Zealand. And we would like to underline that appeal again. First, within the OIC and within the General Assembly of the United Nations, we have taken certain decisions in order for that day to be declared as a Fight Against Islamophobia Day. We hope and pray that it will be a possibility. We hope and pray that this day will be declared as a day to fight Islamophobia. As I have previously stated, Islamophobia is equal to anti-Semitism, and it is a crime against humanity. And with these thoughts, I hope and pray that the 77th of the General Assembly of the United Nations will be able to accomplish the targets which will respond to the expectations and the aspirations of the entire human race. I hope and pray that you will stay in health and stay in peace. I would like to salute you all with love and respect on behalf of my personal self and on behalf of my nation. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. Before proceeding, may I kindly ask delegations to remember that the time limits allotted for a national intervention is 15 minutes. Delegations will be highly appreciated to stick to these time limits. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sdg Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sdg Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, dear Secretary General, I would like to sincerely congratulate the brotherly Hungary on the election of its High Representative as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish the Honorable Chaba Qureshi every success in such an important international position. The Kyrgyz Republic is always ready to provide its support to you. At the same time, I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the president
урматтуу
of the previous
Абдулла
session
Шахид
of
мырзага
the UN General
дүйнөлүк
Assembly
коомчулук үчүн
for his
оор
hard work
мезгилде
during the
талыкпай
difficult times
эмгектенгендиги,
for the world community,
ошондой эле биздин
as well as
өлкөнүн
for
эл аралык
supporting the
демилгелерин
international
дайыма
initiatives of our
колдогондугу
country.
үчүн ыраазычылык билдиремин. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар,
Dear ladies and gentlemen,
мындан
the
77 жыл
United
мурда
Nations was
адамзаттын
established
тарыхындагы
77 years
эң
ago
айыгышкан
after the
экинчи
Worst
дүйнөлүк
World
согуш
War in the
аяктагандан
history
кийин
of the mankind.
Бириккен Улуттар уюму түзүлгөн. Балким
Perhaps the founding
1945 жылы
states
Сан-Франциско
of the UN who signed
шаарында
the international
уюмду түзүү
agreement
боюнча
to establish the
эл аралык
organization
келишимге
in
кол
San
койгон
Francisco in
Бириккен Улуттар уюмунун
1945
негиздөөчү
naively believed
мамлекеттери
that wars,
согуштар,
destruction,
кыйроолор,
hunger, and suffering would end
ачарчылык,
forever.
азап тозоктор биротоло токтойт деген ойдо болушкандыр. Мен андай деп ойлобойм.
I don't think so.
Эгерде талаш тартыштарды жана пикир
Success can always
келишпестиктерди
be achieved if
компромисстин
there is a mutual
жана ак
understanding
ниеттүүлүктүн маанайында
that
чечүү зарыл
disputes
деген
and
өз ара түшүнүшүү болсо,
disagreements must be
анда ар
resolved
дайым
in a
ийгиликке
spirit
жетишсе
of
болот.
good faith and compromise.
Албетте,
In the
Бириккен Улуттар
history
уюмунун
of
тарыхында
UN, there have
көптөгөн
been many
маанилүү
important
жеңиштер
victories
жана
and
ийгиликтер
successes.
болду. Чыр чатактар жана кагылышуулар
Although
дүйнөнүн ар
conflicts
кайсы
occur
аймагында
with varying
ар кандай
degrees of
даражадагы
severity in different
ургаалдуулук
regions
менен
of the
болгонуна
world,
карабастан,
the UN has
Бириккен
played an
Улуттар уюму
important unifying
моралдык
role
авторитет болуп,
as a moral authority
тынчтыкты жана
in
коопсуздукту
maintaining peace
сактоодо,
and security
адамдардын
and providing
керектөөлөрүн
for
жана
people's needs
муктаждыктарын
and
камсыз
wants.
кылууда маанилүү бириктирүүчү ролду ойноду. Тынчтыкта жашоонун фундаменталдуу
Now, in the
негиздери
conditions
бузулат
of unprecedented
жана чоң согуш болушу
complication
мүмкүн деген
of the
коркунучтардан улам
geopolitical situation in the
дүйнөлүк
world,
коомчулукта
which has
чыңсыздануу
created
пайда
alarming
болуп,
expectations in
дүйнөдөгү
the
геосаясий
international
кырдаал
community
болуп
due
көрбөгөндөй
to the threat of
татаалдашкан
the
шартта
destruction of the
эл
fundamental
аралык тынчтыкты
foundations
жана
of
коопсуздукту
peaceful
сактоо,
coexistence
ушул
and
максатты көздөп
inevitably of
тынчтыкка
a major
каршы
war.
коркунучтарды
It is
болтурбоо
important
жана
for all of
жоюу,
us to remember the high
агрессияны же
goals
тынчтыкты
and
бузган башка
objectives that were
аракеттерди
fixed in the
токтотуу
UN
боюнча
Charter,
натыйжалуу жамааттык
namely,
чараларды көрүү,
to maintain
эл
international
аралык
peace and
талаш
security,
тартыштарды
and to that
же
end,
тынчтыкты
to take
бузушу мүмкүн
effective
болгон
collective measures
кырдаалдарды
for the prevention
адилеттүүлүктүн
and
жана эл
removal of
аралык
threats to the
укуктун
peace and for the
принциптерине
suppression
ылайык
of acts
тынчтык
of
жолу
aggression
менен
or
жөнгө
other
салуу
breaches
же
of peace,
чечүү,
and to
элдердин
bring
тең
about
укуктуулук жана
peaceful
өзүн
means
таануу принцибин урматтоонун
in conformity
негизинде
with the
улуттар
principles
арасында
of
достук
justice
мамилелерди
and
өнүктүрүү деп
international law.
Бириккен Улуттар уюмунун уставында
Adjustment
жазылган
or
бийик
settlement of
максаттарды
international
жана
disputes
милдеттерди
or
баарыбыз
situations
эстен
which
чыгарбай,
might lead to a breach
өзгөчө
of
маани
peace,
берип, милдеттерди аткарышыбыз керек.
to develop a friendly
Биздин
relation among the
өлкө
nations based on the
мамлекеттүүлүктү
principles of
түзгөндөн
equal
баштап
rights
эле
and self-determination.
Бириккен Улуттар
Ever
уюмунун
since our country
уставын
became a
ырааттуу
state,
жана катуу
we have
сактап,
consistently strictly followed the
өзүбүздүн
UN Charter
милдеттерибизди
and
ак
have been
ниет
fulfilling our
аткарып
duties
келүүдөбүз.
in good faith.
Ушул жылдын март айында
This March
өлкөбүздүн
marked
Бириккен
the
Улуттар
exactly
уюмуна
30
киргенине
years since
туура
our
30
country
жыл
joined
болду.
the United Nations.
Ал эми
And
Кыргыз
recently, on
Республикасынын
August
эгемендүүлүгүнүн 31 жылдыгын
We
жакында эле
celebrated the
кечээ
31st
жакында эле
anniversary
31
of the
августта
independence of the
белгиледик.
Kyrgyz Republic.
Биз дайыма
We
эл аралык
always
талаш
strive to
тартыштарды
resolve
тынчтык жолу менен
our
чечүүгө
international
умтулабыз.
disputes by peaceful means.
Биз эл аралык мамилелерде кандайдыр бир
In
мамлекеттин
international
аймактык
relations, we
бүтүндүгүнө же
always
саясий
refrain
көз
from the threat
карандысыздыгына
or
каршы
use of
күч
force
колдонуудан
as against
же
the
коркунуч
territorial
келтирүүдөн дайыма
integrity
алыспыз.
or political independence of any state.
Өлкөбүздүн басып өткөн татаал жолуна көз чаптырып,
Looking back at
Кыргызстандын
the
көз
thorny
карандысыз жана
path
эгемендүү
passed by our
мамлекет,
country, we
эл
highly
аралык
appreciate
коомчулуктун тең
the
укуктуу жана
multifaceted
жоопкерчиликтүү
contribution
мүчөсү
of the
катары
UN
калыптанышына
to the
Бириккен
formation
Улуттар
of
уюмунун
Kyrgyzstan.
кошкон көп кырдуу салымын абдан
As an
жогору баалайбыз.
independent and sovereign state,
Саясий, коомдук
an
жана
equal and
жарандык
responsible member of the
институттарды
international
калыптандырууда,
community,
демократияны
our
чыңдоодо,
people will never forget
рыноктук
the support
экономиканы өнүктүрүүдө
and assistance of the
Бириккен
UN
Улуттар
family in
уюмунун
the formation
колдоосун
of
жана
political,
жардамын
public and civil
элибиз эч качан
institutions,
унутпайт.
the strengthening of democracy and the development
Өзүнүн
of market
эгемен
economy.
мамлекетин түзүү жөнүндө Кыргыз элинин
On
кылымдардан бери келе
behalf of our
жаткан
generous
асыл максатын
people
ишке
and on my
ашырууга
own
чын
behalf, I
ыктыластан
express my
жана
gratitude
жан дили менен
to all
жардам
the
берген
leaders and the
Бириккен
staff
Улуттар
of the UN
уюмунун
system who
системасынын бардык
sincerely and
жетекчилерине жана
selflessly helped us to
кызматкерлерине
realize
Айкөл
the
элибиздин жана
century-old
жеке
dream of
өзүмдүн
Kyrgyz
атымдан
people
терең
to create
ыраазычылык
their own independent state.
Sizlerге чоң рахмат.
Thank you very much.
Урматтуу төраға мырза,
Dear Mr. President,
учурдан пайдаланып,
taking this
ушул биик
opportunity
трибунадан
I would like to present to the world community from this high tribune the actual situation that is developing on the southern borders of our country, taking into account the latest events related to the another aggravation of situation on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border. First, let me briefly touch on the history.
1991 жылдын декабрында
The collapse of
Советтер
the
Союзу
Soviet Union in
тарагандан кейін
December
талаштуу
1991
аймактар жана
paved the
чегара
way
көйгөйлөрү
for
келип чыккан.
territorial disputes and border
Алардын
problems.
айрымдары ушул күнгө чейин жөнгө салына элек.
Some of them have not been regulated to this day.
Совет Кытай чегарасынын
If there were more
бүткүл
than
периметри
20
боюнча
dispute
20дан ашык
areas
талаш жери
along the
болсо,
entire perimeter
анын
of the
ичинде
Soviet-Chinese
Кыргызстанда
border,
5 талаш
5
жери
of them
болгон.
were in Kyrgyzstan.
Биз алгач ирет
I want to proudly remind the world
1996
community
жылы
that
Кытай
we
Эл
have
Республикасы
successfully
жана
completed issues of border
1999 жылы
regulation,
Казакстан
first
Республикасы
with the
менен
Republic of
үч
China in
өлкөнүн мамлекеттик
1996
чегараларынын тогошкон
and jointly
жерлерин
with the Republic of Kazakhstan at
чегараны
the
жөнгө
point of
салуу
intersection
маселелерин
of the
ийгиликтүү
state borders
бүтүргөнбүз.
of 3 countries in 1999.
Биз
Then
азыр
with the Republic of
Өзбекстан
Kazakhstan
Республикасы
in
менен биргелешкен
2017.
иштерди
We have
дээрлик
now
толугу
practically
менен аяктап,
completed our joint work
мамлекеттик
and are
чегара
about to
жөнүндөгү
sign the
келишимге кол
agreement on
коюуга
the state
киришип
border
жатабыз.
with the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Аталган 3 коңшу өлкө менен мамлекеттик чегарабыз тынчтыктын, ынак
I am pleased to
коңшулуктун,
know that the state
достуктун
borders
жана
with these 3
өз ара пайдалуу
neighboring
кызматташтыктын
countries have
чегарасына
become the borders of peace,
айлангандыгын зор
good
кубаныч менен
neighborliness,
баса
friendship,
белгилеп
and
кетем.
mutually beneficial cooperation.
Тажикстан Республикасы менен болгон мамилебиз
With
боюнча
regard to
төмөнкүлөрдү
relations
билдирем.
with the Republic of
Биз
Tajikistan, I would
ынак
like to note the
коңшу
following.
элдерибиз илгертен
Our
бери
two
өтө жакын
close
жашайт.
neighboring peoples have been living
Бизди
side by
жалпы
side for a long time.
баалуулуктарыбыз,
We are united by
маданиятыбыз,
common values,
каада
culture,
салтыбыз бириктирип
traditions,
турат.
and
Биздин
customs. We
динибиз
share
бир.
the same faith.
Биздин элдерибиз туугандык байланыштар менен
Our
чырмалышкан.
people are intertwined by
Айтылуу Манас
family
атабыз
ties.
тажик канышасы Каныкейге үйлөнгөн.
Our legendary father Manas was married to a Tajik princess
Советтер
Kankei.
Союзу юридикалык жактан 1991 жылдын 21 декабрда Казакстан Республикасынын Алматы шаарында тараган. Мында 11 көз карандысыз мамлекеттин башчылары көз карандысыз мамлекеттер шериктигин түзүү жөнүндө Алмата декларациясы кабыл алынган.
States adopted the Almaty Declaration on the creation of
Декларацияда
Commonwealth of
көз карандысыз
Independent States.
мамлекеттер бири-биринин аймактык бүтүндүгүн жана учурдагы чегараларынын бузулбастыгын тааныйт жана урматтайт деп белгиленген. Алар достук, ынак коңшулук жана өз ара пайдалуу кызматташтык мамилелеринин терең тарыхый тамырын бекемдөө, элдердин негизги кызыкчылыктарына жооп берет, тынчтык жана коопсуздук ишине кызмат кылат деп көрсөтүшкөн.
Meets the fundamental interest of people and serve the
Өлкөлөр
cause
жарандык
for
тынчтыкты
peace
жана
and security.
улутаралык ынтымакты сактоо
It is
үчүн
written
өзүнүн
that the
жоопкерчилигин
countries
сезет деп
sense their
жазылган.
responsibility to maintain civil
Бул
peace and
юридикалык документке
international
көз
harmony.
карандысыз мамлекеттер шериктештигинин
This legal
11
document was
мамлекеттин
signed by the
президенттери,
presidents of 11
анын ичинде
states, 11
Тажикстан
presidents of
Республикасынын
11
президенти да
CIS
кол
member
койгон.
states, including the Republic of Tajikistan.
Андан кийин 1994 жылдын 15 апрелинде
This
көз
principle was
карандысыз
confirmed
мамлекеттер
by the
шериктештигине
president of
катышкан
Tajikistan,
мамлекеттердин
Emomali
суверендүүлүгүнүн,
Rahmon, in Moscow
аймактык
Declaration
бүтүндүгүн
of the CIS
жана
on
чегараларынын кол
respect for
тийбестигин сактоо
sovereignty,
жөнүндө
territorial
Москва
integrity
декларациясында
and
дагы бул
immunity of
принципти
borders of the state
Тажикстан
parties
президенти
of the
Эмомали Рахмон
Commonwealth of
өзү да
Independent
ырастаган.
States, dated
Кол
April
коюп
15,
макул болгон.
1994.
Бирок азыр
He
ал
signed it
принциптен
and
тайып
agreed.
жатканы өкүнүчтүү.
It is a pity that he is deviating from this principle now.
Ал Тажикстандагы кандуу жарандык согуш аяктагандан
He
кийин
made his first official visit to the Kyrgyz
1998
Republic in
жылы
1998
биринчи
after the
расмий
end
иш
of the
сапарын
bloody
Кыргыз
civil
Республикасына
war in
жасаган.
Tajikistan.
Кийинчерээк Кыргыз
Later, two
Республикасы менен
bilateral
Тажикстан Республикасынын
interstate agreements were
ортосундагы эки
concluded
тараптуу
between the
мамлекеттер
Kyrgyz
аралык
Republic
эки
and the
келишим
Republic of Tajikistan.
1996
The agreement on
жылдын
basic
12
interstate
июлүндагы
relations on
мамлекеттер
of
аралык
July 12,
мамилелердин негиздери
1996
жөнүндө келишим
and the agreement on
жана
good
2004
neighborly
жылдын
and partnership
26
relations
майындагы ынак
of
коңшулук
May
жана өнөктөштүк
26,
мамилелер жөнүндөгү
2004.
келишим түзүлгөн. Эки
I want to
келишим тең
note
Дүйшөмбү
that both
шаарында кол
agreements were
коюлгандыгын
signed in
белгилеп
Dushanbe.
кетким келет. Урматтуу төрага мырза,
Dear Mr. President,
эки мамлекеттин
from the
ортосундагы
very
чегара
beginning
маселелерин
of
жөнгө
work
салуу
on
боюнча иш
settlement of border
башталгандан
issues
тартып,
between our two states,
Кыргыз тарап
the
дайыма
Kyrgyz
өзүнө алган
side
эл
has
аралык
always acted in
милдеттенмелерге,
full compliance
анын ичинде
with its
эки тараптуу
international
милдеттенмелерге ылайык иш
obligations, including
жүргүзүп,
bilateral
өз ара
ones,
пайдалуу
conducted
компромисстерди сунуштоого
negotiations
аракет
in a
кылып,
constructive manner,
конструктивдүү маанайдагы
offering mutually
сүйлөшүүлөрдү
beneficial
жүргүзүп келебиз.
compromise.
белгилей кетсем,
I would like to note that in April
2021 апрелинде
2021, the
Тажикстандын
armed
куралдуу
forces of
күчтөрү биздин
Tajikistan
аймагыбызга негизсиз эле
launched an
масштабдуу агрессия жасады.
unjustified and provoked
Анын
large-scale
кесепетинен 36
aggression
жараныбыз курман
against the
болуп,
territory of
олуттуу
the Kyrgyz
материалдык
Republic,
зыян
killing
келтирилди.
36 citizens and causing
Кыргыз
serious material
халкынын
damage.
сынына кабылсам дагы,
Although my decision to meet the president
ортолук аянтта
of the
жолук деген
Republic of
талаптарды
Tajikistan in
коюп турушту.
Dushanbe was heavily criticized by the
2021 жылдын
Kyrgyz people
июнунда
who demanded
Дүйшөмбү
that I
шаарына
meet
учуп
in a
барып,
natural location.
чек-ара боюнча өз ара
Nonetheless, I
пайдалуу
flew to
чечимди табууга
Dushanbe
аракет
and met
кылып,
with Mr.
президент
President
Рахмон менен
Rahmon
жолугуштум.
in June last year to try and find
Элим
a
үчүн
mutually
мен
beneficial
сүйлөшүүлөргө
solutions to the
ошол
border
күндөгүдөй
issues.
10 саат эле
For the sake of my
бул
people,
маселени
I am
бир
ready
отоло
to
чечүү
spend
үчүн
not only
канча
10
болсо да
hours
убактымды
on
дагы деле коротууга
negotiations
даярмын.
as on that day, but to spend
Албетте
as much
кандай чечим
time
болсо
as
дагы
possible to
өз ара
solve
эки
this issue
тарапка
once and
пайдалуу
for
чечим
all.
болуш керек.
Of course, whatever the
Ал эми
solution,
ушул жылдын
it should be
14,
mutually
15 жана
beneficial.
16 сентябрында Кыргызстандын
It is all
түштүгүндө
more painful for
масштабдуу
me to report
аскердик
that
кагылышуу
on
болгондугун
September
терең
14th,
кайгыруу менен
15th, and
кабарлайм.
16th of this year, large-scale
Мурда
clashes took
сүйлөшүлгөн
place in the
бардык
south
макулдашууларга карабай,
of Kyrgyzstan.
тажик тарап
Despite all
Кыргыз-тажик
previous
мамлекеттик чек арасынын
negotiations,
бардык
agreements,
периметри боюнча
the Tajik
чек аралык
side
жана
with ill
жарандык
intention attacked the
объектилерге
border and
чабуул
civilian
жасады.
objects along the entire perimeter
140
of
миңге
the
жакын жараныбыз
Kyrgyz-Tajik
чек
state
арага жакын
borders.
калктуу
About
конуштардан
140,000
эвакуацияланды.
of our civilians
Аларга
have been
керектүү жардамдар
evacuated from
көрсөтүлүп
the
жатат.
border settlements. They are
Ушуга
now being
байланыштуу
provided with necessary
тилектештик жана
assistance.
моралдык колдоо көрсөткөндүгү үчүн Бириккен
In this
Улуттар
regard, I
уюму
would like to
системасына,
express my sincere
досторубузга,
gratitude to the UN system,
өнөктөштөрүбүзгө
our
ыраазычылык билдирип кетем.
friends and partners for their
Жарандык жана
solidarity and
аскердик
support.
объекттерге,
Great
үйлөргө,
material damage was caused to
административдик
civilian
имараттарга,
and military
мектептерге,
facilities,
чек ара тозотторуна
houses,
чоң
administrative
материалдык зыян
buildings,
келтирилди.
schools, frontier posts.
Кандай гана болбосун, материалдык
Be
зыяндын
what
ордун
may,
толтурса
any
болот экен.
material damage can be
Бирок
restored.
өз өмүрүн аябастан
However,
мекен үчүн
you
согушуп,
cannot return the lives
курман
of
болгон
our
биздин ер
citizens
жүрөк
who were
жоокерлерибиздин,
fired upon and brave
атлоого кабылган
defenders who
жарандарыбыздын
died
ордун толтура
fighting for
албайт
their
экенсиң.
homeland and sacrificed their lives.
Биз каарман жоокерлерибиздин эрдиктерин эч качан унутпайбыз.
We will never forget the bravery of our
Тажикстан
courageous
тараптын
soldiers.
эч кандай себепсиз эле
We are
жасаган
deeply
ушундай
saddened by
куралдуу
the
агрессиялык
saddened
жүзүү
by the
каралык
unjustified
акциялары
armed
бизди
aggressions
өтө капа
by Tajikistan.
Анткени
Even
биздин
though there
өлкөлөрдүн
are
ортосунда эл
international
аралык
agreements
келишимдер жана
and
милдеттенмелер
obligations that
түзүлгөн
have been
болчу.
established between our countries.
Пакта сунт серванда
Pacta sunt servanda.
келишимдер сакталышы
Latin
керек
for
деп латын
agreements
макалында
must be
айтылат.
kept, as the saying goes.
Биз тажик кошунабыз менен
We are
кандай
ready
гана
to
форматта
continue
болбосун,
the
эл
negotiation
аралык
process
эрежелердин
in any
негизинде
format without Tajik
цивилизациялуу,
neighbors
юридикалык жолдор менен сүйлөшүү процессин
through
улантууга
civilized
даярбыз.
and legal ways.
Коңшубуздун мыйзамга каршы сокку аракеттеринин кесепетинен
Taking into
биздин
account
ишенимибиз солгундап
that
кеткендигин
our
эске
trust
алып,
has been weakened
биз
by the recent
сүйлөшүүлөрдү улантууга
lawless
эл
actions
аралык,
of our neighbor.
анын
We
ичинде
are ready to
Бириккен
continue
Улуттар уюму,
negotiations
Европа
and welcome
кызматташтык жана
mediation
коопсуздук
efforts
уюму,
by the international
жамааттык коопсуздук
organizations,
кызматташтык уюму
including the
сыяктуу
UN,
уюмдардын
the
ортомчулугуна да
Organization for
даярбыз.
Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the
Бизде
Collective
тажик
Security
тараптын өткөн жылдарда
Treaty
жана
Organization.
кечээки жасаган
We
укукка
have
каршы
documented
биринчилерден болуп
evidence of the
кол салган иш
previous years and
аракеттеринин
yesterday's illegal
документтештирилген
and
далилдери бар.
ill-intentioned actions of the Tajik side.
Биз эч качан биринчи болуп кол салган эмеспиз жана кол салбайбыз.
We are never the first one
Ар
to
дайым
start
курал
and
колдонуудан алыс
never
болууга
will.
аракет жасап келебиз.
We
Жана
always
эч
try
качан
to
куралсыз
avoid
жай
using
тургундарды
weapons and
атпайбыз.
even more so never shoot at
Бизге дайыма
unarmed
тажик тараптын
civilians.
жасаган
We
агрессиясына
are always forced to
адекваттуу жооп
respond
кайтаруу менен гана
accordingly
чектелип
and
жатабыз.
adequately to the aggression of the Tajik
Ушуга
side.
байланыштуу төмөнкүлөрдү баса
In this
белгилейм.
regard, I would like to emphasize the
Кыргыз
following.
тарап
The
бөтөн бирөөнүн
Kyrgyz
жерине
side
көз
does not
артпайбыз.
claim foreign
Бирок
lands,
бир да сантиметр
nor does it
жерибизди
intend
бирөөгө
to
бербейбиз.
give a centimeter of its land to anyone.
Биз бардык чек ара жана чарба маселелерди
We are
сүйлөшүүлөр менен
convinced
гана
that all
чечилиши керек деп
border and
эсептейбиз.
internal issues should be
Бүгүнкү
resolved
күндө
over
чек
the
арага жакын
negotiation
райондордо
table,
коопсуздукту
and
жана
there is such will
туруктуулукту
and
камсыздоо
readiness on
боюнча
our part.
кечиктирилгис чараларды көрүү, жергиликтүү калк арасында чыңалууну күчөтүүгө
The most
багытталган ар
important issue
кандай
today is
аракеттерге
the
бөгөт коюу,
adoption of urgent measures
эки
to
мамлекеттин
ensure
ортосундагы
security and
ишенимди
stability
бекемдөө
in
маселелери
the
абдан маанилүү
border areas, stop any actions aimed at increasing tensions among the local population, and strengthen the trust between our two states. We are always ready for negotiations and clarification of our borders. Dear Mr. President, regarding the general UN issues, I would like to note the following.
This year, as half of the implementation period of the UN Sustainable Development Goals until 2030 has passed, and we can now objectively look at the real situation we have at hand. The adoption of the SDGs in 2015 under the motto "Leave no one behind" was a bright example of the constructive negotiation capacity of the world community in the interests of all of us and subsequent generations. Meanwhile, it has already become obvious that due to objective circumstances, including due to the coronavirus pandemic, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in developing countries, including our country, has slowed down. And without adequate international funding, many of them may not even achieve the critical indicators of the SDGs. On my part, I want to confirm the firm commitment of the Kyrgyz Republic to the SDGs and their gradual implementation, taking into account the national capacity. I believe that our country's own potential should be the main source and engine for sustainable development. For this purpose, our efforts are aimed at achieving an accelerated and qualitative growth of the economy, including through mutually beneficial regional and international trade and investment cooperation. For example, Kyrgyzstan actively participates in the integration and cooperation processes, including the Eurasian Economic Union and the One Belt, One Road initiative of the People's Republic of China. On my part, I want to confirm the firm commitment of the Kyrgyz Republic to the SDGs and their gradual implementation, taking into account national capacity. I believe that our country as own potential should be the main source and engine of sustainable development. For the purpose, achieving an accelerated, for example, Kyrgyzstan,
жүргүзүлүп жаткан саясаттын алкагында жашыл, санариптик жана креативдүү экономиканы артыкчылыктуу көңүл
locomotive of green economy, hydropower industry, small, medium and sized hydropower plants are being put into operation.
Чакан жана орто кесте
пайдаланууга киргизилүүдө.
Эң ири камбар ата кесин курууга биздин ынак коңшуларыбыз Казакстан жана Өзбекстан
in the construction of the largest hydroelectric power
station.
Because this will strengthen the energy security and optimize the use of our water resources in the region. In general, I want to note the spirit of unity, understanding, trust and support, which was demonstrated in the city of Cholpon-Ata 2 months ago when the fourth
Чолпон-Ата шаарындагы 21-кылымда Борбордук Азияны өнүктүрүү максатында достук, ынак коңшулук жана кызматташтык жөнүндө келишимге тараптардын кол коюусу мамлекеттер аралык алакабыздын жаңы барагын ачат деп ишенем. Биз ушул форматтагы ишти улантууга даярбыз. Башкы катчы, урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, сөзүмдүн аягында Кыргызстан адамзаттын алдында пайда болуп туруучу чакырыктарды чечүүгө Бириккен Улуттар уюмунун мүчө мамлекеттери тарабынан ыйгарым укук берилген бирден-бир универсалдуу түзүм катары Бириккен Улуттар уюмун бекем колдойт деп ишендирем. Бириккен Улуттар уюму өзүнүн бардык функцияларын тийиштүү түрдө аткара берет жана мүчө мамлекеттерге маанилүү глобалдык көйгөйлөрдү чечүүдө жана терс көрүнүштөрдү жеңүүдө көмөк көрсөтөт деп ишенем. Ушул татаал эл аралык мезгилде бардык мүчө мамлекеттерди уюмга тилектештик жана саясий колдоо
and solidarity to the organization in this difficult international time. Dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, first of all, I congratulate Mr. Qureshi on his election as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. We meet here at UN headquarters at a critical time for humanity. The world of today appears to have entered a new, increasingly bitter period of geopolitical confrontation. The long-standing international system based on order and responsibility is giving way to a new, more chaotic and unpredictable one. The global system of checks and balances has failed to maintain peace and stability. The security architecture is eroding. Mutual distrust between global powers is dangerously deepening. The world is falling prey to a new set of military conflicts. For the first time in 2 generations, we face the prospect of the use of nuclear weapons, and not even as a last resort. New fault lines are creating artificial barriers and economic isolation. Economic and political sanctions have become a new norm which erodes the supply chains that ensure food security, threatening millions, especially in vulnerable communities. These problems contribute to the mounting challenges of soaring inflation, job losses, and fears of a worldwide recession, especially for developing nations. And finally, these crises severely hamper the urgent action we all agreed to combat climate change and enhance sustainable development. Some 77 years ago, the founding members placed within the United Nations Charter the principles and the norms of international law that have successfully guided us ever since. There is nothing more important now than to return to the foundational principles that lie at the root of this universal organization. In particular, we must rethink the linkages between 3 primordial principles: the sovereign equality of states, the territorial integrity of states, and peaceful coexistence between states. These 3 principles are interdependent. To respect one is to respect the other 2. To undermine one is to undermine the other 2. When the global disarmament regime, both conventional and nuclear, weakens, these 3 principles are threatened. Conversely, as these 3 principles are respected, they grow in strength. Together, they become the basis for greater interstate cooperation at every level: sub-regional, regional, and global. This is the global prosperity dividend. This system of values embodied in the United Nations remains a beacon of hope for millions of people in different parts of our planet. We must staunchly defend these values, the United Nations as its core, and the spirit of cooperation which underpins it. In other words, we cannot simply shrug our shoulders and agree with polarization and division. We cannot afford indecision on narrow interests or detrimental to this common heritage and our collective good. Too much is at stake. Therefore, Kazakhstan stands ready to cooperate with all relevant actors in a spirit of inclusiveness, multilateralism, and goodwill. I am convinced that the challenges of our time can only be overcome by countries acting together. To achieve our shared goals, we must go forward in the following directions. The multiple and often interconnected crises of recent years have exposed significant gaps in global governance. They have highlighted the need to modernize and reform the United Nations. The UN must be better prepared for future challenges and opportunities. In this respect, Kazakhstan welcomed the proposals in the report of the Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda. This is an important opportunity to reaffirm the Charter of the United Nations, reinvigorate multilateralism, boost implementation of existing commitments, agree on concrete solutions to new challenges, and restore trust among member states. We look forward to contributing to the consultations at the ministerial meeting next year and to the holding of the 2024 Summit of the Future. We must move from simply responding to global challenges and crises to preventing and better predicting emerging trends and integrating our assessments into strategic planning and policy making. For this very purpose, Kazakhstan proposed 30 years ago the idea of convening the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia. In the context of new challenges and threats, we hope to transform SICA into full-fledged international organization at the upcoming summit in October in Astana to contribute to global mediation and peacemaking. With only 8 years until 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals are hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, a triple planetary crisis, it means climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, and conflicts around the world. We need to get back on track before it's too late. Our top priority must be build resilience to future turmoil and ensure sustainable, equitable, and inclusive recovery. To this end, we need a frank dialogue between East and West and a new global security paradigm based on the principles of mutual trust and multifaceted cooperation. Given the current crisis and increased geopolitical tensions, there is an acute need for a process under the United Nations auspices that can lead to détente and conflict prevention. Kazakhstan has suffered terribly from past nuclear weapons testing, so we understand very clearly the dangers of escalating tensions between nuclear powers. For this reason, nuclear disarmament has become a key part of Kazakh foreign policy, and we will be continuously struggling for a world free of nuclear arsenals. Despite some progress in this area, unfortunately, the whole record is not that positive. We are alarmed by the increased rivalry and rhetoric of nuclear states. We are also concerned at the lack of progress made by the NPT review conferences. Elaborating new mechanisms to ensure disarmament and non-proliferation is a daunting task ahead. Similarly, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need to manage and reduce biological risks and dangers. It should be of universal concern that we still rely on the Biological Weapons Convention, now 50 years old, without any effort to create an agency or body for international cooperation. In this context, I would like to reiterate my earlier proposal to establish an international agency for biological safety. Along with threats to international security, climate change requires greater international cooperation and solidarity as well. Around the world, people are facing existential threats from weather and environmental change. If we are to turn this tide, we need more action, and we need it fast. Many of us have taken bold steps already. In Kazakhstan, we have pledged the total transformation of the oil and coal-dependent energy sector into a net zero economy by 2060. To save our planet, we need investment at greater levels than we have ever seen. However, climate action cannot come at the expense of development or modernization. Therefore, at COP27 later this year, member states, as well as the global business community, must once again scale up their commitment to greater climate finance. That agenda relates directly to the global food security crisis. My country, as the world's 7th largest grain producer, is the breadbasket of Central Asia. We are committed to utilizing this agricultural potential to fight global food insecurity. Kazakhstan will continue to act as a reliable supplier of grain and other food staples, first of all to the poorest countries. It also intends to grow its cooperation with the Islamic Food Security Organization located in Kazakhstan, as well as other United Nations agencies. It's imperative in this connection to exclude food and fertilizers from any sanctions and restrictions whatsoever. Once again, current economic and social upheavals require a collective effort. Commitment to the 2030 Agenda remains an integral part of our national and global agenda. In addition, fair trade regimes are crucial to global economic recovery. In this context, I would like to commend the constructive decisions coming out of the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference chaired by Kazakhstan. The current geopolitical situation also highlights the importance of a reliable and diversified global transit and transport infrastructure. We are seeing this in our own region. Kazakhstan, the largest landlocked developing country, is becoming a vital Asian land corridor to Europe. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, or Middle Corridor, has received a new impetus. We expect cargo volume through Kazakhstan to increase significantly in the years ahead. We must ensure that the Caspian Sea becomes a sea of peace and new opportunities. In the months ahead, Kazakhstan will help mitigate the most immediate impacts of limited access to energy and critical raw materials caused by trade and supply chain disruptions. In the long term, we aim to diversify our sources of energy with a particular focus on green hydrogen and renewables. Speaking about Central Asia, we should bear in mind that it has already become a region of vast opportunities for international cooperation. Together with our Central Asian partners, we are committed to strengthening political interaction and deepening economic ties to move our region forward. We agreed to coexist as good neighbors and diversify our cooperation. This credo is based on our significant natural and agricultural resources, human capital, transport and transit potential. We are a buffer market between East and West, south and north. We intend to work together with all stakeholders to address a pressing regional agenda that includes climate change, the Aral Sea, rational use of water resources, border delimitation, combating extremism, and expanding inter-regional trade. That's why we consider it important to establish the United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Kazakhstan sees the future Afghanistan as a truly independent, neutral, united, prosperous state living in peace with its neighbors. Therefore, we support the difficult process of nation building in that country, including life-saving humanitarian assistance. Dear colleagues, as President of Kazakhstan, I am absolutely committed to build a just Kazakhstan, one in which every citizen has the same opportunities, rights, and protections. Justice in my country must prevail. Law and order will become pillars of our society. The most important part of this path is transformative political reform. Presidential and parliamentary elections will be held in Kazakhstan over the coming months. According to my proposal, the presidential mandate has been limited to 1 7-year term. It's a real breakthrough in developing democracy in Kazakhstan. At the same time, we will be firmly adhering to my formula of a strong president, authoritative parliament, accountable government. I am convinced this formula excellently serves the national interests of Kazakhstan. We also aim to demonopolize the economy. We are taking steps to ensure that the wealthiest in our society play their part in our quest for a just Kazakhstan, along with diversifying our economy and increasing investments in human capital. Recently, I initiated the creation of a national fund for children. Starting in 2024, 50% of the investment income from the National Welfare Fund will be allocated to special savings accounts for children until their adulthood. These funds could be used for education or housing purposes. A special private charity fund for the people of Kazakhstan also now provides assistance to ordinary citizens for healthcare, education, and social security aims. We aim to further expand the empowerment and participation of women in economic and public life. Comprehensive national transformation is not a simple process, and there will be certainly pitfalls and bumps in the road. But if we are firmly to meet the expectations of Kazakh citizens, we cannot deviate from this strategic path. Over the past 3 years, we have carried out substantial transformations through 4 packages of political reforms. For example, new laws passed by the Parliament simplified political parties' registration and reduced the threshold for parties to enter Parliament from 7% to 5%. To promote a wider involvement of citizens in governance, there is now a mandatory 30% quota for women and young people in electoral party lists. To make local administration more accountable, local mayors are now directly elected. To foster a more open culture between society and government, we have changed the law on peaceful assembly. Government authorization is no longer required. Following its international commitments on the fundamental right to life and human dignity, Kazakhstan abolished the death penalty. A just Kazakhstan depends on our multi-ethnic and multi-confessional solidarity. The unity in diversity principle will be preserved at all costs. Last week, the 7th Congress of Leaders of World and traditional religions was successfully held in Kazakhstan. The Congress once again highlighted the importance of religious tolerance, dialogue, and mediation. We are ready to build bridges and provide platforms for dialogue wherever needed. Dear friends, this year marks 30 years of Kazakhstan-United Nations partnership. The organization has contributed strongly to the formation and strengthening of independent Kazakhstan. Over that period, we have worked for the aims of the Charter in all major UN organs, from ECOSOC to the Human Rights Council and to the Security Council. Kazakhstan will remain at the forefront of advancing a more modern, efficient, transparent, and accountable organization. Never in history have we had such a need for responsible leadership for the next generations. Remembering our past makes us responsible for our future. Together with you, we will spare no effort toward building a safer, more sustainable, and prosperous global community. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made and request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And before proceeding, may I just kindly remind delegations that the agreed time limits for the national interventions are 15 minutes, and you are kindly requested to adhere to this agreement. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request the protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank, and on behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of State of Qatar, and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة رئيس الجمعية العامة، سعادة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة، يسرني بداية أن يهنئ سعادة السيد كاسابا كوروشي على توليه رئاسة الدورة 77 للجمعية العامة، متمنيا له النجاح. كما أعرب عن تقديرنا لسعادة السيد عبد الله شاهد رئيس الدورة 76 لما بذله من جهود، ونثمن الجهود التي يبذلها سعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة من أجل تعزيز دور الأمم المتحدة وتحقيق أهدافها. السيد الرئيس، تحول عالمنا إلى قرية عالمية تتداخل فيها همومنا وتتشابك قضايانا، ومع أن عالمنا تغير بوتيرة سريعة لناحية انتشار آثار أي حدث بيئي أو أزمة اقتصادية أو مواجهة عسكرية على المستوى العالمي، إلا أن مقاربتنا وأساليبنا لم تتطور بالوتيرة ذاتها لتواكب هذه التغيرات الثورية. وسواء كان الرأي أن العالم أحادي القطب أو متعدد الأقطاب، فإن السياسة الدولية ما زالت تدار بمنطق الدول المتفاوتة القدرات والمصالح والأولويات، وليس بمنطق العالم الواحد والإنسانية الواحدة. وأقصد تحديدا إدارة الأزمات العالمية من منظور مصالح ضيقة قصيرة المدى، وتهميش القانون الدولي، وإدارة الاختلاف بموجب توازنات القوى، وليس على أساس ميثاق الأمم المتحدة واحترام سيادة الدول. كما أقصد عدم توفر آليات كافية للردع ومعاقبة المعتدين على سيادة الدول، وعجز المجتمع الدولي عن فرض التسويات حين يرفضها الطرف القوي في أي نزاع. في هذه الظروف تبرز أهمية الحكمة والعقلانية في سلوك القادة والتمسك بمبادئ العدالة والإنصاف في العلاقات بين الدول. السيد الرئيس، ندرك تماما تعقيدات الصراع بين روسيا وأوكرانيا والبعد الدولي له، ومع ذلك ندعو إلى وقف إطلاق النار ومباشرة السعي إلى حل سلمي للنزاع، فهذا ما سوف ينتهي إليه الأمر على كل حال مهما استمرت الحرب. ودوامها لن يغير هذه النتيجة، بل سوف يزيد من عدد الضحايا كما يضاعف آثارها الوخيمة على أوروبا وروسيا والاقتصاد العالمي عموما. وعلى صعيد آخر، لا أعتقد أن مندوبي الدول الحاضرين يحتاجون إلى التذكير بأن القضية الفلسطينية ما زالت دون حل، وأنه في ظل عدم تطبيق قرارات الشرعية الدولية ومع التغير المتواصل للواقع على الأرض، أصبح الاحتلال الاستيطاني يتخذ سياسة فرض الأمر الواقع، مما قد يغير قواعد الصراع وكذلك شكل التضامن العالمي مستقبلا. ومن هنا أجدد التأكيد على تضامننا الكامل مع الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في تطلعه للعدالة، كما أكرر التأكيد على ضرورة تحمل مجلس الأمن لمسؤوليته بإلزام إسرائيل بإنهاء احتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية وإقامة دولة فلسطينية على حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. وفي منطقتنا أيضا عجز المجتمع الدولي عن محاسبة مجرمي الحرب في سوريا على ما ارتكبت أيديهم، وإمعانا في الخذلان أصبح البعض يسعى لطي صفحة مأساة الشعب السوري دون مقابل، ويتجاهل التضحيات الكبيرة التي قدمها هذا الشعب المنكوب دون حل يحقق تطلعاته ووحدة سوريا والسلم والاستقرار فيها. ولا يجوز أن تقبل الأمم المتحدة أن يتلخص المسار السياسي فيما يسمى اللجنة الدستورية تحت رعايتها. تقدم القضية السورية درسا مهما بشأن عواقب غياب الرؤية البعيدة المدى لدى قوى المجتمع الدولي الفاعلة حين يتعلق الأمر بمعالجة معاناة الشعوب من الطغيان اللامحدود والفقر المدقع والحروب الأهلية، أن تصبح ظواهر مرافقة لها مثل اللجوء هي المشكلة التي تحتاج إلى حل. نحن نقدر عاليا دور الدول التي استقبلت اللاجئين السوريين، ولكن لا يسعنا إلا أن نذكر أن علينا الالتفاف إلى جذور القضايا قبل أن تطرق آثارها أبواب بلادنا. وفي ليبيا نطالب باتخاذ إجراء دولي وفوري لاستكمال العملية السياسية والاتفاق على القاعدة الدستورية للانتخابات وتوحيد مؤسسات الدولة. والجميع بات يدرك أنه لا يمكن استعادة الدولة دون توحيد القوى العسكرية وإعادة تأهيل الفصائل المسلحة في جيش وطني واحد ونبذ من يرفض هذا الحل ومحاسبته. وفي اليمن نرى بصيص أمل في توافق الأطراف على هدنة مؤقتة، ونتطلع إلى وقف شامل ودائم لإطلاق النار تمهيدا للتفاوض بين الأطراف اليمنية على أساس مخرجات الحوار الوطني والمبادرة الخليجية وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وخاصة القرار 2216. إننا نأمل أن يتحقق التوافق الوطني في كل من العراق ولبنان والسودان من خلال ارتقاء النخب السياسية إلى مستوى المهام المطلوبة والمعروفة اللازمة ليكون ممكنا تحقيق تطلعات المواطنين والتي تضمن وحدة الشعب والوطن وتحفظ تنوعه في الوقت ذاته. ليس الأمر ممكنا فحسب، بل هو واقعي للغاية لو توفرت الإرادة والاستعداد لتغليب التنازلات للتوصل إلى تسويات والتخلي عن نهج المحاصصة الحزبية الطائفية التي ترفضها الأجيال الشابة.
on ethnic grounds is abandoned, as this approach is
السيد الرئيس، نحن في قطر نؤمن بضرورة التوصل إلى اتفاق عادل حول البرنامج النووي الإيراني يأخذ بالاعتبار مخاوف الأطراف كافة ويضمن خلو المنطقة من السلاح النووي وحق الشعب الإيراني في الاستفادة من الطاقة النووية للأغراض السلمية. ليس لدى أحد بديلا عن مثل هذا الاتفاق وسوف يكون التوصل إليه في صالح أمن واستقرار المنطقة وسيفتح الباب لحوار أوسع على مستوى الإقليمي. أما في أفغانستان فإننا ندعو جميع الأطراف إلى الحفاظ على مكتسبات اتفاق الدوحة للسلام والبناء عليه، ومنها أن لا تكون أفغانستان ملاذا للأفراد والجماعات الإرهابية والمتطرفة حتى يحظى الشعب الأفغاني بالاستقرار والازدهار الذي طال انتظاره. لقد أكدنا مرارا على ضرورة حماية المدنيين في أفغانستان واحترام حقوق الإنسان والمواطن بما في ذلك حقوق المرأة وحق الفتيات في التعليم وتحقيق المصالحة الوطنية بين فئات الشعب الأفغاني. كما حذرنا من خطورة عزل أفغانستان وما يمكن أن يترتب عليه محاصرتها من نتائج عكسية. الحضور الكرام، بسبب الافتقار إلى التنسيق العالمي والتخطيط الرشيد والمتوازن للسياسات المتعلقة بالطاقة على مدى عقود عديدة، فإننا جميعا نواجه اليوم أزمة طاقة غير مسبوقة، إذ يعيش ما يقرب من مليار شخص في العالم دون مصدر أساسي موثوق به للطاقة. ربما كانت أزمة الحرب في أوكرانيا جديدة، ولكن الأوضاع التي تتحول فيها الأزمات السياسية إلى أزمة طاقة ليست جديدة، فقد كانت تتفاقم بصمت حتى قبل الحرب في أوكرانيا. لقد تسببت في نقص إمدادات الطاقة عقود من الضغط لوقف استثمارات الطاقة الأحفورية قبل توفير البدائل المستدامة والصديقة للبيئة التي يجب أن نسعى إلى تطويرها. ولا شك أن التغير المناخي وحماية البيئة عموما يفرضان علينا تنويع مصادر الطاقة في أسرع وقت، لكن علينا أن نوفر الطاقة في هذه الأثناء وأن ندرك بواقعية أن مستقبل الطاقة سيشمل مزيجا متنوعا من مصادرها المستدامة مثل الطاقة الشمسية والهيدروجين وطاقة الرياح والمصادر الهيدروكربونية.
hydrogen, wind energy, and also hydrocarbons.
وبفضل استثمار قطر في الغاز الطبيعي المسال منذ عقود خلت، تمكنا الآن من الشروع في توسعة حقل غاز الشمال، والذي سيلعب دورا محوريا في التخفيف من أزمة نقص إمدادات الطاقة في أجزاء مهمة في العالم. ثمة سلع مثل الطاقة والغذاء والدواء تحمل مصدريها مسؤولية تتجاوز المسؤولية التجارية، وذلك بدءا بالموثوقية واحترام العهود. ومن ناحية أخرى لا يجوز حظر المرور مثل هذه السلع أو منع تصديرها أو استيرادها في مراحل الأزمات السياسية وفرض الحصار على الدول. وبالدرجة ذاتها لا يجوز استخدامها أداة في النزاعات، فهي ليست سلاحا تماما مثل ما لا يجوز التحكم بمصادر المياه كأنها أدوات سياسية. السيد الرئيس،
water sources as if they were political tools. Mr. President, maybe the situation of the world today paints a very bleak picture of the future of humanity, but we believe in dialogue and joint action. And all parties attempt to understand each other, putting ourselves in each other's shoes to see things from the other's perspective. Medium-sized and small countries are most in need of rules that govern international relations. Relying on major powers should not be a reason to abandon communication among each other. We all have a role to play. What appears today to be impossible will be a reality if we have the vision, the will, and the good intentions.
إن النهج الذي اتخذناه في قطر هو التركيز على التنمية الوطنية والتنمية الإنسانية داخليا وعلى السياسة الخارجية القائمة على الموازنة بين المصالح والمبادئ والوساطة في حل النزاعات بالطرق السلمية وإدراك مسؤوليتنا كمصدر للطاقة وهو ما مكننا من ترسيخ سمعتنا كشريك موثوق به دوليا. وسوف ترحب قطر بالعالم في نوفمبر من هذا العام عندما نستضيف بطولة كأس العالم. لقد تطلب التحدي الذي أقدمنا عليه منذ 12 عاما تصميما وعزما حقيقيين والكثير من التخطيط والعمل الجاد. وها نحن اليوم نقف على أعتاب استضافة منتخبات العالم وجماهيرها ونفتح أبوابنا لهم جميعا دون تمييز ليستمتعوا بكرة القدم وأجواء البطولة المفعمة بالحماس وليشهدوا النهضة الاقتصادية والحضارية في بلادنا. في هذه البطولة التي تقام لأول مرة في دولة عربية ومسلمة ولأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط عموما سيرى العالم أن إحدى الدول الصغيرة والمتوسطة قادرة على استضافة أحداث عالمية بنجاح استثنائي كما أنها قادرة على أن تقدم فضاء مريحا للتنوع والتفاعل البناء بين الشعوب. ونحن نلاحظ مؤشرات الأثر الإيجابي لهذا الحدث في منطقتنا. فقد قامت دول عربية شقيقة باعتبار بطاقة هيئة التي تشمل تأشيرة الدخول إلى قطر تأشيرة للدخول إلى تلك الدول أيضا ما قوبل بترحيب الرأي العام وحفز الشعوب العربية على التطلع إلى مستقبل welcomed by the public as well, and it has also incentivized Arab nations to look forward to a future where there are no barriers among the peoples. يقول تعالى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا ومهما تنوعت قومياتنا وأدياننا وأفكارنا واجبنا هو أن نتجاوز العوائق وأن نمد يد الصداقة ونبني جسور التفاهم ونحتفي بإنسانيتنا المشتركة ونيابة عن شعبي وبالأصالة عن نفسي أدعوكم جميعا للحضور إلى قطر والاستمتاع بهذه البطولة الفريدة.
To Qatar and to enjoy this unique World Cup. I welcome you all. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for his statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
의장님,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I offer my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Choba Karashi for assuming the presidency of the UN General Assembly. I hope that the 77th session of the UNGA under your leadership will bring together the wisdom of each member state so as to shape a better world. I also express my deepest respect to Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless devotion as he embarks upon his second term. Under the United Nations Charter, we are called upon to endeavor to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. When freedom of any individual in a nation comes under threat, members of the community must join hands to remove the threat and defend freedom. Likewise, When freedom of any citizen or nation in the global community is in peril, it is the community of nations that must stand together in solidarity to defend that freedom. Our modern history testifies to the process of our solidarity and unity in safeguarding freedom and pushing our civilization forward. Today, plagued by the attempt to alter the status quo by force, nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction, and systemic violations of human rights, the global community is yet again witnessing freedom and peace of its citizens put in jeopardy. Such threats to freedom and peace must be overcome through solidarity and fearless commitment to the framework of universal global norms consolidated over the years within the United Nations system. The theme of the UNGA session this year, the watershed moment, encapsulates the gravity of the global crisis confronting us, which underscores the solemn role of the United Nations. The first step in our journey to seek answers that will help us through these turbulent times begins with solidarity and deference to the universally accepted global norms, as well as the UN system established over the past decades. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and honorable delegates, as humanity strives to defend freedom and build lasting peace, the UN's role is indispensable. Genuine freedom is not just being free from the shackles, but having opportunities to live life to the fullest with dignity. Genuine peace is not an absence of war, but removing conflict and enmity that hold back shared progress of humanity and building the foundation for greater prosperity of humanity. Genuine freedom and peace can turn into reality when we are free from disease and hunger, free from illiteracy, and free from want of energy and culture. In this regard, the United Nations has been exerting great endeavors through the UN ECOSOC and UNESCO, among others. Yet, it is now urged to take on a broader role and responsibility. To tackle the challenges brought on by the pandemic, the UN must play a central role in bringing the community of nations together to decisively step up their support for countries with limited fiscal space and technical expertise. In pursuit of the global agenda for decarbonization, countries with leading green technologies must work to unsparingly share new and renewable energy technologies with other countries. In the era of digital sophistication, one of the most urgent tasks for the global community and the UN is promoting global cooperation to narrow the digital divide, which exacerbates polarization between nations. Countries at the forefront of digital innovation must offer broader assistance for digital education, technology transfer, and investment, while the UN must redouble its efforts to mobilize support to that end.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, notwithstanding the recent fiscal consolidation, scaled up support for those who are in need with resources secured through expenditure restructuring. At home, we're offering more assistance to socially vulnerable groups, and abroad, we increase our official development assistance budget. Just as broadening support for the socially disadvantaged groups lays the groundwork for sustainable prosperity, support for nations of the world facing challenges will render global freedom and peace more sustainable. As a responsible member of the international community, Korea is committed to playing its due responsibility and role for the freedom of global citizens and prosperity of the global community. Korea has accelerated research development for COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines, pledging $300 million toward the Act A initiative and $30 billion to the Financial Intermediary Fund of the World Bank, among others, thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom. In this vein, we must more firmly support the system of the UN anchored in a spirit of freedom and solidarity, as well as the normative frameworks that have thus been universally recognized in the international community. Any attempt to turn away from the UN system and universal norms will divide the global community into blocks, further compounding the crisis and turmoil. We must more rigorously identify the nature and the roots of the problems that lie before us. The international community must vigorously endeavor to share responsibility and join whenever necessary forces to resolve the challenges we face. Once again, I call upon global citizens and leaders of the world for their resolute and enduring support for the UN system and universal global norms as we seek answers in this watershed moment. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the very first mission of the United Nations after its founding was to approve the Republic of Korea as the sole legitimate government on the Korean Peninsula and to defend the freedom of my country by sending over UN forces during the Korean War. Thanks to such efforts by the United Nations, Korea was able to become what it is today. As such, the Republic of Korea will protect and expand the freedom of global citizens, and together with the United Nations, we will fulfill our responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made. and I request the protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General,
President of the General
Señor
Assembly,
Secretario General,
Secretary General,
Excelencias, Jefes de Estado,
Excellencies,
Señoras y
Heads of
Señores,
State, ladies and gentlemen,
este tradicional
this
encuentro
traditional meeting
nos convoca con la enorme
brings us together
responsabilidad
with the great
de
responsibility
intercambiar
of
ideas y
exchanging
generar
ideas and
compromisos
generating
para
commitments
afianzar
to secure
esta esfera pública intergubernamental
intergovernmental public
tan
sphere, which
necesaria
is so necessary
para dar respuestas
to provide
a las
responses
urgencias
to the
comunes de
shared
nuestras naciones.
crises facing our
En
nations.
esta última intervención como jefe
At
de
this,
Estado,
my final appearance
en este
here as
recinto,
head of state,
quiero remarcar
I wish
el
to
compromiso que
underscore
tiene
the
la
commitment
República del
of the Republic
Paraguay
of Paraguay
como integrante de la
as a
comunidad
member of the international
internacional
community
de seguir contribuyendo
to continue
en la construcción
contributing
de un
to
mundo
building a world
con pleno
which
respeto a las
fully
libertades
upholds
fundamentales,
fundamental freedoms,
a la resolución pacífica
peaceful
de los
conflict
conflictos,
resolution,
condiciones de vida digna para toda la
dignified living
humanidad
conditions for all,
y la lucha inflexible
and
contra el
an
crimen
unwavering
organizado.
fight against organized crime.
Todos estos ámbitos están marcados
All of these areas
por
are
factores de
affected
orden
by
mundial.
factors of a global scale.
Las consecuencias económicas y sociales de la
Before the
pandemia
economic and social consequences of the
seguían
pandemic had entirely
desperdigadas en
dissipated,
el aire
already we were
cuando
faced with the
empezamos
impact
a recibir el
of
impacto del
belligerence
contexto
in the
bélico
international
internacional.
context.
Así nuestros pueblos se
Our
encontraron
peoples,
en la
therefore,
difícil situación
faced the difficult
de observar la
situation of
insuficiencia de las
observing the
instituciones
shortcomings
nacionales
of
e
national and
internacionales
international
para
institutions
enfrentar las
in tackling
emergencias.
emergencies.
En tales circunstancias,
In such
el primer
circumstances,
gran desafío que
the
tenemos
main challenge that we
consiste
have
en contener los
consists
estallidos
of
de
containing
proyectos
the
que manipulando
unleashing
la
of projects
genuina
which manipulate
irritación
genuine
ciudadana
public
avanzan
annoyance to
con
advance
acciones
demagogical
demagógicas
and
y
despotic
despóticas
actions.
y no podemos dar
And
cabida
we cannot
a
have any
discursos
truck
que
with
busquen
discourse
con
which
ofertas
seeks, by
engañosas
misleading,
sacrificar
to sacrifice
la sagrada
liberty.
libertad. El mundo requiere más que
The world
nunca templanza,
requires more
diálogo
than
y
ever
moderación.
temperance, dialogue, and moderation.
Vivimos tiempos
We are
que
living in
demandan
times which
compromisos
require
políticos concretos
tangible
y no
political
actitudes genéricas.
commitment and not
Más
generic
aún
approaches.
en los años posteriores a la pandemia,
All the more
que se
so in the
proyectan
post-pandemic
difíciles
years,
y
which are likely to be
requerirán
difficult
reformas
and which
complejas
will require
que
complex
deben
reforms
blindarse
which
de falsas
avoid
promesas.
false promises.
En América Latina, siendo una de las regiones
Latin
más
America is one
afectadas
of
por
the
la
regions
coyuntura,
most affected by the
debemos
current
estar
situation.
predispuestos a adoptar
So we must
posiciones de
be
principio
able
que
to
se
adopt
alineen
positions of
con la
principle which are in
preocupación
line
por la plena vigencia de
with
los
our
derechos
concern for the full
humanos y el
implementation of human
autogobierno
rights and collective
colectivo.
self-governance.
Sin embargo, estas
However,
posturas tienen
such
que
stances
inscribirse
must be part
en un
of
plano
a broad
amplio de
plan
cooperación
of cooperation,
en el que los países
wherein
mejor posicionados
those countries who
sean
are
conscientes
better
del
placed
desequilibrio que
remain aware
caracteriza
of the
al planeta en
imbalance
todos sus
characterized
ámbitos.
by the planet in all
Debemos brindar estabilidad al
spheres.
mundo con
We
una
must
voz
provide
común.
stability to the world with a
No
common
podemos
voice.
correr la
We
vista
cannot
de lo
avert
que
our
sucede en
eyes
otros
to what is
territorios
happening in other
y dejar a su
countries
suerte
and
a
leave
naciones
brotherly
hermanas.
nations to their fate.
Por ello, Paraguay es un país solidario
Therefore,
que mantiene
we
coherencia
are
con sus
a country
principios.
which represents solidarity and
Hemos
which stays
apoyado
true to our
siempre
principles
al
in
hermano
Paraguay.
pueblo
We have always
venezolano y a
supported
su lucha
the
por la
kindred
democracia,
country of
por Por eso
Venezuela
Paraguay estará
and
liderando
the people's
en el
fight for their
Consejo de
democracy.
Derechos Humanos,
In the Human
junto con
Rights
otros
Council,
países,
Paraguay, along
una
with other
resolución
countries, is
que
therefore
permitirá
leading
seguir
a
investigando a
resolution which will
profundidad
allow for a
la violación de
continued
los derechos
in-depth
humanos en
investigation into
Venezuela.
violations of human rights in Venezuela.
Necesitamos reconstruir una conciencia
We must
moral
rebuild a
sobre la
moral
vigencia de los
awareness
derechos
of the
humanos
continued
y
validity
la
of human
democracia.
rights and democracy.
Los instrumentos jurídicos y las
The
instituciones que
legal
hemos creado
instruments and the
para
institutions which we
protegerlos
have created to
tienen un
protect
valor
these are
innegable.
of
Sin
unquestionable
embargo,
value.
el elemento
However,
fundamental para
the
custodiar
fundamental element
a las
when
personas
safeguarding people
sigue siendo
continues to
consolidar
be a
una
consolidation
concepción
of the concept
respecto
of
al valor superior
the
de su
overarching
dignidad,
value of their dignity,
inviolabilidad y
inviolability, and
autonomía.
autonomy.
La difícil coyuntura actual
Today's
nos
difficult
demanda abordar
context
los problemas
requires that we
mundiales
tackle global
de forma
problems together
conjunta, sin
with no
exclusiones.
exclusions.
Por ello, mi país
In this regard,
reitera
my
enfáticamente
country
el apoyo
underscores
a la
our
solicitud
support for
de la
the request
República
of the
de China,
Republic of
Taiwán,
China,
para ser
Taiwan,
parte integral del
to be a
sistema
full
de las
member
Naciones
of the
Unidas.
United Nations system.
Estamos
We
convencidos
are convinced
del
of the
valioso
valuable
aporte que
contribution
implica
that
su
its participation
participación
would make
en el sistema
to the
multilateral.
multilateral system.
Aprovecho el momento
I take this opportunity
para expresar mi
to
solidaridad
express my
por el
solidarity
terremoto que
following
acaba
the
de afectar
earthquake which has
al
recently
pueblo
hit the
taiwanés
Taiwanese people
y los diferentes episodios vividos
and
en
the
México, en
various
República Dominicana
events
y en Puerto Rico.
following this in the Dominican Republic,
El
Mexico, and
Paraguay
Puerto Rico.
se adhiere a la inmensa mayoría de
Paraguay
países
aligns
que
itself
abogan
with the
por la
great
paz,
majority of
el
countries
imperio del
advocating
derecho
for
internacional
peace, the rule of
y la
international
prevalencia
law,
de la
and
diplomacia.
prevailing diplomacy.
Nos preocupa la situación en
We are
Ucrania
disquieted
y las
regarding the situation
consecuencias
in Ukraine and the
humanitarias y
humanitarian
económicas del
consequences
conflicto.
and the economic consequences
Hacemos
of
un
the
llamado
conflict.
enérgico
We urgently
al
call
cese de las
for a
hostilidades
cessation of
y a la
hostilities
reanudación
and a
de las
resumption of
negociaciones.
negotiations.
Es fundamental que
It
nuestra
is
organización
fundamental that our
y la comunidad
organization and the
internacional
international
en
community
general
in general
participen
participate
intensamente
unreservedly
en este
in this
proceso.
process.
De cara a este escenario,
Against this
es inevitable
backdrop, we
señalar
cannot but
el
highlight
escrutinio
the scrutiny
sobre el papel
of
que le
the
corresponde
Security
al
Council's
Consejo
role
de Seguridad
in this
en el
delicate
delicado
international
contexto
context.
internacional. Es imperioso repensar
There is an
su
urgent need to
funcionamiento para
rethink its
orientarlo
functioning
hacia
so
un
as to steer
desempeño
it
efectivo,
towards
así
effective
como
performance
fortalecer el
and
rol de la
to
Asamblea
bolster the role
General
of the General
como
Assembly
espacio de
as a space
canalización
to channel the
de la palabra
voices
de todos los
of all
estados.
states.
Otro tema que nos convoca en términos de
Another area
cooperación
of importance
es la
in
salud
terms of
del sistema
cooperation is the
financiero
health of the
internacional.
international financial
No es
system.
posible seguir
We
hablando
cannot
de
continue
iniciativas
talking about
globales
global
para erradicar la
initiatives to
pobreza y
eradicate
promover el
poverty and
desarrollo
promote sustainable
sostenible
development
cuando
when
nuestras
our
economías
economies
se ven
are being
contaminadas
contaminated
por la
by the
diseminación
flow of
de ganancias
profits
provenientes
from
de las
illicit
actividades
activities.
ilícitas. Recientemente Paraguay recibió
Recently,
noticias
Paraguay
satisfactorias
received pleasing
del Grupo
news
de Acción
from the
Financiera de
Financial Action Group
Latinoamérica
of Latin
al
America
haber superado su
following their
evaluación
evaluation
gracias al trabajo
thanks to
conjunto
the
de modernización
joint
de
work
nuestra estructura
of the
institucional
modernization of
para
our
el combate al
institutional
lavado de
structure to
dinero
combat
y el
money laundering
financiamiento del
and
terrorismo.
terrorist financing.
Somos un país comprometido con la
We are a
cooperación
country which is committed
y
to
entendemos la
cooperation, and we
importancia
understand the
de
importance
adoptar
of
medidas
adopting
preventivas y
preventative and
sancionatorias.
punitive measures.
Esa es una tarea
This is a
en la que
task
ningún
which
Estado
no
debería
state
estar
should
fuera
neglect
o mantener
or
una
waver
posición
from.
tenue. El imperio de la ley
The rule of
es un
law
objetivo
is a
global
global
que está más
objective
allá de las
which goes
concepciones
beyond
políticas
political
y
beliefs,
quien no lo concibe así
and those who do not
conspira
conceive of
contra la
it in
vida en
this way are
comunidad.
jeopardizing community life.
Bajo mi administración,
During
Paraguay
my
alineó como
administration,
nunca
Paraguay
antes
has
los
coordinated the
esfuerzos
efforts of the
de las
security
instituciones de
institutions
seguridad
as
y
never
las
before.
puso a trabajar
We
en la
tasked
mayor
them with the
operación de la
greatest
historia
operation
contra
in
el crimen
history to
organizado.
target organized crime.
Ese éxito se debió no solo a
This
la labor de
success was
nuestras
due
fuerzas
not only
públicas,
to our own
sino
state
también al
forces
trabajo
and their
coordinado
efforts, but
que
also
se llevó
the
adelante con
coordinated
agencias
work
extranjeras
done
amigas
with friendly
con quienes comprobamos de
agencies
nuevo
abroad, where
la
we were able
importancia
once
de
again
unir
to attest to the
energías
importance of
si
joining
queremos lograr
forces if we wish to achieve
resultados
results
contra los grupos delictivos. Así también, En colaboración con agencias de inteligencia, determinamos y alertamos el recorrido de un avión y su tripulación señalada de estar vinculada al terrorismo internacional. Otro escenario de cooperación es el campo del desarrollo sostenible. Paraguay, como parte del motor mundial de generación de alimentos, viene avanzando en la transformación de su matriz productiva, la ejecución de prácticas sostenibles en la producción agrícola y ganadera y el aprovechamiento de su energía 100% limpia y renovable. Pero para que todos nuestros impulsos realmente adquieran sentido, necesitamos que los países que por sus características tienen mayor responsabilidad actúen en consecuencia. Habitamos el mismo planeta y tenemos la obligación de cuidar la naturaleza y el futuro de nuestras generaciones. Y eso compete en su justa medida a cada Estado. Por eso Paraguay, junto a otros países, promovió la creación de un relator especial sobre cambio climático en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos, que contribuirá a visibilizar el verdadero impacto que tiene esta crisis a nivel mundial. La apuesta por el Paraguay sigue creciendo cada día más, además de encontrarnos entre los 5 países de la región que lograron incrementar la inversión extranjera directa durante la pandemia. Pudimos duplicar la inversión privada en los últimos 4 años. Hace unos meses vimos mejorada nuestra perspectiva crediticia según la firma Moody, hecho que se corresponde con la histórica, sensata y estable administración de nuestra economía. Somos parte del corredor logístico y económico más importante de América del Sur. Paralelamente, seguimos desplegando un plan de infraestructura sin precedentes que permite mayor conectividad y acceso a los mercados. Como puede verse, a pesar de los difíciles desafíos vividos, gozamos de condiciones que nos hacen mirar el futuro con esperanza. Finalmente, quisiera dejar sentada la visión con la que la República del Paraguay se aproxima al mundo. Más allá de las legítimas diferencias que nos caracterizan, tenemos que encontrar caminos comunes. Tenemos retos comunes que no nos pueden encontrar separados. Mi país se encuentra comprometido con esta organización y espera que sus propósitos sean alcanzados. Como dijo el Papa Francisco, todos estamos en la misma barca y estamos llamados a comprometernos para que no haya más muros que nos separen. Deseo que Dios bendiga a todas nuestras naciones. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by congratulating Mr. Csaba Kőrösi for his election as the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I also want to thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his determined and skillful leadership of the United Nations. You can both count on Finland's steadfast support for your important work during these exceptional times. As the topic of this session states, the challenges we are facing are interlocking. Russia is waging a brutal war in Ukraine. The ripple effects of that war are already far-reaching and severe. They are compounding
the pre-existing problems faced by the international community. A triple crisis of energy, food security and finance is weighing especially heavily on vulnerable countries, countries that are already suffering the most from the climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. This truly is a watershed moment. As we gather here, we have an important opportunity to engage in dialogue and to find solutions, to understand the concerns of those most in need. As difficult as it may seem, now is the time to show global solidarity and strengthen multilateral cooperation. The international community can and should emerge stronger from these crises. Mr. President, Russia's cruel and unprovoked war on Ukraine has now been raging for 7 months. It has brought immense sorrow and destruction to the sovereign lands of Ukraine. Russia's use of force is in blatant violation of the Charter of the United Nations. It is an act of aggression as determined by this very assembly. Ukraine is exercising its inherent right to self-defense, and judging by the recent reports from the battlefields, it is doing that with admirable courage, strength, and efficiency. We, the international community, members of this General Assembly, might not always see eye to eye. We have our differing views, but it is our common obligation to uphold the international rules-based order. We can't accept, condone, or normalize grave violations of international law and human rights. A world where impunity prevails is unjust, unstable, and dangerous for all of us. There was a global food crisis even before the Russian invasion to Ukraine. More than 800 million people in the world were chronically hungry. The war further worsens this calamity. I would like to commend the UN Secretary General and the President of Turkey for their tireless efforts to reach an agreement to secure Ukrainian grain transports. If implemented as foreseen, it will have a major impact on the lives of tens of millions of people in need. In order to respond to the wider challenges of global food security, we need collective action. The goal must be sustainable, inclusive, and fair food systems. We also have to accelerate the implementation of other sustainable development goals. We can't afford to leave anybody behind. Last year in this hall, I noted that it is not an exaggeration to say that we are facing a global climate emergency. This summer has proven it. We have seen extreme drought and heat waves across the globe, from the Horn of Africa to Europe, from China to USA. The magnitude of the catastrophe caused by the floods in Pakistan is not yet fully visible, but the destruction is already tremendous. These are not isolated or local events. They are, once again, a reminder that climate change is an existential threat to the humankind. We are on the verge of very dangerous tipping points.
This calls for urgent action on two fronts. First, we must change our course before it is too late. Second, we need to help those urgently suffering and support those with fewer resources to deal with this threat. Besides mitigating climate change, we must adapt to it. In particular, we must honor the commitment of doubling adaptation finance made at the COP26 in Glasgow. And I want to underline this. Fighting climate change and taking care of the economy are not contradicting each other. Green transition has a tremendous potential to create jobs, innovations, and economic growth, but it has to be done fairly. The alarming loss of the variety of life on our planet should also be a cause for grave concern to all of us. We are on the brink of mass extinction, or perhaps already there. Again, we need to change course urgently. We humans can only thrive and survive if we learn to coexist with all the other species. We need to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. To this end, the COP15 in Montreal in December will be essential. Mr. President, defending human dignity is a fundamental task of the UN. It's up to us, the member states, to live up to this task. Despite our failures, we have also accomplishments to build on. The UN Human Rights Council has shown determination. It has worked to ensure accountability for the horrendous acts against civilians in Ukraine and Syria. It has raised its voice in support of women and girls in Afghanistan. I want to thank those who supported Finland's membership of the Human Rights Council. As a member, Finland acts to bring justice to the victims of human rights violations. Finland remains a staunch supporter of the work of the International Criminal Court in investigating all grave violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The number of conflicts in the world is the highest since the Second World War. 1/4 of humanity lives in conflict-affected countries. We must not ignore or forget Afghanistan, Myanmar, Syria, Yemen, and other countries where human rights or the conditions for living a decent life are under threat. Increasing geopolitical tensions, as well as the impacts of climate change and the pandemic, are making conflicts more complex and prolonged. Ordinary people bear the brunt. For the first time in its history, the UNDP's Human Development Index has declined for 2 consecutive years. We simply can't let this continue. In this turbulent world, those who stoke the flames of conflict bear a special responsibility. But we all must ask ourselves, have we done all we can to avert violence? Have we done what we can to make a positive change? Difficult times call for more diplomacy, not less. We must build and strengthen peace and prevent conflict wherever possible. That is the very core of the United Nations. We have to also be able to respond to emerging risks to peace and security. move from hindsight to foresight. The Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, provides us a blueprint for more effective multilateralism, paving a way to solutions to current and future global problems, strengthening peace. It really is our common agenda, and Finland wholeheartedly supports its implementation. In the current security environment, the international arms control architecture is increasingly challenged. On the one hand, political tensions erode the functioning of the existing architecture. On the other hand, new technologies create new risks. But we can't let arms control fail. On the contrary, it needs to be strengthened. For decades, arms control has provided stability and predictability into great power relationships and international relations. To quote Dag Hammarskjöld, disarmament is never the result only of the political situation. It is also partly instrumental in creating the political situation. The two biggest nuclear weapon states have a unique responsibility to advance nuclear arms control and disarmament. The others need to follow suit. It is in the interest of all of us that progress in nuclear arms control and disarmament continues beyond the New START treaty. We'll call on the United States and the Russian Federation to continue their dialogue on strategic stability with a view of achieving further cuts in their nuclear arsenals. Mr. President, the interlocking global challenges demonstrate that we, more than ever, we need a reverted commitment on multilateralism with the United Nations and its core. We must not become indifferent or apathetic in the face of these multiple crises. We must not get used to violations of international law and human rights, not close our eyes to the growing needs of the vulnerable, not sleepwalk into a climate and biodiversity catastrophe, nor should we lose sight on hope. There is still time to act.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ignacio Cassis, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ignacio Cassis, President of the Swiss Confederation, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
Mr. President of the General
Monsieur le
Assembly,
Secrétaire général,
Secretary General,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs
ladies
d'État
and gentlemen,
et de
heads
gouvernement,
of state and government,
Excellences,
Your Excellencies,
Mesdames et Messieurs.
ladies and
Il y a
gentlemen.
20 ans, la
20
Suisse
years ago,
s'exprimait pour la
Switzerland
première
spoke
fois
for the first
à
time
cette tribune
at
en
this
tant que
podium
membre
as a
à part entière
full-fledged
de l'ONU.
member of the
L'adhésion de la
UN.
Suisse à l'ONU en
Switzerland joining the
2002
UN in
représente un
2002
événement
was a
particulier.
special event.
Pas seulement en
not
raison
only
du moment.
because of the occasion.
En effet, à l'époque,
Indeed, at the
la
time,
Suisse était déjà de longue date l'État hôte du siège européen de l'ONU à Genève. Elle œuvrait également de manière active au sein de diverses organisations spécialisées des Nations Unies. Non, la spécificité, mesdames et messieurs, la spécificité de cet événement était tout autre. La Suisse est le seul pays à avoir adhéré à cette organisation à la faveur d'une votation populaire de son peuple. Cette décision reflétait l'adéquation entre les valeurs et les buts de l'ONU, et ce, ancrés dans la Constitution suisse. C'est pourquoi que nous nous sentons si étroitement liés à la Charte des Nations Unies. Les principes inscrits dans cette Charte des Nations Unies sont plus importants que jamais. Notre monde a rarement été confronté à autant de défis qu'aujourd'hui. Nous vivons un moment charnière pour nous-mêmes, pour la Charte des Nations Unies, pour la planète entière. J'ai été bouleversé par l'agression militaire lancée par la Russie, une grande puissance, contre sa voisine l'Ukraine. Permettez-moi de préciser que cette agression militaire enfreint les principes les plus élémentaires de la Charte, celle-là même qui a été adoptée au lendemain de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, dans le but d'empêcher les guerres. La Suisse réitère l'appel lancé à la Russie pour qu'elle mette fin sans plus tarder à la guerre en Ukraine et qu'elle en respecte l'intégrité territoriale. Les conséquences de cette guerre affectent le monde entier. Elles s'ajoutent aux nombreuses autres crises mondiales que, bien sûr, nous ne devons pas oublier. Presque aucun continent n'est aujourd'hui épargné par les conflits armés. Les tensions s'accroissent entre grandes puissances, entre États voisins et même au sein de certains pays. Chaque jour, le droit international humanitaire et les droits de l'homme sont violés. Ceci est intolérable et devrait nous alarmer. Les graves violations des droits de l'homme sont en effet les signes avant-coureurs de possibles escalations de violence et d'instabilité. Si nous examinons une carte des conflits aujourd'hui en cours, il apparaît clairement qu'un lien direct existe presque toujours avec d'autres problématiques qui déstabilisent notre monde, notamment l'insécurité alimentaire croissante, le prix élevé de l'énergie et la sécurité énergétique, le changement climatique, la perte de biodiversité et la pollution de l'environnement, ou encore les défis sanitaires mondiaux tels que la pandémie de coronavirus que nous venons de vivre, qui n'a pas été encore surmontée et dont on voit toujours ces lourdes conséquences économiques et sociales. Fortes des qualités qui sont les siennes et des expériences accumulées au cours de notre histoire, la Suisse est résolue à apporter sa pierre à l'édifice pour trouver collectivement des, et je cite, des solutions transformatrices face à des défis intriqués pour reprendre la formulation du thème choisi, Monsieur le Président, pour ce 77e débat général. Mon pays, la Suisse, se distingue par son système de démocratie directe, par son fédéralisme, par la stabilité qui caractérise sa politique et son économie, mais aussi par sa diversité et sa capacité à en tirer et à tirer de cette diversité des solutions innovantes. Ces caractéristiques façonnent la manière dont nous gérons les conflits et résolvons les problèmes complexes à l'intérieur de notre pays. La culture suisse du compromis, la culture suisse du consensus est de mise. Les problèmes sont abordés et résolus par un dialogue, parfois dur, parfois long, mais par un dialogue pacifique. Cela exige, certes, du temps, mais permet de réunir un large consensus pour un résultat final peut-être un peu plus long qu'ailleurs. Nous sommes membres de l'ONU depuis 2002. Nous n'avons pas été parmi les premiers. Donc, il y a une perte de vitesse, mais cela donne une stabilité et une pérennité à notre situation. C'est ce qui s'est produit justement lors de cette adhésion de la Suisse à l'ONU. Notre expérience me semble également pertinente pour un monde qui, assurément, affronte dès ce bouleversement en Europe, une nouvelle ère. Permettez-moi, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi par conséquent et en toute modestie d'exposer dans les grandes lignes 4 éléments qui ont une grande valeur pour la Suisse et qui me paraissent également déterminants pour résoudre les multiples défis mondiaux. Le premier, c'est l'importance des normes et des valeurs fondamentales. Le deuxième, c'est le caractère indissociable de l'indépendance et de la coopération. Le troisième, c'est l'engagement en faveur de la paix et de la sécurité. Et le quatrième, le courage de garder le cap. Reprenons maintenant les choses dans l'ordre. Le premier, l'importance des normes et valeurs fondamentales. Le droit international public est capital. Il est d'autant plus capital que plus un pays est petit. Nous ne pouvons pas tolérer que le pouvoir des plus forts prévale sur les droits des plus faibles. C'est pour cette raison que la Suisse s'engage pour le respect du droit international public, qui inclut le droit international humanitaire ainsi que les droits de l'homme. C'est aussi pour cette raison que la Suisse s'engage dans la lutte contre l'impunité. Nous devons tous faire en sorte que les atteintes sérieuses au droit international soient sanctionnées. Les responsables doivent rendre compte de leurs actes, comme par exemple dans le cas de la fosse commune dans la ville de Izium. Dans ce contexte, les valeurs sont la boussole de notre action. La solidarité avec la communauté internationale et le développement durable revêtent pour nous un caractère central. À cet égard, notre feuille de route commune est l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable qui doit permettre à nos sociétés d'être plus résilientes, plus durables et plus inclusives à l'avenir. Certaines circonstances d'envergure mondiale ont fortement ralenti la mise en œuvre des objectifs de cet agenda. La Suisse est fière, cependant, d'avoir présenté cette année, en début d'été, son deuxième rapport national sur la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030. Ce rapport relève les progrès réalisés, même si, et oui, des efforts supplémentaires doivent être faits pour atteindre tous les objectifs. Je vous invite donc, Mesdames et Messieurs, Excellences, à revenir aux valeurs fondamentales de cet agenda 2030 et à redoubler d'efforts pour travailler ensemble à sa mise en œuvre. Le deuxième point était le caractère indissociable de l'indépendance et de la coopération, qui ne sont pas antinomes. En vertu de la Charte des Nations Unies, chaque pays est souverain. Donc, il est indépendant. Comme tout pays, la Suisse tient à son indépendance. Celle-ci nous permet d'accorder à la diversité de notre culture et de notre population l'attention qu'elle mérite. La Suisse compte 4 langues nationales et présente une grande diversité culturelle. Elle est constituée de 26 États cantonaux distincts, tous actifs sur le plan politique bien avant que celui de l'État fédéral. Compte tenu de ces caractéristiques, nous avons appris que la coopération, le respect mutuel et le dialogue Le dialogue permanent,
and this is
surtout,
ongoing, permanent
constitue
dialogue.
le seul moyen de faire face
These are the
aux difficultés.
only ways to tackle difficulties.
Et
Independence and cooperation.
Indépendance et coopération sont en réalité
Independence and
deux
cooperation,
concepts
in
extrêmement
reality, are
liés,
two extremely closely linked
étroitement
concepts.
Sans coopération,
Without
l'indépendance serait synonyme
independence
d'isolement.
would be synonymous with isolation.
Et sans indépendance,
Without
la coopération serait une
cooperation
contrainte.
would be a constraint.
Un dialogue ouvert, d'égal à égal,
An open dialogue
un climat de
from
confiance
equal to
et de
equal, to an
collaboration
equal and equal, a
ont
climate
également
of
une
trust
importance
and
primordiale
collaboration
pour
are
la
of crucial
coopération
importance for
internationale.
international cooperation.
Grâce à la Genève internationale, la
Thanks to
Suisse contribue
International
à ce
Geneva,
dialogue.
Switzerland contributes
Genève
to
est
this
le centre
dialogue.
de la
Geneva
diplomatie
is the center of
multilatérale
multilateral
pour ce qui a
diplomacy
trait à la
for
gouvernance
matters pertaining
mondiale,
to global
à la
governance,
paix,
to peace,
aux droits de l'homme,
to human rights,
au
to
désarmement,
disarmament,
à l'environnement et à
to
la
the
santé,
environment,
mais
to
aussi,
healthcare,
et
but
c'est nouveau,
also, and this is
pour ce
new,
qui est de l'anticipation des défis
for
technologiques.
anticipating technological
Pour nous tous,
challenges.
l'ONU
For
est une
each and
plateforme
every one
unique
of us,
et
the UN
universelle,
is a unique,
une
universal
plateforme de
platform
dialogue,
for
une
dialogue
plateforme de
and for
coopération.
cooperation.
Nous devons en tirer
We need
pleinement
to make
avantage.
the very most of this.
Troisième point, l'engagement
My
en
third
faveur
point,
de
a
la paix et
commitment
de la
to
sécurité.
peace and security.
La Suisse est un pays neutre.
Switzerland is a neutral country.
Mesdames et messieurs, cela signifie que
Ladies and gentlemen, this
nous
means
respectons
that
strictement
we
le droit de la
strictly
neutralité
respect
ancré
the
dans le droit
right to
international
neutrality
public.
enshrined in
Nous ne
international
nous
public
impliquons pas
law.
dans les
We
conflits
do not get
et
involved in
n'apportons
conflicts,
aucun
and we
soutien militaire
provide
à
no
l'une
military
ou l'autre
support
partie à un
to any
conflit.
party to a conflict.
Rien,
Nothing,
mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and
rien ne
gentlemen,
saurait remettre
nothing
cela en question.
can
Mais
change this.
la
or bring it into
neutralité
question.
n'a
However,
pas pour corollaire
neutrality does
l'indifférence.
not mean indifference.
La neutralité ne signifie pas
Neutrality
absence
does
de
not
solidarité.
mean an absence of solidarity.
Nous nous engageons à sauvegarder les
We undertake
principes
to
de
protect
liberté,
the principles of
de
freedom,
démocratie,
of democracy,
d'état de droit, autant
and
de
of the
valeurs
rule of
ancrées
law,
également
values
dans
that
la
are
Constitution
also
suisse.
embedded in our Swiss constitution.
La Suisse a été élue
Switzerland was
au Conseil de
elected to the
sécurité
Security
de l'ONU
Council
dans cette salle
of the United
le
Nations
9 juin
here
dernier
in this hall on the
avec
9th of June
187
with
voix.
187 votes.
Nous vous remercions,
We
mesdames et messieurs,
thank
du
you,
mandat fort
ladies and
que
gentlemen, for
vous
the
nous avez
strong
confié
mandate that you
et
have
de la
given us
confiance
and for
que
the
vous nous
trust
témoignez.
that you have placed in us.
En proposant
By
notre candidature,
proposing our
la Suisse a
candidacy,
montré qu'elle était
Switzerland
prête à
has
prendre
shown that
elle
it
aussi ses
is ready to
responsabilités
shoulder its
pour la
responsibilities
sauvegarde de la paix
to
et de la
protect
sécurité
peace
dans le
and
monde.
security in the world.
Nous travaillerons sans relâche
We will
pour être
work
à la hauteur de la confiance
unremittingly
que
to live
vous avez
up to
placée
the
en nous
trust that you have
et
placed in
incarner
us
notre
and
slogan
to
qui dit
embody our
« En
slogan,
plus
A
pour la paix ».
plus for peace.
Dans cette optique,
From this standpoint,
nous nous sommes fixés 4
we have
priorités.
established 4 priorities.
1. Promouvoir une paix durable.
Promote a lasting
Nous voulons
peace.
mettre à
We
disposition
want
notre
to make
expérience de longue date
available our
en matière de
long-standing
promotion de la paix et de
experience in the
prévention
area
des
of
conflits.
promoting peace and
Dans ce
conflict
contexte, nous mettons
prevention.
un
In this
accent
context,
particulier
we
sur la
particularly wish to
participation des
focus on
femmes dans le
women's
processus de
participation
paix.
in the peace process.
2.
2.
Protéger la population
Protect
civile.
civilians.
C'est elle qui paye
They
le plus
pay the highest
lourd
price
tribut dans les
in
conflits.
conflicts.
Nous nous engageons en
We
faveur de la
commit to
protection des
protect
civils
civilians,
et pour le respect du droit
to ensure the
international
respect
humanitaire
for
et des
international
droits de l'homme.
humanitarian law and human rights.
3.
3.
Renforcer l'efficacité
Strengthen
du
the
Conseil de
effectiveness of the
sécurité.
Security Council.
Nous nous engageons depuis longtemps en
For a
faveur
long
d'une plus
time now,
grande
we have
efficacité de
advocated
cet
for
organe
greater
fondamental de
effectiveness
l'ONU,
of this
d'une plus
crucial
grande transparence
UN
de son
body
travail
and for
et de
greater
l'implication de
transparency
tous
in
les
its
acteurs
work
concernés.
and for the involvement of
Nous
all
poursuivrons cette
stakeholders.
voie
We will
dans le
continue
cadre
to
de
pursue
notre
this
mandat.
as part of our
Et
term.
quatrième élément,
The
agir
fourth
pour la
point
sécurité
is
climatique.
acting for climate
Le
security.
changement climatique,
Climate
l'un des
change,
plus grands défis
one of
auxquels
the
nous
greatest
sommes confrontés,
challenges
menace
we
également la
face,
paix et la
also
sécurité.
threatens peace and
C'est pourquoi nous
security.
nous mobiliserons
we
pour que
will
cette
rally
question soit
to
également
ensure
traitée
this issue
au sein
also
du
be
Conseil de
addressed
sécurité.
within the Security Council.
Il va de soi, mesdames et messieurs, que notre engagement en faveur d'un monde plus pacifique ne se limite pas au Conseil de sécurité. La Suisse a ainsi accueilli, aux côtés de ses partenaires ukrainiens, la conférence sur la reconstruction de l'Ukraine dans le canton du Tessin, dont je suis originaire. Les principes de Lugano qui en sont ressortis fixent des critères largement acceptés pour la reconstruction et les réformes en Ukraine. Je profite de l'occasion qui m'est offerte pour saluer l'implication de nos partenaires, la Grande-Bretagne et l'Allemagne, dans la poursuite du processus, la première en 2023 et l'Allemagne en 2024. Si les parties concernées le souhaitent, la Suisse se tient toujours prête à porter sa longue et vaste expérience des bons offices. Quatrième point, le courage de garder le cap. Mesdames et messieurs, nous faisons face à des défis complexes. Nos ressources sont toutefois limitées. Il est donc essentiel de prioriser notre action. Qu'est-ce que cela signifie pour le multilatéralisme? Cela signifie que nous devons nous concentrer sur la question essentielle de la coexistence pacifique et durable des peuples et des États. Cela signifie que nous avons besoin d'une ONU forte et efficace. Et elle ne peut être qu'efficace si elle se concentre, si elle se focalise. Cela signifie qu'une répartition claire des tâches et une meilleure mise en réseau des organisations, des agences de l'ONU sont nécessaires. Il sera alors possible d'exploiter toutes les synergies existantes. Et cela signifie également que nous devrons davantage tirer parti de la science. J'ai beaucoup aimé le fait que le président de cette Assemblée a nommé cette collaboration avec la science dans son discours ce matin. Nous appelons ça la diplomatie scientifique. L'élan que cette nouvelle branche de la diplomatie ouvre la voie à de nouvelles approches et avancées susceptibles de déboucher sur des solutions concrètes. Le gouvernement suisse, avec le canton de Genève, est fier d'avoir créé dans cet esprit la fondation GESDA, la Geneva Science Diplomacy Anticipator Foundation. GESDA a pour but d'anticiper les défis posés par les nouvelles technologies de manière à maximiser les bénéfices et à minimiser les risques pour l'être humain et à garantir un avenir durable sur notre planète. Ou, si je puis le formuler autrement, le renforcement ciblé du multilatéralisme et le recentrage sur les tâches essentielles constituent précisément l'instrument qui nous permettra de trouver ensemble une issue à cette période trouble que nous vivons et de nous diriger vers un avenir meilleur. L'ONU offre un cadre unique, le seul cadre actuel au niveau mondial pour concrétiser la résolution inscrite en préambule de sa charte, à savoir unir nos forces pour maintenir la paix et la sécurité internationale. C'est ça le focus, en tant que partenaire et non en tant qu'adversaire. Merci pour votre attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Zuzana Chaputova, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Zuzana Chaputova, President of the Slovak Republic, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This organization has a clear purpose, as spelled out in Article 1 of the UN Charter, to maintain international peace and security, to develop friendly relations among nations, and to achieve international cooperation. Today, most of you would probably agree that we are still far from achieving this goal. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Each and every member of the UN has a responsibility to protect peace. In this, the permanent members of the UN Security Council have a special duty. Instead, today, we see one of the 5 permanent members openly denying the right of another UN member, Ukraine, to exist as an independent state. Those who break the rules themselves have no authority to set rules for others through power of veto. The wrongs of Russia's aggression could not be clearer. 141 countries deplored Moscow's war against Ukraine in a General Assembly resolution. No veto at the Security Council can change the fundamental truth. The truth that today, rather than protecting global peace, Russia is doing everything to undo it. Moscow's aggression has inflicted harm on the entire world. Thousands of innocent Ukrainian civilians have been killed. Millions had to leave their homes, triggering one of the largest refugee crises in Europe's history. 50 million people are on the brink of starvation in Africa and Asia. Russia's blockage of Ukraine's ports and confiscation of its harvest has made that already grave global food crisis even worse. We welcome the deal mediated by the Secretary General Guterres and Turkey, and we call on Russia to fully unblock all Ukraine's ports. Otherwise, the world will continue to suffer. The democratic world and all of us must be a voice of Ukraine, the voice that won't be silent, one voice that will continue to testify about Russia's crime in Ukraine, the voice that will remember and that will act so no one is ever allowed to commit such atrocities again. Excellencies, Vladimir Putin hopes to conquer Ukraine and scare the rest of us. In this goal, he has failed, as Ukraine's recent successes on the battlefield demonstrate. We will rebuild peace. To do so, we must learn from our past mistakes. This is not the first time we have seen aggression in Europe. Russia has occupied parts of Georgia since 2008 and parts of Ukraine since 2014. Our response to these actions was incomplete. Concerns about our response to these actions and our comfort weakened our resolve. The tepid sanctions we imposed failed to discourage Russia from trying again. Our weakness encouraged more aggression. We must not repeat the same mistake again. The ignorance of rules is poisoning global security, and it must not be allowed to stand. More than 50 countries, including all members of the European Union, have already imposed tough sanctions on Russia. Slovakia is Ukraine's direct neighbor. Our own security is impacted by this war. We are neither the biggest nor the richest country in the world. We have long been dependent on Russia's energy supplies. But we chose the protection of our fundamental rights. We have imposed sanctions on Russia and are supporting Ukraine, including through military aid, because Ukraine's fight is just and defensive and in line with international law. I invite all of you to join. We should all help Ukraine politically, militarily, financially, because this is the only way how we can restore peace. Honorable members, the war in Ukraine is not the only crisis exposing the gap between the rules and commitments we agreed on and their practical realization. In November, we will have already the 27th COP summit in Egypt, but our actions remain dangerously behind our words. Our greenhouse gas emissions are not falling fast enough. How much more scorched earth? How many millions more climate refugees? How many flood victims does it take to convince us that ignoring our commitments is no longer an option? We are desperately behind in cutting our emissions. Worse, we hear voices that argue that climate crisis must wait because of increasing energy prices. This would be a grave mistake. Yes, the price increases are painful, and we must help those who risk losing access to energy. But we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. We are talking about the rising prices of commodities, which we must phase out anyway to stop the planet's warming. Rather than bring back subsidies for coal or gas, we must transition away from them. Renewable energy is less dependent on those who are trying to use gas or oil as an energy weapon. And it's cheaper. Despite the current energy crisis, Slovakia stops using coal as a source of energy next year. We are investing in renewables and launching a retrofitting program for buildings to boost energy efficiency, because the cheapest energy is the one you don't use. We can only do this together, globally, and in solidarity with each other. We need all big economies to join and help those who need it. At this year's COP27, we need a significant increase of funds for lower and middle-income countries. Many of them contribute very little to our planet's heating, but suffer the most from its consequences. Excellencies, as the world community, we have put short-term comfort over lasting solutions when it comes to two crises, that of international peace order and that of our climate. But there is a third crisis of relativization of values, facts, and expertise, as well as a decrease of trust in democratic institutions. We are facing an epidemic of lies, propaganda, and disinformation. It's hardly new, but thanks to the rise of social media, it is more powerful. If algorithms favor hatred over truth, or nonsense over science, if they appeal to our instincts rather than the greater good, what hope is there for global understanding? Or for the sort of cooperation that the UN has been created to advance? Democracies are tolerant by default, but they die if they start tolerating intolerance. Along with the rest of the European Union, Slovakia leads the way for an achieved and democratic regulation of major social platforms and online media. Online space should be guided by the same democratic rules that apply offline. We welcome UN initiatives for rules for state behavior in cyberspace. The efforts toward a so-called Digital Geneva Convention are justified and needed. The crises I mentioned have a disproportionate impact on women and girls. This plays out in higher rates of gender-based and domestic violence, greater economic insecurity and poverty, or worse access to education and healthcare. However, I am not here to portray women as victims. I am here to call on all of them to step up their engagement in public affairs. Women are agents of change. The world has a collective responsibility to support them, because we are already seeing the consequences of a world that is run without taking their unique and diverse experience into proper account. Ladies and gentlemen, time has not been very favorable to the ideas that build and sustain this organization. The peace we should safeguard is fraying. The international cooperation we should foster hasn't prevented a climate catastrophe. And the spirit of shared global commons that the UN embodies is under attack from extremists, their voice multiplied by new technologies. Half measures are not enough to cope with these challenges. We have tried that before. It's time for action and for clarity. We, the members of the UN, need to clearly side with victim over aggressor. We must choose international rules-based order over the power of gun. We must urgently deliver on our climate goals and find working rules for social media platforms to protect our societies and the international order. Sure, we can delay and compromise. But again, history teaches us that passivity and ignorance never solve crises. They only delay the moment of reckoning. And since obeying even the smallest of rules matters, let me finish here to respect the agreed time limit. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic for her statement, and I request protocol to escort her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
Mr. President of the General Assembly,
Madame la Secrétaire générale adjointe des Nations Unies,
Deputy Secretary
Mesdames et
General of the
Messieurs les
United
chefs d'État et de
Nations,
gouvernement, Mesdames et
ladies and
Messieurs les
gentlemen,
ministres,
heads of
Mesdames et
state and
Messieurs les
government,
ambassadeurs,
ministers,
c'est un honneur
ambassadors,
pour
ladies
moi
and gentlemen, it is
de
an
prendre
honor
la
for
parole
me to take the floor
devant cette Assemblée pour y porter la voix de la
before this
France.
august assembly to bring
Et à cet instant, je
France's
pense à ceux
voice,
qui se
and
sont
I'm
battus
thinking right now about those
dans mon
who
pays,
have fought in my
mais
country,
également partout dans
but
le monde,
also throughout the world,
pour que précisément la France soit
for
libre.
France to be free.
À ceux aussi qui ont estimé que le destin
Those
de l'Europe
people who thought that Europe's
ne pouvait leur
destiny
être indifférent en
could
d'autres
not
temps.
be indifferent to them.
Et celles-là et
before.
ceux-là qu'ils viennent d'Afrique,
And those
d'Asie,
people who
d'Océanie
come
ou d'Amérique,
from
parce qu'une
Africa,
part de
from
leur
Asia,
liberté comme
from
de l'avenir du
throughout the
monde.
world, because through their freedom, that is what they have achieved.
Je pense à ceux qui ont
I'm
écrit
thinking
notre
about
charte
those people who've written
et
our
bâti
charter
les
and
murs de
who
cette
built
organisation
the
pour
walls of
conjurer
this
le pire.
organization
Une fois
to
celui-ci est devenu à deux
stop the
reprises au XXe
worst
siècle,
when that happened
à
in the 20th
l'humanité tout
century that
entière
inflicted
d'indicibles
upon the whole of humanity immeasurable suffering.
N'oublions
Let us
jamais
not ever
cette dette.
forget that debt.
Elle sert les intérêts
It
de
serves
tous nos
the
pays
interests of all
et nous
our
montre le
people
chemin de la
and
paix.
shows us the path of
Elle nous
peace.
rappelle
It reminds
qu'il n'est
us
d'autre centre de
that
pouvoir
there is
légitime
no other legitimate
et
center of
durable
power that is
que celui
lasting
que les
in
nations
nature
décident
than that
souverainement
the
en s'unissant.
the countries decide upon
Elle nous dit
sovereignly
que
together.
l'universalité
It
de notre
says that the
organisation
universal nature of
n'est au
our
service
organization
d'aucune hégémonie,
is at the service of
d'aucune
no
oligarchie
hegemony,
géopolitique.
no geopolitical
Or,
hierarchy.
cet héritage,
This legacy,
notre organisation,
our
tout comme d'ailleurs
organization,
nos choix en tant que
like
nation,
our choices as
sont aujourd'hui
nations, are
confrontés
today,
à une
however,
alternative.
confronted with an alternative.
Nous avons aujourd'hui à faire un
Today,
choix
we need to
simple au
make
fond,
a simple choice, basically,
celui de la guerre
that of
ou de la
war
paix.
or that of peace.
Le 24 février
On the
dernier,
24th of
la
February this
Russie,
year, Russia,
membre permanent
a
du Conseil de
permanent member of
sécurité,
the
a rompu
Security Council,
par un acte d'agression,
through an act of
d'invasion
aggression, an
et
invasion and
notre sécurité
annexation,
collective.
broke our collective
Elle a
security.
délibérément violé
It
la Charte des
deliberately
Nations
violated the
Unies et le
UN
principe
Charter
d'égalité
and
souveraine
the principle of
des
sovereign
États.
equality of states.
Dès le 16 mars, la Cour
From
internationale
the
de
16th
justice
of March, the
a
International Court
déclaré
of Justice
l'agression russe
declared the Russian
illégale
aggression as
et
illegal,
a exigé
and it
le retrait
called for
de la
the
Russie.
withdrawal of Russia.
La Russie
Russia
a décidé,
decided,
ce faisant, d'ouvrir
by
la voie
doing
à
so,
d'autres
to
guerres
pave the
d'annexion.
way for other
Aujourd'hui en
wars of
Europe, mais
annexation
peut-être
in
demain
Europe
en Asie,
today,
en
and
Afrique
perhaps tomorrow in
ou en
Asia
Amérique
or in
latine.
Africa or in Latin America.
On peut dire tout ce qu'on veut aujourd'hui.
We can
J'entends
say
nombre de
anything we
débats,
want
j'ai
today,
entendu
and I
nombre de
hear a
prises
lot
de
of
parole.
discussions, a lot of
Il est
stances
une
are
chose sûre
taken.
et certaine.
There
Au
is
moment
one
où je vous
sure
parle,
and certain thing.
il y a des
When I am
troupes
talking to
russes
you
en
now, there
Ukraine.
are
Et à
Russian
ma
troops
connaissance,
in
il
Ukraine.
n'y a pas
And
de
as
troupes
far as
ukrainiennes en
I
Russie.
know, there are no Ukrainian
C'est un
troops
état de
in
fait.
Russia. That is a
Et nous devons
statement
tous
of
le regarder.
fact. And we all
Plus cette
need
guerre dure,
to
plus elle devient
understand that.
menaçante
The
pour
longer
la paix
it
en
goes
Europe,
on,
mais aussi
the
pour celle du
worse
monde.
and more
Elle
threatening
nous
this war
conduit vers
is
une
for Europe and the
conflictualité
world.
élargie,
leads us to
permanente,
greater
où la
conflict,
souveraineté et la
ongoing
sécurité
conflict,
de
where
chacun
the
ne
security
dépend
and
plus que de
sovereignty of
rapports de
everyone
force,
no longer
de taille
depends
des
on
armées, de la solidité des
balance of
alliances
strength,
ou
on
des intentions
the
des groupes armés et des milices.
strength of alliances, but
Ceux qui
rather
se
that of
considèrent
armed groups
comme
and
forts
militias, those who consider
cherchent à
themselves
soumettre
as
par tous les
strong,
moyens
seek
ceux qu'ils considèrent comme
to
faibles.
subject or subjugate all
Ce
those
à
who
quoi
they
nous
consider
assistons
as
depuis le
weak.
24 février dernier
Those who, what we've
est
seen
un
since the
retour
24th
à
of
l'âge
February
des
is
impérialismes
a
et des
return to
colonies.
the age of imperialism and
La France le refuse
colonies.
et
France
recherchera
rejects
obstinément
this.
la paix.
France obstinately will look
Là-dessus,
and
notre
for
position
peace.
est claire.
Our
Et c'est au
position
service
is
de cette
clear,
position
and we want
que j'assume le dialogue conduit
serve
avec la
this,
Russie
and so that is why
dès
I
avant le déclenchement de la guerre,
engaging in a dialogue
tout au long
with
des
Russia and
derniers
have
mois,
done so
et
since
que je
the start of the
continuerai
war
de l'assumer.
over these past
Car
months,
c'est
and I will
ainsi
continue to
qu'ensemble
head
nous
this up
rechercherons la paix,
because it's only together
la
that we
recherche
will
de la
find
paix,
peace.
par les
The quest
initiatives
for
prises au
peace
cours des
with
années et des mois qui
initiatives
ont précédé le
taken
conflit
over
pour
the
l'éviter,
months and
la
years
recherche de la
before
paix
the
depuis le
conflict,
24
quest for
février,
peace
par
since
le
the
soutien
24th
humanitaire,
of February,
économique et
by
militaire
the
que nous
humanitarian,
apportons
military
au
and
peuple
political
ukrainien
support that
pour
we're
exercer
providing
son droit de
to the
légitime
Ukrainian
défense
people
et
so that they
préserver
can
sa
enjoy their
liberté.
legitimate right
La
to
recherche
defend
de
and
la paix
preserve their sovereignty,
par
the
notre
quest for
condamnation de
peace
l'invasion
by
d'un État souverain,
condemning the
de la
invasion of a
violation des
sovereign
principes
state
de notre
and the
sécurité collective,
violation of our
des
collective
crimes de guerre
security
commis par la
principles,
Russie sur le sol
war
ukrainien
crimes committed
et par
by
notre refus
Russia in
de
Ukraine,
l'impunité.
and by our refusal of
La justice
impunity.
internationale devra
International
établir les
justice
crimes
must
et juger les
establish
coupables.
the crimes and
La
condemn
recherche de la
and
paix,
try the
enfin,
perpetrators.
par
The
notre
quest for
volonté
peace
d'endiguer
through
l'extension
our
géographique
desire
et
to
d'intensité
curb
de la guerre.
geographic
Il nous
expansionism
incombe à cet
in
égard
war. And
de soutenir
here
les efforts de
we
l'Agence
undertake
internationale
to support
de
the
l'énergie
efforts of
atomique
the
pour prévenir les
IAEA
conséquences de la
to
guerre
prevent
sur la
the
sûreté
impact of
et la
war
sécurité
on
nucléaire,
on
comme nous le
safety
ferons
and security
demain
of
aux
nuclear
côtés des
plants,
Ukrainiens
as we'll do
dont la
tomorrow
souveraineté sur
beside
leurs
the
centrales ne
Ukrainians,
saurait être discutée.
Whose sovereignty and
Nous avons
safety is
obtenu
absolutely
qu'une mission de
crucial.
l'agence se rende sur
We
le
have
terrain
ensured that
et établisse un
IAEA
rapport de façon
mission
indépendante.
went to
Travaillons
Ukraine,
ensemble
establishing its
pour prévenir le
independent
risque d'un accident dont les
report
conséquences
to prevent
seraient
the risk of an
dévastatrices.
accident whose consequences would be devastating.
Nous savons tous
We are all
ici
aware today
que seul un
here
accord
that
respectant
only
le
an
droit
agreement
international
that respects international
permettra
law
de
will
rétablir la paix.
enable peace to
Une
come back.
négociation ne sera possible
A
que
negotiation
si
can only be
souverainement
possible if
l'Ukraine le
sovereignly
veut
Ukraine wants it
et la Russie
and
l'accepte de bonne
Russia
foi.
accepts it in good
Nous savons
faith.
tous
We
aussi
are all
qu'une
aware
négociation
as well
n'aboutira que
that
si la
a
souveraineté de l'Ukraine est
negotiation will only
respectée,
be
son territoire libéré,
successful
sa
if
sécurité
Ukraine is
protégée.
liberated and its sovereignty is protected.
La Russie doit
Russia
maintenant entendre qu'elle ne
must
saurait
now
imposer quelques volontés par des moyens
see
militaires,
that it cannot impose its
même
will
en y
militarily,
adjoignant avec cynisme
if
des simulacres de
there
référendums
are
dans des territoires
fake pretend
bombardés
referenda
et
in
désormais
territories
occupés.
that have been bombed and are
Il
now
incombe
occupied.
aux membres du
It
Conseil de
is up to the
sécurité
members of the Security Council
de le dire
to
haut et clair,
say
et aux
this
membres de
loud
cette
and clear,
Assemblée
and to the
de nous
members of
soutenir
this
sur ce
assembly
chemin de la paix.
to support us on our path to
J'appelle à cette
peace.
tribune
I,
les
from
membres des
this
Nations Unies
podium,
à
call
agir
upon
pour
members
que
of the
la
United
Russie
Nations to
renonce
act
au
so
choix de
that
la guerre,
Russia
en mesure le coût
rejects
pour
the
elle-même
path
et pour nous
of
tous,
war and
et mette un
assesses
terme à
the
son
cost for
agression.
itself and for all of us, and really
Il ne
brings an
s'agit pas
end
ici
to
de
this
choisir
act
un
of
camp
aggression. We're not
entre
talking about
l'Est et
choosing
l'Ouest,
a camp
ni
here
entre le
between
Nord
the
et le
East and the
Sud.
West, either between the
Il
North
s'agit de la
or the South either.
responsabilité de
What we're
tous ceux
talking about
qui
is
sont attachés
everybody's
au respect
responsibility,
de la
everybody who's
Charte
committed to the
et à notre
respect
bien
of
le
the
plus
Charter
précieux,
and
la paix.
our most common precious good, peace.
Car au-delà de la guerre,
Because over and beyond
c'est un risque de
war,
division du
there's
monde
a
qui
risk
se
of
joue en
dividing
raison
the
des
world that's at
conséquences
stake
directes
here
et
with
indirectes du du conflit.
The direct and
Je
indirect
sais qu'ici, dans cette
impact of the
Assemblée,
conflict. I know that here,
beaucoup nourrissent un sentiment
many
d'injustice
cherish
face
a
aux
feeling of
conséquences énergétiques,
injustice
alimentaires,
because
économiques,
of economic,
dramatiques de la
energy,
guerre menée par la Russie.
and all the other
Je
dramatic
sais aussi que
consequences
certains pays
because of the
ici
war conducted by
représentés
Russia. I know that
sont
there are
restés dans une
countries
forme
here
de neutralité
that have chosen a
à
form
l'égard
of
de cette guerre.
neutrality vis-à-vis this war.
Mais je veux vous le dire avec la plus grande des nettetés aujourd'hui.
Very
Qui voudrait
honestly
mimer le
today,
combat des non-alignés en refusant de
is,
s'exprimer clairement, se
saying
trompe
clearly,
et prend
those
une
who are saying that they're
responsabilité
non-aligned,
historique.
they are wrong.
Le
They are
combat des
making a
non-alignés,
historic
c'était un combat pour la paix. Le combat des non-alignés, c'était un combat au service de la souveraineté des États, pour l'intégrité territoriale de chacun. Le combat des non-alignés, c'est cela. Ceux qui se taisent aujourd'hui servent malgré eux ou secrètement avec une certaine complicité la cause d'un nouvel impérialisme, d'un cynisme contemporain qui désagrège notre ordre international sans lequel la paix n'est possible. La Russie s'emploie à installer l'idée aujourd'hui d'un double standard. Mais la guerre en Ukraine ne doit être un conflit indifférent pour personne. Elle est proche pour les Européens qui ont choisi de soutenir l'Ukraine sans entrer en guerre avec la Russie. Elle est plus lointaine pour beaucoup d'entre vous, mais nous en avons tous les conséquences directes et nous avons tous un rôle à jouer pour y mettre un terme, car nous en payons tous le prix. Par ses fondements mêmes, cette guerre lancée par la Russie bafoue les principes au cœur de notre organisation, bafoue les principes du seul ordre international possible, le seul à pouvoir garantir la paix, c'est-à-dire le respect de la souveraineté nationale et de l'intangibilité des frontières. À cet égard, ne confondons pas causes et conséquences. Qui peut ici défendre l'idée que l'invasion de l'Ukraine ne justifie aucune sanction? Lequel d'entre vous pourrait considérer que le jour où quelque chose de semblable fait par un voisin plus puissant lui arrivait, le silence de la région et du monde serait la meilleure des réponses? Qui peut le soutenir? Qui peut croire qu'il suffirait que la Russie remporte cette guerre pour que nous passions à autre chose? L'impérialisme contemporain n'est pas européen, occidental. Il prend la forme d'une invasion territoriale, adossée à une guerre hybride mondialisée qui utilise le prix de l'énergie, la sécurité alimentaire, la sûreté nucléaire, l'accès à l'information et les mouvements de population comme des armes de division et de destruction. C'est en cela que cette guerre porte atteinte à nos souverainetés à tous. Aussi, la France se tiendra aux côtés des peuples libres des Nations Unies pour faire face aux conséquences du conflit comme à toutes les inégalités qu'il accroît, en récusant logique de bloc ou d'alliance exclusive. Car au-delà des conséquences directes de la guerre, le risque est aujourd'hui le nôtre. Et celui d'une nouvelle partition du monde. Certains voudraient nous faire croire qu'il y aurait d'un côté l'Ouest qui défendrait des valeurs dépassées au service de ses intérêts, et de l'autre côté le reste du monde qui a tant souffert et cherche à coopérer en soutenant la guerre ou en détournant le regard. Je récuse cette division pour au moins deux raisons. La première, par principe. Et je viens de l'évoquer. Notre organisation porte des valeurs universelles. Ne laissons pas s'installer l'idée sourde qu'il y aurait dans les valeurs de la Charte quelque chose de régional, d'adaptable. Notre organisation a bien des valeurs universelles et la division face à la guerre en Ukraine est simple. Êtes-vous pour ou contre la loi du plus fort, le non-respect de l'intégrité territoriale des pays et de la souveraineté nationale? Êtes-vous pour ou contre l'impunité? Je ne conçois aucun ordre international, ni paix durable, qui ne puisse être fondé sur le respect des peuples et le principe de responsabilité. Donc, oui, nos valeurs sont universelles et c'est pour cela qu'elles ne doivent jamais être au service d'une puissance qui viole ces principes. Et quand, ces dernières années, nous avons pris des libertés avec ces mêmes valeurs, nous avons eu tort. Mais cela ne saurait aucunement justifier de fouler aux pieds ce que nous avons collectivement bâti après la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Et quand j'entends la Russie se dire prête à œuvrer à des coopérations nouvelles, à un ordre international nouveau, sans hégémonie, la belle affaire, mais sur quel principe? L'invasion du voisin? Le non-respect des frontières de celui qui ne me plaît pas? Quel est cet ordre? Qui est hégémonique aujourd'hui? si ce n'est la
What is
Russie?
this order? Who's playing hegemony today? It is Russia. What are we talking about? What is being invented here
Rien qui ne tienne
today?
longtemps.
This is
Ne
nothing
cédons
that's going
pas
to
au
hold
cynisme
water.
qui
Let us
désagrège
not
l'ordre
cede to
qui nous a
the
construit
cynicism
et
that
permis seul
rejects this
de tenir
order that we've
la
built
stabilité
together,
internationale,
and
car
it's the
ces
only
valeurs
thing that can hold in
qui sont les nôtres,
stability in
le
our
respect de la
world.
souveraineté
The
nationale, de
respect
l'intégrité
for
des frontières.
the,
Je le dis, nous avons eu tort à chaque fois que
borders,
nous avons
for
pris des licences
territorial
avec
integrity.
Mais ce sont les
We
valeurs
were
que
wrong
nous avons
when we
bâties
took liberties with
après
all
la
of
Seconde
this.
Guerre mondiale,
After the
après
Second
les
World
colonialismes.
War, after colonialism,
Refusons de faire bégayer l'histoire sous prétexte que ce
something
sont aujourd'hui
else.
d'autres géographies qui sont touchées.
Said
Et ne
no,
cédons
it's
pas.
not. We're not
La
having this.
deuxième
We're
raison
not
de mon
accepting
opposition
this.
à
The
cette
second
tentative de
reason for my
partition du monde
opposition for this
est
attempt to
pragmatique.
split up, to
En
have
fait,
partition
derrière
in
les
the world
divisions
is
naissantes,
pragmatic.
il y
There
a
are nascent
une
divisions,
tentative de
and
partition
over
du monde
beyond
qui
that,
renforce
there
la
are
tension
attempts
entre
to
les
divide the
États-Unis et la
world,
Chine. Et c'est à mes
to
yeux une erreur
exacerbate any
funeste
tensions
pour nous
between
tous.
the United
Car
States
ce ne
and
serait pas
China.
une nouvelle guerre
That
froide.
is not going to be a
Plusieurs
new
puissances de désordre et de
Cold War.
déséquilibre jouent de cette
There are
période
lots of
pour
different
multiplier les
powers
conflits
that
régionaux,
are trying
reprendre
to,
le chemin de la prolifération
promote
nucléaire
regional
et faire reculer
tensions
la
and
sécurité
push back
collective.
collective security and promote
Je pense donc
nuclear development.
que nous devons tout
I
faire
therefore think that
pour
we
que
need to
cette
do
nouvelle
everything that we
division
can
n'advienne
to
pas.
ensure that this division
Car
does
nos
not
défis
occur.
sont de plus en plus nombreux et urgents.
Faces us, the
Ils
challenges
nécessitent
facing us
de
are
nouvelles
more urgent
coopérations.
and they require new forms of
Regardons le
cooperation.
Pakistan.
Let us look at Pakistan.
Un tiers du pays sous les eaux, plus de 1400 morts, 1300 blessés, des millions de personnes en situation d'urgence. Regardons la corne de l'Afrique, la pire sécheresse depuis 40 ans, une saison de pluie qui sera sans doute pire encore. La moitié de l'humanité vit désormais dans la zone de danger climatique. Nos écosystèmes atteignent les points de non-retour. Regardons en Somalie, au Yémen, au Soudan du Sud, en Afghanistan, la famine revient.
Famine is coming back.
La crise alimentaire frappe
The
partout
food crisis is
et
striking
plus durement
everywhere.
les plus fragiles.
And
345 millions de
affecting
personnes dans le
the
monde sont en situation de
most
faim
vulnerable
aiguë,
people.
dont 153 millions d'enfants. 55 guerres
Millions
civiles
of
sont en
children
cours
are
sur notre
facing
planète.
famine.
100 millions de personnes
There
sont
are
déplacées.
100 million
Alors qu'entre
people
1990 et 2015,
between
137 000 personnes
1999
échappaient chaque jour
2015.
à l'extrême pauvreté. 345
Only
millions pourraient y tomber d'ici
130,000
2030
people
dans les pays
escape
touchés
poverty,
par les
and
conflits.
so many people today are in
Face aux crises,
conflict-affected
au
countries.
dérèglement climatique,
Given these
à la
crises,
pandémie,
climate change,
à la montée des prix de
pandemics,
l'alimentation,
the
les
spike
plus
in
vulnérables sont
food
toujours
crisis, the
les
most
plus
vulnerable
touchés.
people are always the worst affected.
Les menaces sont toujours là, en
Threats
plus de
are
tout cela.
always there, over and
Les
beyond
terrorismes
all that.
qui touchent entre
Terrorism
autres
that
le
affects
Sahel comme le
the
Moyen-Orient,
Sahel
la
and
prolifération
the Middle East,
nucléaire
nuclear proliferation
en Iran comme en Corée
in
du Nord,
Iran and in North Korea
que nous
as
n'avons pas
well.
réussi
We
à
have
endiguer.
not managed to curb
Telles
this.
sont nos urgences.
These are the things we need to address
Et à la
urgently.
cavalcade, la description que je viens d'en faire n'est pas exhaustive, mais elles sont à chaque fois où le résultat des défaillances profondes de notre système international qui a su accompagner les bénéfices de la mondialisation, mais n'a pas su endiguer ces fractures, ces menaces, ces déséquilibres. La conséquence de nos divisions
curb these problems, and much of these problems
Notre
are caused by
responsabilité
divisions
commune
between us. Therefore, it is our shared
plutôt devrait,
responsibility
pour aider les
needs
plus
to be-
fragiles,
must
les
be
plus
to
touchés
help the
à faire
most
face
fragile, to
à tous ces défis.
help the most vulnerable to cope
Narendra
with these
Modi,
challenges.
le Premier
Narendra
ministre
Modi,
de
the
l'Inde, a eu
Prime
raison
Minister
de le
of India,
dire.
was right when he said
L'heure
the
n'est pas à la guerre.
time is not for
Elle n'est
war.
ni à la revanche
It
contre
is
l'Occident,
not for
ni
revenge
à
against the
l'opposition
West
de l'Ouest
or
contre le
for
reste.
opposing
Elle est
the
au
West
sursaut
against the
collectif
East.
de nos
It
pays
is the
souverains
time
et égaux
for a
face
collective
aux
time
défis
for our sovereign
contemporains.
equal states to
C'est
cope
pourquoi il est
together
urgent
with
de bâtir un
challenges we
nouveau
face. This is why
contrat
there's an urgent need to develop
entre
a
le
new
Nord et le
contract between the
Sud,
North
un
and the
contrat
South,
efficace
an effective
et
contract
respectueux
which
pour l'alimentation, pour le
is
climat et la
respectful
biodiversité,
for
pour
food, for
l'éducation.
biodiversity, for
Le temps
education.
n'est plus aux logiques de bloc,
It's no longer a
mais à la
time for
construction
block
de
thinking,
coalitions
but
d'actions
to build
concrètes
a coalition of specific
permettant de
action
concilier intérêts
to
légitimes
reconcile legitimate
et bien
interests and
face à
common
la crise
goods.
alimentaire mondiale. La France a d'ores et déjà doublé ses financements au programme alimentaire mondial. Nous avons bâti avec l'Union européenne les corridors de solidarité qui ont permis d'évacuer plus de 10 millions de tonnes de céréales par la voie terrestre depuis le printemps dernier. Ceci a été utilement complété par l'accord du 22 juillet dernier, permis grâce au travail du secrétaire général des Nations Unies et qui a permis d'évacuer 2,4 millions de tonnes par la mer Noire. Nous avons porté l'initiative FARM, qui permet d'approvisionner les pays vulnérables à bas prix, sans conditions politiques, et d'investir dans la production agricole des pays qui souhaitent sortir de la dépendance. Je vous annonce également que la France financera l'évacuation du blé ukrainien à destination de la Somalie, en lien avec le partenariat alimentaire mondial. Nous le ferons avec solidarité, efficacité et exigence de pleine transparence. Demain, nous réunirons l'Union africaine, les agences des Nations Unies, l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, le FMI, les banques de développement et la Commission européenne pour bâtir un mécanisme viable d'accès aux engrais pour l'Afrique. En complément, là encore, des initiatives du secrétaire général sur ce point. Sur le climat et la biodiversité, dans quelques semaines, nous nous retrouverons à la COP27 en Égypte. Soyons clairs, là aussi, sur ce que signifie la transition juste. Notre premier combat collectif est l'éradication du charbon. La crise ne doit pas nous faire perdre le cap. Si nous n'en sortons pas, nous dépasserons plus encore que les prédictions ne le disent les 2 degrés Celsius. Je suis prêt à investir dans les coalitions de financement dites JET, comme nous l'avons par exemple fait avec l'Afrique du Sud il y a quelques mois. Et nous devons poursuivre cette logique. Mais la Chine et les grands émergents doivent prendre une décision claire à la COP. C'est impérieux. Nous devons bâtir, à cet égard, autour des grands émergents, des coalitions d'acteurs étatiques, avec nos grandes institutions financières internationales, pour bâtir des solutions complètes de production d'énergie et de changement des modèles de production industrielle qui seuls permettront cette transition. Ensuite, le G7 doit mener l'exemple. Les pays les plus riches doivent accélérer leur programme de neutralité carbone, mais aussi faire l'effort de sobriété et partager les technologies vertes. Vous savez, en la matière, pouvoir compter sur l'Union européenne. Je crois aussi qu'il nous faut reconnaître qu'il existe pour les pays les plus pauvres une difficulté à agir en même temps pour la lutte contre la grande pauvreté et l'accélération de la transition. Nous ne pouvons pas demander la même chose à l'Afrique subsaharienne où 600 millions de personnes n'ont toujours pas accès à l'électricité et aux grands émetteurs. C'est pourquoi la solidarité financière, la solidarité technologique des plus riches doit être renforcée sur le plan climatique à l'égard des pays les plus pauvres. Apporter des financements, apporter des solutions et accélérer cet agenda, comme nous avons su le faire au moment de la pandémie, mais de manière encore plus forte, plus efficace, plus résolue. Nous devons aussi, dans ce contexte, protéger ensemble nos puits de carbone et nos trésors de biodiversité. La France accueillera avec le Costa Rica la conférence des Nations Unies pour les océans en 2025. Faisons-en la COP 21 des océans. Sur la santé, nous devons apprendre de la pandémie de Covid-19. À cet égard, nous devons reconnaître que notre première ligne de défense, ce sont les systèmes et les personnels de santé dans les pays les plus fragiles. J'insisterai sur ce point crucial lors de la reconstitution du Fonds mondial pour la lutte contre le sida, la tuberculose et le paludisme, dont la France restera l'un des tout premiers contributeurs. Nous devons aussi nous assurer que l'OMS mette bien en place les systèmes d'alerte précoce dont nous avons besoin pour prévenir la propagation d'autres virus. Et nous devons traiter ensemble santé humaine et animale. C'est le sens même de l'initiative Une seule santé que la France porte avec plusieurs autres. Comme nous le faisons avec le partenariat mondial pour l'éducation, poursuivons nos efforts pour que les enfants aillent à l'école après une pandémie qui les en a privés. C'est lutter à la source contre toutes les inégalités et travailler pour notre avenir à tous. Vous le voyez sur tous ces sujets, c'est plus de coopération, ce sont des partenariats d'acteurs entre l'Ouest et le Sud, entre le Nord et le Sud qu'il faut développer. C'est plus d'engagement de nos grandes institutions. Tout cela, c'est l'inverse d'une division qu'on veut installer. Qui, pendant la pandémie, était là? Qui propose des financements face à la transition climatique? Pas ceux qui aujourd'hui vous proposent un nouvel ordre international et qui n'avaient pas de vaccin qui marche et qui ont été peu solidaires et qui n'apportent rien face au climat. Face à tous ces défis, qui sont les nôtres collectivement, nous devons être plus solidaires, coopérer davantage, mais en aucun cas céder à des sirènes qui ne mènent nulle part. Pour y arriver, nous devons aussi être lucides sur la situation des pays les plus pauvres et des pays à revenus intermédiaires, qu'ils soient en Afrique, le continent sud-américain, en Asie ou dans le Pacifique. La pandémie a encore accru les inégalités. La guerre et ses conséquences accroît les difficultés pour nombre de ces pays. Le G20 doit donc impérativement tenir l'objectif qu'il s'est donné l'an dernier, de mobiliser 100 milliards de dollars à partir des droits de tirage spéciaux. Mais nous devons aller plus loin et plus fort. D'abord, sur la base de ces émissions de droits de tirage spéciaux du FMI, nous devons mettre en œuvre ce à quoi nous nous sommes engagés. Tant de pays, en particulier en Afrique, n'ont pas encore vu cet argent. Mais nous ne pouvons plus leur expliquer que tel Parlement bloque, que telle règle l'empêche. C'est impossible. Nous arriverons trop tard. Mais nous devons aller plus loin, car la difficulté est encore plus grande. Il nous faut donc passer à 30% de réallocation de nos droits de tirage au profit des pays africains les plus exposés et des pays les plus pauvres partout sur la planète. Et nous devons, avec la Banque mondiale et le Fonds monétaire international, réengager nos dispositifs qui ne sont plus adaptés au contexte actuel. Les règles que nous appliquons aujourd'hui sont les règles des années 80. La situation de notre planète, post-Covid-19, avec une accélération du dérèglement climatique et d'un effondrement de la biodiversité, et en raison des déséquilibres créés par la guerre, accroît nos exigences de solidarité. Il nous faut un nouveau pacte financier avec le Sud. Voilà notre vraie ligne de front, celle qui doit nous rassembler, non pas contre un ennemi commun, non pas contre des histoires fausses ou des révisions historiques, mais pour la planète que nous habitons tous et pour l'égalité des chances à l'échelle de l'humanité. Ce combat, c'est le nôtre, c'est celui qui nous réunit tous. Il suppose simplement de faire un peu plus d'efforts, de tenir nos accords, d'être exigeants et respectueux les uns avec les autres. Mais ce combat, qui est le vrai, si nous ne sommes pas capables de le mener ensemble, sera la source de toutes les fractures et les conflits à venir. J'invite tous ceux qui veulent bâtir avec nous ce nouveau contrat à venir au Forum de Paris pour la paix le 11 novembre prochain pour préparer le G20 de Bali et avancer ensemble, sans jamais renoncer aux valeurs qui nous sont communes et aux principes qui nous guident. Allons à l'essentiel. Ne nous résignons pas à la fragmentation du monde et à la montée des menaces à la paix. Ne permettons pas que les crises s'additionnent, que les conflits sans solution se multiplient et que prolifèrent les armes de destruction massive. Ce sont autant de risques que nous ne pourrons plus maîtriser à l'avenir sans associer les puissances régionales les plus directement concernées. C'est précisément ce travail d'association des puissances régionales que nous voulons faire au Moyen-Orient, en assurant le suivi de la conférence de Bagdad que nous avons tenue en 2019, pour la stabilité de l'Irak, pour celle du Liban et de toute la région. Les membres du P5 ne sont plus les seuls à avoir leur mot à dire. Et s'ils l'ont, ils l'ont incontestablement, Cela ne peut désormais fonctionner que si nous sommes capables d'œuvrer plus largement au consensus international nécessaire à la paix. C'est pourquoi je souhaite que nous engagions enfin la réforme du Conseil de sécurité afin qu'il soit plus représentatif, accueille de nouveaux membres permanents et reste capable de jouer tout son rôle en limitant le recours au droit de veto en cas de crime de masse. Ce qu'il nous faut faire ensemble, c'est bâtir la paix et l'ordre international contemporain au service des objectifs de notre charte. Sur ce chemin, les Nations Unies pourront indéfectiblement compter sur la France. Sur ce chemin, chaque pays ici présent pourra indéfectiblement compter sur la France. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker for this meeting. The fifth plenary meeting will continue the general debate at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.